masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We're sure that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me get you down。悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めようもう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. under the fire, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're on this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
just feels right. Won't you break me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. There you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよ
playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my
do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks. Getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, come on. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Here we go.
I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures. Just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard. We playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week. It's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with waiting on why? Oh why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. No, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wishing away the rest of your time. Oh no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wishing away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. It's week 7, day number 5, which means we're getting dangerously close to the end of our spring split. I'm joined by Kitty as we are rapidly approaching week number 10, and I feel like we're starting to get an idea of where these teams all stand now, Kitty.
Most definitely. And, Munch, sometimes I plink, and we are already in week 7 where playoffs is fast approaching us, and I'm getting a little bit excited because it's going to be my first LPL playoffs.
Yeah, it's exciting times. It's exciting times. But let's take a look at what happened yesterday in the LPL, because shenanigans were afoot, especially in that second series, as WE getting dangerously close to managing to win some of those games, but it all fell apart in the end. But TT looking very good against FPX, their 6th win on the board, one step closer to those playoffs.
Yeah, last night was definitely a relatively straightforward day where JDG still 2-0ing a team like WE, but I do want to talk about Thundertalk Gaming. I think they are genuinely very underrated when we do look at the standings. They're currently placed 6th, beating some of the big dogs like BLG and IG, who we thought at the start of the split were looking way more promising than TT.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's, LNG all the way up at the top, still only a single loss on the board. And I'm curious because week number 8 is when they'll play against JDG and Top Esports. So I'm keeping my eyes peeled for next week because it is going to be a huge week in the LPL. Let's take a look at today's games, though, because we've got some pretty interesting games for ourselves here towards the middle of the standings. RA versus IG. I think an incredibly tough matchup to call between two teams that are desperate to get those wins on the board, two teams that look like they should be in playoffs. This is going to be very much a landmark series for them. And then BLG versus LGD as well. For BLG, a similar story to RA and IG. For LGD, very much a story of attempted redemption.
Yeah, most definitely. And my eyes are still on this first series, though. We have the 9th place team up against the 11th place, and every team is trying to aim for that playoff spot, which is the number 10th one, and they are just one win apart, so it's going to be really tough to really make the call on which teams are going to make it into the second half of this split. But both teams are currently on a really tough loss streak, so this next up-and-coming match is going to be very important for their morales.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm looking towards that top lane as well, right? Obviously, it's an IG series, so YSKM will be on the Rift, so it's always exciting to look at the top lane. But Kitty, you were showing me on Twitter that YSKM actually having a bit of personal coaching from Zoom, one of the legendary top laners of the LPL. So perhaps some magic up his sleeves today.
Yeah, personally getting coached by Zoom, who was the top laner for JDG 2020, and they did win the spring split. And I just wanted to talk about how with this personal coaching that's been going on for YSKM, it's mainly for lane management, but it's really nice to see a veteran, Zoom in this fact, to teach a Zoomer, which is YSKM in this fact, in this instance, who does have a lot of potential coming into LPL 2023.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see, especially up against Cube, right? Because when you think of Zoom, you think of one of the best tank players in the LPL. Obviously, his gangplank certainly nothing to be sniffed at. He certainly could carry, but generally speaking, it was all about that, like you say, lane management and about playing the tanks. He's up against Cube, who we know majoritively for playing those tanks, generally speaking. So Could well be a bit of a slower top lane matchup today. Honestly, would be a very different look for YSK.
Ooh, I don't think it's gonna be a slow one because we have Cube on the other side for RA, and Renekton has been rising in that priority now that Cassante has been nerfed a little bit and dropped in priority. So it's gonna be really interesting because we know YSKM as that Fiora player, and I'm really excited to see if we will ever get a Renekton versus Fiora because that's just early games shenanigans.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see it, but IG gonna step out, and you know YSKM will be leading the charge. We'll see what he's got up his sleeves for us today.
A thumbs down.
Cheeky, short, sweet, concise. Just a thumbs down for his opponents. A little bit disrespectful, has to be said.
You know, YSKM's name in English, it's You Should Know Me, but a lot of the Chinese fans, when IG loses, they call him You Should School Me. And let's just say the recent matches that IG has had, like the recent series, they are currently on a 4-game loss streak. So it's going to be really, really tough because they were up against teams like Top Esports, JDG, going up for a little stretch over there. But their recent loss up against OMG, I mean, even that one was pretty fast, 0-2. So I think IG really need to pick themselves back on the ground, where playoffs is barely 3 weeks away.
Yeah, and I think the loss against OMG is the most telling of the recent series, right? Where you're in a series today that it's similar scorelines to what it was against OMG. It's middle of the table teams going at it. Like RA, certainly a team that could be at a similar level to OMG. So IG need to change some things coming in today, and perhaps that bit of coaching can change things up for them. But on the side of RA, I feel like this is a team that's kind of been under the radar a little bit. They're not necessarily a team that's top of the table, currently an 11th in the standings. But when they've looked good, like Lien especially, has had some insane games across the course of this split. Strive over the last year or so has time and time again proven that he can have these massive carry performances. I feel like this is a team of massive potential. It's just whether or not they can activate that potential on the Rift.
Yeah, specifically for Lilian, he has been a big fan of this Lee Sin, who has been kind of seeking his way back into patch 13.4, where champions like the Elise and Maokai have been nerfed. So something like this in Lilian's hand is definitely going to be very exciting to watch. But I looked a bit at RA's schedule for the later weeks. They have a really rough one, so they need to start picking up those wins today and for the next week, because they need every win they can get to secure that playoff spot.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I mean, every team that plays today is really fighting, not necessarily for seeding at this point in playoffs. They're fighting for their spot in playoffs, and we'll see who's going to be able to get those all-important points on the board. And I feel like this IG squad as well, we're starting to see this identity develop for the team, where there is just such insane mechanical play. But across the last few series, it feels like they've been being outplayed on the map. It feels like they've not necessarily been that good of a team. They're all good individual players, but whether or not they're working well as a team is, you know, a different conversation.
Most definitely. I mean, talking about just the recent weeks, morale is definitely going to be super important, and I think bringing it back to RA's needing to win in this specific series is going to be very important, because this is exactly where IG is still struggling to get themselves back from their feet. But talking about just the overall, I think RA, they have a more traditional type of playstyle. They love playing front to back, where Cube, without the Renekton, he is still a big tank player. We have 4 games on the Sion and 5 games on the Cassante, where it is all about that bot side and all about how Asum on something like the Varus or the Zera can carry that team specifically. But on IG, I mean, they've been playing the same for like the past 6 weeks, I would say. They've only recently been introducing YSKM on something that is tanky like the Cassante or the Sion. But when it does come into the later stage, I think if IG decides to go back to their roots and play 1-3-1, then RA is looking a little bit sticky.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, when you're playing things like 1-3-1, it depends a lot on how the early game goes, whether or not your side laners can have that pressure, because if you fall too far behind, 1-3-1 pretty much always collapses. But like you say, they are more than happy to lean into that style. One of the picks I'm looking at, though, is this Sylas, right? Both of our mid laners here, Dove and Strive, huge proponents of the Sylas, love to pick that one up. It's their most played each, so we'll see how that one's going to come into the draft. Whether we see just like blind Silas is locked in or if it's not that high.
We already have the Fiora taken off the board from the side of RA. However, you know, blind Renekton isn't the best thing. Already locking in that Draven for the first pick. I mean, this is going to be really risky. Draven has a lot of counters, and Xayah is exactly that. I mean, something that just doesn't allow the Draven to play aggressively and walk forward is going to be very tough. But, you know, I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, just blind first big Draven. Why not? Go aggressive here. And then we've got some absolute bruisers locked in on this side of IG with a Renekton for the top lane for YSKM. Taken away from Cube, as you were mentioning earlier. Cube, absolutely loving the Renekton recently. And then the Gragas as well. Gideon has played this once. I assume it will go into the jungle.
Gragas mid has also been seeing a bit of a time in the LCK. I believe it's the Roa build where he is just extremely tanky and also provides a lot of CC. I mean, paired with the Renekton, these mid-game skirmishes are going to look really chaotic for the side of IG.
You know what?
Nautilus getting paired with Draven, however, I mean, RA definitely going for a very strong side bot for this game one. That does kind of signify that Cube will play something more tanky and safe in lane, maybe something like the Sion perhaps. Yeah.
Cube playing Sion, this is unheard of. Locks in a tank is going to go back to the tried and true. One thing I just noticed as well, Dove actually has played a game of Renekton mid so far this split. Both of these picks for IG are actually flexes potentially. This, I would assume the Renekton's for YSKM, but Dove has played one more game of Renekton than YSKM has this split. YSKM's never played it.
Yeah, this Renekton is going to be very interesting to say the least, as it is a debut for YSKM. But something else that is also available on the board is Annie. I think Annie in the LCK and LPL should be considered as pick or ban. So even if IG gets that into their pockets, that just means they have 3 champions that they can flex to wherever. So it's going to be really tough to make the call depending on which matchup is better, but IG is saving that counter spot specifically for mid lane, I would assume, because like you've been saying, this Silas is a really good blind. However, if Silas gets into a not ideal matchup, I mean, it just loses lane priority so easily.
Yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. The Xayah coming on through in the end. And I'm curious on how this next phase of the draft is going to go. Like we said, there are some flexes in play. Like you mentioned, Annie still currently open as we've got a jungler band and a support band, and it will be a second jungler taken off the board, which makes me think this Gragas will be going into the jungle for the side of IG, unless they have a pick in mind. Because, I mean, Vi is still wide open for that jungle, which, you know, pretty much everyone in the league loves to pick up, except for Gideon.
Except for Gideon, I mean, sometimes you just have to play the Vi. Everything's getting banned out already. I believe 5 junglers gone from the plates. I mean, it is going to be very tough to pick something else other than the Vi, especially when you have that lockdown paired with the Renekton. It'll be very ideal to have up against a Draven who doesn't have much mobility. But we see the Rakan getting taken off the boards as Rakan Xayah is getting extremely popular in patch 13.4. I think specifically because of Xayah having a lot of good matchups now that some of the items have been changed, especially with Navori getting buffed. But Gwen gets locked in as a counter.
Okay, Gwen up in the top side, which means that Renekton is going to the mid lane. So very, very interesting draft here from IG. The flex is coming on through. It will be Dove taking Renekton mid as the Gwen goes into the hands of YSKM. Certainly a stylish champion for him. On the side of RA, though, that Vi we talked about locked in for Lien. And we'll see where they go in the mid lane. Could be that Annie.
Come on, lock it in. Annie up against something that has so low range. I think this is going to be very ideal if RA does get this Annie secured. I mean, it does have good amounts of CC, especially with Sion and Vi being your top side with the Nautilus support, but it also does heavily depend on your Draven getting ahead because he is quite literally the only damage source from RA.
Yeah, Annie will have a lot of burst damage, but you know, you're against a Gragas, you're against a Renekton, you're against a Braum. Like, how much are you really going to be able to burst people down? And even the Xayah can just jump into the air and dodge everything Annie has. So, might be a lot of pressure on to assume in this draft. But this is an interesting one. This is a wacky draft on both sides. Honestly, this is not the kind of draft we're used to seeing in the LPL, at least not regularly.
I like how a lot of these teams have been saving this
counter spot for the red side where it does get responded with a Braum, and that does stop a lot of Ari's ability to engage. I mean, I've been saying that their team composition for this game one is very short range, so Braum's passive, the stun, is going to be utilized extremely well from the side of IG for this first game. However, you know, Xayah and Braum, they are a very defensive bot lane, especially with the Renekton being locked in for mid, so IG, they're gonna look for those skirmishes as a mid jungle duo.
They certainly will be looking to scrap in the early game if they can. I mean, they are going to be tanky in the mid jungle, right? Like, Annie's going to have a hard time actually killing anyone, but I feel like the early levels is when like Dove is going to be just pushed at the tower, right? Dove isn't going to be able to leave that tower unless Strive lets him.
What if Ari comes in with a very spicy plan for level 1 in game 1? They just go into the bottom lane, they sit in that bush with the Annie Sun level 1, and they look for a cheese pick. I mean, you have the CC, you have a Sign, you have a Nautilus. Just cheese it up a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like you have to, right? With the buffs to Pyromania, like you're saying, having that stun available at level 1 and having the ability to go for your Q at level 1 with the stun. Like, you don't have to stack it on Fountain anymore. It can be very, very cheeky. As we're heading on to Summoner's Rift, it's RA versus IG, and this is a series all about the standings. It's 9th place versus 11th as we get the Gyos in.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Just letting all the Gyos coming out from the fans as we see the classic level 1 spread from both teams. No level 1 shenanigans just quite yet, but when we do have something like the Braum vs Nautilus in this bottom lane matchup, I mean, there's going to be a lot of kills, or at least fighting to be happening. But the difference is I just have that cleanse available, so if he plays it smart and doesn't burn the cleanse for no reason, Draven's going to look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can find that lead, and Xayah can struggle a little bit in the early game. If she takes too much damage, you know, if you get poked out a little bit by that Draven, if Draven finds that short range all in. But the thing is, if he plays it far enough back, he can just spam Q&E. Just keep on matching those out at Assam, and it becomes very, very difficult to stay in lane.
We already see Southwind just dominating the bush priority. Braum has to start the E, not even Q, so they are playing fully defensive. But after 3 levels, this bottom lane is going to get a lot easier. So you can't die level 2 spike from RA, because that's going to be very vulnerable for the bottom lane of IG.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. So let's talk early game. Let's talk jungle pathing, right? As we've got Gideon starting on his blue buff and moving up towards that top side. Lien starting on the top side, moving towards the bottom lane. We could have opposite pressure from our junglers in the early game.
We do have the Nautilus also spotted on this ward specifically, so Gideon does know that there is a ward in the river. Wink is getting a little bit chunked out.
Wink is really low. One more auto, no! Gets the heal, flashes away, and Asam's the one in trouble as Arm charges forward. Asam has flash available, but just turns the damage around. Arm almost goes down himself.
That is the blood that we are talking about, and it happens exactly at 2 minutes. Both junglers are parting towards this bot lane. The red ward is going to expire very, very soon. We have the Vi approaching first, but this wave stay, I mean, IG, they are going to just freeze it here.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen for now as Gideon goes for a bit of a invade off the back of that play in the bottom side. Sign off these chickens. You see Lien on his Croaks, doesn't know that the invade is happening. Keep your eyes on that ward as well. This next to chickens. The game sound is so loud in my ears, I can't even hear myself.
It's okay, because, you know, I can hear you fine, so hopefully we get that fixed very soon. Both junglers are going to meet in this jungle. The bottom scuttle is going to go in the hands of Gideon, however, but the mid-game aggression, the mid-jungle duo aggression in this case is going to happen very soon, as Gragas is going to try and challenge this topside scuttle.
Yeah, we're going to go for potentially a 2v2. Strive underneath the tower for the time being. But this is what you were talking about. Gideon and Dove working together with these bruises in the early game to force that 2v2, to force the advantage that they can find for themselves. They get the scuttle crab off the back of it.
Yeah, we also need to look at Dove's Page, as he does have the Conqueror for this 2v2, so the Renekton up against something like the Annie Vi is just going to provide a lot more in terms of raw damage before Annie goes back and picks up her items. So this early game, I mean, you already see that Renekton is getting a lot of that lane priority.
Yeah, Renekton doing a decent job. I was expecting him to get poked out a little bit more, but so far he's having a whale of a time. Dove doing a good job there. And I'm keeping a weather eye on the CS numbers in that top lane. YSKM with the Gwen. It's a champion that, especially at level 6, you just get out of control. The true damage there can work exceptionally well against the Scion too, as YSKM will TP back into that top lane. We've got to keep our eyes on that matchup because we are headed into solo kill territory once Gwen is level 6.
Most definitely. And talking about level 6, we have a lot of lockdown from the side of RA, as we have the Vi ultimate and Nautilus. So when they do try to look for these dragon skirmishes, I mean, with just the amount of pure lockdown, if Arm doesn't play with his ultimate carefully, it's going to be very easy to execute at least.
Bit of a trade down in the bottom side, but Wink blocking pretty much all of the damage that Asum was trying to get out, and Arn able to trade it back. But look at this, Strive and Lian both trying to move down. Spot on a ward, Gideon's in the area too. Will just be the dragon as the call for RA.
The wave was slowly building towards the side of IG, so they are currently pushed in as the Draven and Nautilus at least they secure that level 1. Ooh.
Okay. It's all good. It's all good.
It's all good. Breed munch.
It's just too exciting. It's just too exciting. Whenever you see YSKM at the top side, I'm like constantly on edge that something is going to happen, that some kind of all-in is going to come out. And the all-in did come out. Won't be able to find the opportunity here. Southwind wasn't self under the tower. We'll be able to get the cannon for Assume as well.
What's cursed about that top lane matchup is that YSKM has the lucidity boots and he already half health cube from just one combo, so that's just explaining how tough this top lane matchup is when you do blind the side. But Gideon and Dove looking for something on this bottom tower.
Yeah, Assume very low, and this is not what you want when you're running a Draven composition. You want to be the ones putting the pressure on down at the bottom side, not the other way around.
Yeah, Annie's struggling to face check because you're up against something like the Renekton Gragas where once you burn the flash, I mean, you just don't have any escapability. Wave is, however, going to get cleared for the side of Dove. I mean, it does look like that Dove is putting in a lot of work to put in that pressure to the side lanes.
I'm loving watching Dove and Gideon, right? Just running around as a pair, basically, constantly working together. Lian moving down to the bottom side, though. Wants a 2v3 with Assume and Southwind, the anchor. Ever so slightly shy, though. And it will mean, I was going to say it'll mean nothing happens, but Lian just walking straight into lane. He's going to help him shove this through.
Yeah, he did see the Gragas walking towards that top side, so this is a 3v2, and IG recognizes that as they defuse the play, but this level 6 spike on Lian for this fight is going to be so important, as we already see that IG playing with their space perfectly, so it's going to be really hard to lock them down until you get that spike. I mean, Gideon's already level 6.
Yeah, Gideon, level 6. YSKM level 7 at this point, but Gideon not going to toy with the idea of a dive onto that Scion. Cube as well, having his own ultimate is... It's tough to kill a Scion at this point. It's tough to even close the gap on a Scion. Unless you come in from both ends of pincering in the dive, then maybe you can block that ultimate.
Most definitely, and Zaya is about to pick up her second plate in this bottom lane, and this is a blind Draven that we've seen from the side of RA. We haven't seen too much action other than the 2v2 at level 2, I believe, which is getting a little bit worrying because you are playing such an aggressive early game team composition where Gideon is going to respond with the Herald. But William, you need to get some action going on for this Draven because he does have those stacks available.
He certainly does. And I feel like Lian wants to. I feel like he's tried a couple of times, but it's never really quite come to fruition. And while he's down farming his crooks, the enemy team are doing the Herald. He's on a ward right now, doesn't realize. And the Herald will be basically taken for free. There's no answer on the map from RA unless Liam can get into this bottom lane, but walking over that control ward, there's no way he should get away with this gang.
Yeah, I believe Gideon placed that team ward earlier as they were looking for the dive. It perfectly splits out Lian as well, where another play diffused by the side of IG. I mean, this lane for the Zaya and Blom is going perfectly as the Draven's already down around 15 CS.
I feel like RA need to do something. I feel like they've just got lanes that are losing, a jungle matchup that is losing. I feel like everything is 10 CS up across the board, aside from maybe Southwind, Wink, sorry. God, it's weird
Wink.
seeing Wink as the support for IG and Southwind as the support for RA. Like, they used to be a duo. They used to both be on IG. It breaks my brain a little bit. I see Wink, and I assume I see Southwind as well next to it.
I mean, you do see Southwind and Wink in the bottom lane, just on opposing teams. But yeah, like this, Herald does get dropped for the side of Art, and he picks up an extra 4 plates into his pockets. I mean, this Zaya is going to become a huge problem as he has so many short-range champions on the side of RA. So when it does come to these team fights, if Zaya gets too big, it's going to be really tough.
Almost 1,000 gold up individually in the AD carry role right now. Obviously, almost 30 CS up. Like you mentioned, 4 plates into the pocket. Like, everything looking fantastic for Arn. And on a carry that, realistically, you're more than happy for the game to go late when you're playing Saya. You are very happy if it's a scaling game.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with the lethal tempo where you do have that extra range up against the rest of the team. I mean, if Arn plays it perfectly, I don't see how this Zaya is going to die in these team fights.
Yeah.
Dragon is spawning in 20, however, and these ultimates are all online.
Yeah, and I feel like this, it's weird to say it at 10 minutes, but I feel like we're already seeing a situation where RA have got to do something. They are slowly but surely bleeding out. The 2,000 gold down. Their composition is not a composition that scales particularly well. They're against this Zaya that they're not going to be able to kill in the late game. Like, it's kind of now or never in my mind.
Oh, Gideon.
Yeah, now might be the answer as Gideon's caught out, flashed on by Lien. Arn hits, try and answer the play, goes on to Dove, but will be killed off. Arn getting the gold there, and crucially, both junglers down, so I'm not sure either team will do Dragon.
No team is going to do Dragon, but that kill going into Arn's hand is just going to make the gold difference even bigger in this bottom lane. But we do need to know that Arn no longer has those double summoners available, so if Ara is going to play around these summoner spells, could potentially mean a shutdown on Arn. But like you've been saying, this Gwen vs Zaya matchup, and even later into the game where Zaya is going to become a problem, I think this Gwen is going to become a bigger problem. Looking at this replay, Gideon just gets CC'd from the entirety of RA, burning everything onto him, but Arn flashing a little bit too late with the heal. Still gets the kill onto Lillian, however, because as a Vi without the flash available, I mean, once you go in, you can't go out.
Yeah, once you're in, you're in. And, you know, Wink trying to do his best to protect Gideon there, but just not happening. Like, it's all melee damage. There's nothing he can block. And it will mean, though, IG, off the back of tempo, will grab themselves their first Drake of the game, which will make it 1-1 in Drakes in this one. So neither team going to be able to just rush that soul. And we're having a slow and steady pace to this one, Kitty. A nice, quiet start to the morning.
Very quiet start to the morning, but Arn is going to pick up his 5th plate in the game at 12 minutes. I was just taking a look at Asum's assumes stats on that Draven. It was 246, so he is desperately looking for that first kill into his pockets, which is going to be really tough because you do have a lot of other champions that are going to easily, you know, KS in those instances. So Ari has to play very carefully with this Draven as you want that kill and allow the Draven to cash in.
Wisecam could be in trouble here. Strive moving over. Again, playing around the blast cone, but Wisecam, I think, realizing something. So gets the one plate and gets out of dodge. Knows that he's got no teammates nearby. That's not a 1v1 that you want, Leon. You're 2 levels down, and that's a Gwen. There's no way that that ends well for you.
Something, you know, at least he's trying because they do gain the top side vision for the river at least for now. However, Gideon picking up that Dark Harvest and also the Rift Maker in the hands of Wisecam. Now they are coming online slowly. Arn also having that Gale Force available, although not having Flash, I mean, he just has that extra bit of mobility up against something that doesn't have Flash like Leia and Strive for the next team fight.
Yeah. We could have it. It feels like both teams posturing for a team fight. Herald spawning in a minute. That could be the location for the next scrap. The recalls coming through just. Wink almost stopping one. But both Lien and Southwind will get away. And it means it's an opportunity for Wink to get some vision control.
Wing pretty much gets rid of all the control that Art has just planted down, missing that dot bush, which is still pretty important because you guys can still see the enemy team completing Herald Tower. But this side lane, I mean, Sion is never going to be able to win against Gwen, so you're gonna have to look for those 5v5s very soon.
Gideon has the sweeper available. Must obviously think that it's already been swept. But like you say, it picks up Rush there. Arn using the Feather Storm to keep himself alive. At least in the short term. Here's Lien on the front line. Chased down. Knockup comes out from Wink as Lien is eviscerated by Dove. A great start to the fight for IG. And I think just a complete disengage from RA.
Yeah, and back to the point where Vi into something like the Zai is going to be so extremely hard to play out. I mean, we already saw the instant ultimate from Arn diffuses Lian's engage instantly, and just the amount of follow-up CC committed from the side of IG just meant this is a dead Vi and a Herald towards the side of IG.
I feel like as well, there just wasn't that much follow-up threat. Like, Lien went in, forced Arn's ult. No one else threatened on the entire time. It was just the turnaround from IG at that point. Gideon will grab the Herald off the back of it. And it feels like this entire game, it's just been IG with a slight advantage. IG building those advantages. Like, even if Lien gets the knock up there, there's not that much follow-up available from our end.
Yeah, you have an Essence Reaver Draven that doesn't do too much damage up against a level 11 Renekton. I mean, Dub TP's in, flashes, gets the job done, and he calls it a day with that kill going to his pockets.
You have to question kind of what's been happening with RA recently, because at the start of the split, RA genuinely had some really impressive games. Lien was looking on form, like felt like the solo laners were there to work with him. Cube had a pretty good start to the split, but the longer the split has gone on, I mean, they're on a 3-loss streak right now. It feels like they're consistently struggling to get these wins on the board. I mean, losing 2-1 to WE in week number 6. It feels like this is a team that is kind of scrambling around now. They've lost their identity to some extent.
Yeah, definitely see a lot of hesitation from the side of RA, especially for this game on draft. We already see a lot of easy engage. I mean, with the Annie and Vi Nautilus, sometimes you just get the pick and you just full send it, but we didn't see too much action in the early game. 3 kills at 16 minutes. Maybe it's something that is related to morale. Maybe it is the 3-game loss streak, 3-series loss streak, but IG, they're looking very comfortable for game 1.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people are comparing this IG roster to that classic IG roster that went to the World Championship, you know, the world's winning IG where it was just lane kingdom permanently. And while this may not be a high kill game, I feel like this game still fits that category of just lane domination. CS leads in every single lane for IG. Just absolute domination there as Lien goes in onto YSKM and a 2v1, uses the near to work. Strive already down to half his HP just off of the ult alone, and YSKM walks away.
That was so unfortunate. Strive burns the flash, but he just wasn't in range to drop his Tibbers. YSKM gets away with the ghost. They do secure this top lane tower. Never mind, that is the enemy Renekton. I mean, IG just diffusing every single play perfectly, where you already see RA's desperation, how they are burning everything towards a single play, but nothing's getting done.
I'm gonna be honest, this draft feels a bit unplayable for RA. Like, we've already talked about the Vi trying to get onto the Xayah, how difficult that's going to be, but like, no matter which target you pick, it's really hard to find a pick, and if you can't find a pick with this composition, what can you do?
Yeah, other than the Xayah, something else that is immune is this Gwen. We see Strive burning the flash right here, but it just wasn't enough as the Cloud follows up with YSKM and it dodges on the Q, and this is just really sad because Strive also gets slowed from the Gwen ultimate and there's no follow-up from RA.
Yeah, pretty unlucky timing there. That was exactly as the Shroud moved, trying to flash into the circle to be able to get the stun, but dodged away from. Nicely done by YSKM, using that ghost to his advantage. But we're at almost a 5,000 gold lead at the 18-minute mark. Despite the lack of kills, it's just absolute lane dips with a 30 CS lead in that bottom lane, 30 CS lead in the mid lane, 30 CS lead up in the top lane as well. That's like everything pretty much going how IG would want it. And you mentioned in the draft the fact that actually this IG composition, they don't have to team fight. They can just 1-3-1 all day long with this Renekton and Gwen.
Most definitely IG on their comfort, which is a good IG and also a good start to their redemption arc after a few tough series. But we need to remind everyone that this is the 11th place team up against the 9th, and the only thing that is separating them is one win. But like you've been saying, Munch, we see a big difference for at least the early game and how IG is just looking a little bit more clean.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say a lot more clean right now, based on what we're seeing. 3 minutes till the next break, but Baron is up in 30 seconds. Honestly, with the lead that IG have been able to build up, the fact that you've got Nofori finished on Yesaya, maybe there's an angle where you could just brute force this Baron, force RA to fight you, because I don't think there's a world where RA could win the team fight right now. 2 items on the Gwen as well.
3DZ Southwind struggling to get any vision in this top side. Face checking is so incredibly scary for RA right now, as Baron is going to be spawning. If one person gets picked and that person is Lian, I mean, IG just gets a free Baron at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah. And honestly, Xayah loves to fight a Baron. It's one of Xayah's favorite things to do. Like, when everyone's walking into you, you have time to just lay those feathers out, use your feather storm as well, and then pull all of them through the entire enemy team. I mean, the fight's over before it's even begun at that point. Dove trying to go for the Gromp here is Lian threatening an all-in, will actually commit. Can they finish the Renekton off is the question. Dominus comes out, a lot of damage there. Whirling Death use, which means Assume gets his gold. Southwind in trouble here. Anchors comes back as he will be finished off in the end. YSKM 1v3ing. Looking for Assume. CC'd up though. Chance forward. Assume flashes out as well. YSKM still alive as Cube will fall. And IG, it's a close one, but they win the fight.
But Munch, the Draven cashed in, the 500 stack Draven cashed in. There is hope for RA in this game, or however, all the ultimates being burnt on Dove just meant Arn got to do whatever he wanted in that team fight. I mean, Lillian is extremely low where he has to reset here, and IG knows that, and they start the Baron.
And they do this fast enough. TP comes on through. YSKM there with the true damage. Baron is just getting annihilated. 6k Strive is in the bottom lane. He TP'd to the bottom lane. RA had no idea that IG are even doing it. It's absolute daylight robbery.
Look, RA is just playing for the soul point denial, but we see this again. Lillian just commits everything onto Dove as the Annie follows up with that ultimate as well. Does get a really nice execution onto the Renekton where the gold goes into Asim's hands, but that just means everyone is so displaced, and we already see YSKM with the flank, and the rest of IG comes in from the amount of time that you spent trying to kill Dove. But we did see a really nice countable from Gideon in this specific team fight where Hassan didn't get a stun off, and it saves YSKM.
Oh, hook in the mid lane here. Southwind might have bitten off more than he can chew, though, as the rest of the squad comes on in. Gideon there. Southwind down as YSKM zones everyone else away. Assume low from the needlework. Knockup comes out from Cube. There's Whirling Death as well, but I feel like RA are just out of damage.
Without your summoners available on this Draven, I mean, these team fights are going to be very vulnerable, and the third dragon looks like it's going to go into IG's hands once again. They just have complete control over these major objectives. Although the Draven cashed in with, I believe, 1,300 gold, picking up that BT, it's still not enough damage. You are up against something like the Renekton and Gragas, where even Braum can block half your damage, so it's going to be really tough trying to kill the front line at least.
Yeah, I mean, if Wink is there when you use Whirling Death, he can absolutely just block that ultimate outright, which is, like you say, a huge chunk of Draven's damage. And this is feeling desperate for RA, and once again we see a game where RA feeling like they're not exactly sure how they want to play this one out. Weren't proactive enough in the early game, didn't find themselves any leads, and now just don't have any way to play these team fights out. Southwind caught again. The anchor though. Dredge line
really
from Southwind
hook
to save the day.
But that doesn't mean too much as Arn is just crushing this bottom tier lane. But throwing it back to early game, I mean, I think IG played it perfectly. They diffused every single play that Ari was looking for, and that's exactly what you want, where at the 23-minute mark, we only see one kill on this Draven, where he is not going to be able to do any damage at this time in this stage in the game. But Ari still very desperate because you still have one chance. Hopefully, we're gonna see it soon.
Yeah, pressure towards this bot lane. Tower into hook onto arm. That's huge. Featherstorm having to be used very early on here. The feathers can be pulled through the whole squad here. But are not doing it for now. Gets it onto Strive instead, but no follow-up there from the team. In the meantime, YSKM pressuring onto the top lane inhibitor. RA are going to have to back away and concede this tier 2. But they might just be too late. Anyway, I think this inhib tower is just gone.
Yeah, this is the 1-3-1 comp that we want from IG, and they're executing it perfectly because this is what they're used to. We see the Sion not being able to group up with the side of RA, where they don't have much follow-up CC. We saw the flash being burnt from also the ultimate, but what else are you gonna get? I mean, you lost your top tier tower, but these team fights, we aren't seeing too much proactiveness from RA.
Yeah, RA lacking that proactivity, and I feel like we're at the point in the game where they have lacked the proactivity, and now proactivity is out of their hands. Like, there's not a lot they can do. Even if they try and force a fight, they're gonna lose on the other side of the map because IG are playing this, as you say, 1-3-1 exceptionally well and putting the pressure on simultaneously, right? So if you go and try to punish YSKM, well, you're going to lose an inhib in the bottom side. Okay, you go and try and go for the all-in on Arn like we saw. Okay, YSKM takes the inhib tower on the top side. No matter what you do, you can't hold off the pressure. And I feel like for RA, you got to be looking towards the draft, got to be looking towards game 2 at this point, because unless short of a miracle, I just don't see the way back in.
Definitely don't, especially if IG plays around the cooldown of Arn's ultimate. These team fights are just looking impossible to win. I mean, 3 items on the Xayah LDR as well. She's just going to shred through your front line. But this Draven isn't doing too much work for the side of RA, so it's definitely something to consider for game 2, as Xayah was the perfect answer into it.
It really was. And I'm just impressed by how disciplined IG have been today, right? Like, this composition was not a composition where you should be looking for really aggressive early, it's not like we saw Gideon going crazy getting into the lanes and that, mostly farming and like a bit of skirmishing with Dove, like Dove doing a lot of moving to help Gideon in the jungle. But generally speaking, it was all about YSKM and Arn getting big CS leads and getting pressure, getting plates. And I feel like they have been extremely disciplined in doing that. And now we've got to the mid and late game. They're continuing to be disciplined. They're not overstepping. They're not just forcing fights for the sake of it because they're ahead. They are playing this slow and steady, using the 1-3-1. And I feel like this comes back to the fact that IG are looking for coaching for YSKM. They're looking for ways to become a better team. And you can see it in their gameplay.
Most definitely. We see YSKM's flexibility coming into this game 1, but with your top lane and bottom lane being winning matchups, is exactly what you're looking for as IG, as RA slowly getting suffocated. Looking at the map, so you have no towers in this middle lane, and Dragon is going to be spawning in 40 seconds.
Yeah, Baron up in 15 as well, and absolutely no vision, complete darkness. It's like a nocturnal over towards Baron right now.
Permanently.
Just permanent nocturnal. As the Scry's Bloom going to be used. Taken away though. Leanne moving in, a TP there. Wing just ever so slightly wide on the chair towards Leanne. That pick would have guaranteed Baron.
Even with... Let's just pretend Xayah isn't in this game. We still need to deal with a Gwen that is level 16 up against a level 13 Draven. So YSKM is able to get his hands onto the backline of RA. I mean, this Draven is just straight up dead. So you need a peel, and you also need to play for the pick.
Oh, I love this from IG though. They just send YSKM towards the Dragon. This will be soul for them, and with enough people here, they can deny a Baron answer from RA. RA have no way to deal with this. If they force the Baron, IG can still force the fight because they have a TP as well. Wink is here. YSKM on the Dragon right now. Q behind enemy lines. Dove the target. Has that dominance though and just slices himself away. Knockup's coming on through. Gideon here. On has plenty of damage to win this fight on his own. Hook in onto the Phantom Strive over the wall. It's a massive fight for RA. And IG, they've overdone it here. They thought that they could 4v5. They didn't need to start the fight. YSKM behind the enemy team without Arn. Can they win this one? Wink out of mana right now.
This is going to be a tough one, but look at the top lane minions. The inhib is already dead, so they have to do this fast.
4K on the Baron. YSK desperately wants to get in. He's just zoned by Tibbers. Tibbers alone is keeping him away. And RA get a Baron that they had absolutely no right to.
And this was the one chance that I was talking about, Munch. A perfect stun onto the AD carry of IG, where Strive lands a beautiful Tibbers in that team fight and forces the 4v5, where IG was just playing out of, I don't know what they were trying to do here, and I guess trying to regain some vision onto this Baron. I mean, they aren't starting it, and your Gwen is doing that 4th Dragon Soul, so there's no need to overstep here, but Strive is just playing the perfect vision perfectly and gets a stun onto, I believe, 2 people or 3 with Tibbers here, and it was beautiful as Arn gets one shot.
Beautifully done by RA to punish, but you have to question why IG are committing to the fight there. Like, all you have to do is be close enough to deny Baron. You don't need to 4v5 them. YSKM was overdoing the Dragon. Just wait until that's done and then commit to the fight. It's kind of funny, really, because I've just been complimenting IG's discipline, how they weren't overstepping, they weren't overdoing it, and then immediately they overdo it.
It wasn't even just that. Top lane inhib was also getting pressure from the minions.
Got an all-in coming through, but health bar's low here. Gideon trying to escape with his life saving for win, but his turnaround on, taken out underneath the tower. YSKM on the backside. Max range takes out the Draven. YSKM quadra kill on the Gwen.
YSKM proving that this tutorial from Zoom has been helping wonders, and he picks up his first 4 kills in the game. 4-0 now. I mean, this is just going to be an overall dub for IG in this game 1.
Yeah, if there's one thing we weren't sure about for YSKM, it's can he annihilate players when he's got gold? The answer is absolutely yes. And I think Asum feeling the brunt of that in that fight, the needlework just shredding him. IG won't be able to finish the game just yet, but Infernal Soul, 2 inhibs down, you've got to believe that they've got everything they need to polish this one off.
IG playing discipline once again, but this team fight was just RA desperately trying to get something onto IG as Arn already burns the ultimate, but Southland gets one shot here, where this is just the Nautilus pick at the 30-minute mark, where everyone's just over-diving and completely forgot that YSKM exists in this game, and he is so incredibly strong with that Inferno Soul buff as well. Draven just gets straight up killed as well, where everyone just has too much damage on the side of IG.
Quadra kill for YSKM. And it's exactly what you said before, right? Where you've got Arn, he's this terrifying teamfight threat, but you've also got YSKM, and actually, apparently you've also got Dove, who did almost as much damage as YSKM in that fight. I'm kind of amazed how much damage both Gideon and Dove are doing there. But I guess they do have that Infernal Soul to bolster all of the damage that they have available. YSKM coming in on the flank, making the magic happen. And now with supers in top and mid lane, IG could slowly but surely crush RA out of this one.
Double stopwatches for IG for this last team fight as well. I mean, with Flash, ultimate, and stopwatch available, I don't see how this guy is going to die, especially with your minions also pressuring the base, as Cube has to go respond to that. And that forces a 45. I mean, Sion's not going to be able to go up against the Gwen.
Again, actually just using his ult there very liberally. He's trying to deny and engage. Dove could be the target of an assault here, but a stopwatch. He talked about it before. Coming in clutch to keep Dove alive. Deny Asum the execute. And Asum in all kinds of trouble. Aggressive Featherstone forwards. On making it look pretty as they end this one out. Cube tries to get onto Fountain. Stunned up though. The Feathers come on in. Can they finish him? Sion onto the Fountain will survive. But YSK in the meantime getting a solo kill.
Taking this game 1 with only a little bit of a disturbance. That Baron throw is definitely going to get reviewed, but overall very clean stuff from the side of IG, and I definitely see themselves picking themselves back up from the ground as they look forward to that playoff spot.
Yeah, dejected faces on RA there, and I'm not surprised, right? After quite a disheartening loss, it never felt like RA were in a position to be able to win this game. A really, really tough one. Obviously, having that one miracle play where they did manage to find the 4v5 Strive with the triple stun, fantastic stuff from him. But like in the grand scheme of this game, the composition not really working. IG, like not only coming in with a great composition, winning their lanes, like playing well, but also, aside from that one play around Baron, very disciplined gameplay. And I feel like that's clearly the goal for them today, of like, we know you can win lanes. We know that you've got the mechanics to win team fights. Can you play like correct macro League of Legends? Because by improving that, like when you get to playoffs, when you get to those best of fives, you've got more strings to your fiddle.
Yeah, I think the draft coming into this game one was definitely very hard for RA. You are ego blinding that Draven, and we definitely saw it getting shut down throughout the early game. But like you've been mentioning, that Annie engage from Strive, if we had that maybe 5 more times, I think RA was going to come back and revive in the game. But it was just way too late. I believe around the 30-minute mark, where all the towers were gone, no vision control and no map control, just means you can't leave your base.
Yeah. And then as soon as we saw IG trying to pressure onto the base, you've got the Gwen up in the top side, the rest of the team down in the bottom lane, Dove pushing in the mid lane, and it's like, how do you defend this? It's already too late at that point. It's already too far gone. So IG, a fantastic game, brilliant laning, brilliant macro, just the one blunder around Baron. But aside from that, generally speaking, pretty perfect gameplay coming out from IG. Outside of RA, again, they're on a 3-loss streak. This is another game down the pan. It's feeling like this is a team that is starting to crumble, and if they keep up this kind of performance, there's a real chance they don't even make playoffs.
It is really just a difference between a few wins for that playoff spot. As we said, that these two teams is getting separated from one singular win, but we already saw the difference. I mean, from this game one, that IG is just looking a lot stronger, and they played towards that win con where the Gwen was able to scale into the late game, and Arn just had a beautiful, I guess, negate of the amount of engage from the side of RA, where they were just trying so desperately to look for those angles of any play.
Yeah, desperately trying to find their windows. It's a 33-minute win for IG, and I think a morale boost for IG as well, because they're on a 4-loss streak themselves. It's not like they've been having a fantastic time recently. So I feel like if they could just get one more win here, IG will be able to get that dub on the board after getting 2-0'd by OMG. You know, they've had a tough schedule recently. They went against Top Esports, then JDG, then Weibo. Like, those three were, I don't want to say guaranteed losses, but come on, these are 3 of the top teams in the entire league. But then the loss against OMG was a question mark, I think, for a lot of people, of like, okay, where does IG sit? A solid win here against RA puts them firmly in playoffs in my mind. Let's see if they can finish the job off after the break.
Wait, but Niski isn't hitting the B button. Oh no.
Right, well, will Niski be taken out? Where's the rest? The damage here is irrelevant. By some time, Call of the Forge God will hold Niski in place for now. Certus continuing the chase, tidal wave from as well, and Niski may be able to just waddle to safety, and SK can do nothing. Flex on them! Flex on them, Niski!
No, Irrelevant still chasing. He gives him the Timo thumbs up, the sad B. The rest of SK are on the way, but what are they gonna do? Finally manage to kill him? No, not today!
He stays alive while that's going on. The rest of Mad Lions push the bottom lane. They look to secure their 8th tower.
I never stop till I win, and I never make it to 10. If I'm down, I'm back up again. Come on.
But he can't clear out the minion wave. The Baron empowered buff is just making short work of the inhibitor tower. The inhibitor also might fall. Sandstorm trying to go through the front door. Glacial Prison FBI is all isolated and alone. Can he tie on back? But Vulcan with the Wild Grove keeps him alive. Armor is good, going gold. And Jensen, 4-man shuffle from Jensen! That was huge! And the rest of Dignitas, they will not go down today! A heroic play from Jensen saves Dignitas' game!
오너의 위치
그렇죠. 케이틀린 덫을 지나치는데 성공을 했거든요.
한번 밀고 나가면 달려들어서 뒤로 때려봐요. 그렇게 LPL까지 통과하더니 역계 이게 바로 야신. 이렇게 야신의 힘입니다. 들어막았던 야신이었고
진짜 T1 그냥
밀러
광석하죠. 그냥 벼락 치듯이.
근데 영어 걸렸는데
그리고 그라가스는 웬만하면 안 던져매요. 그냥
버돌까지 전사.
대단합니다. 순간적으로 진짜.
그리고 영어도 끝납니다.
I never stop till I win, and I never make it to 10. If I'm down, I'm back up again. Come on.
To return to the plate from 9. He's still quite far away from this one.
Getting orbs ready.
Yeah,
getting orbs ready. He's on the flank as Kanavi gets a great kick across the whole team, but he's knocked up himself. It should be taken down. He's surviving for so long. Kanavi walks away. How the hell did he survive that? And in the meantime, the whole of top esports have been obliterated. JDG just keep making the magic happen.
Já destruiu a primeira torre, vai levando a segunda, atordou todo mundo. O problema é que o Greu, velocidade 5, pra cima da luz! Que isso, pentakill? Meu Deus!
The question is, can Elioya sustain enough? There's no jungle camps for him to get it off. Now, Jiu-Jitsu just start the Baron. Do they just say, oh well, Elioya has to back away, we can just go for the Baron. Elioya, down to half HP, only has a Grom. Cap's gonna try and do a little bit more work here. Seismic shot, he's got it, volley, he finds him, but Elioya ticking, it will go down!
Such a massive pick from Caps. And now Mad, they're gonna lose the Baron, and just like that, G2 have flipped the game on its head.
Mad might look for something in a 5v4. Engage from Yike, only mates onto Niski. Season desist all the way onto the backline. The lightning crash coming out from Kazi. The final chapter being used as well. But Hutsummer gets to open up, and Hutsummer will not be denied. Kazi trying to survive, dashing back. Sevi and Yumi can do so much, but Hutsummer has had enough. A triple for Sivir, and G2 with the Baron will barrel down mid.
I live my life do or die. I got this top on my mind, baby. I'm not even trying. Come on.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As we're already one game through, IG looking pretty good to start us off today. I'm joined by Kitty as we head towards our second game between RA and IG. And I think it's fair to say, RA a long way to go if they want to get a win in this series. Game number one, leaving a lot to be decided, but IG, kind of a bit of a win lane win game angle.
Bit of a dominating performance as IG introduces us to this Friday night, but you know, I think it just has to do something with that draft. It just didn't sit right with me. The first pick Draven, and then we also had a losing Sion into Gwen matchup, just mean RA didn't have a lot of things to work with, which did affect Lane specifically, where he wasn't able to play towards any side of the map. I mean, you don't want to be playing towards a Sion because you have a Draven on the other side, and the Draven, I mean, the Xayah was perfectly negating every single engage, where they were just slowly suffocating towards that 34-minute mark where items came online.
Yeah, and we saw the same thing with the Gwen, right, where they went for the pick on YSKM and just using the Shroud, and the stun not able to come through from Strive. Let's look at our MVP, who was, of course, YSKM, getting the quadra kill in that final fight. The flank, they finally managed to take down Arn, and then they realized that there's a Gwen in the midst as well. Just annihilates them. And that final needlework that just managed to finish off the Draven. Absolutely huge play.
Yep, I think blinding Sion up against YSKM is a big sin because he has the biggest champion pool or the most amount of counters against something that is a Sion. I mean, Fiora, the Gwen. It's not going to be a very fun time for Cube, which is exactly what happened here, where the Gwen just got out of control. Even if you do get your hands onto Arn in these team fights, I mean, the Gwen coming back from the flank is just going to annihilate your ADC as well. We saw some even flashing up, but he just wasn't able to get away from the hands of YSKM from those needles.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Arn ends up going down in this fight, but he survives for so long, and basically everything RA has is used to finish him off. And in the meantime, they're also diving a tower to make that happen. Like, absolutely everything in the kitchen sink thrown at that Xayah, and yes, sure, they do get the kill, but it's like, at what cost at that point? You've already used everything. You can't finish the fight at that stage.
Yeah, we saw a lot of overcommitment from RA, but that's just what it is, playing with the Vi. I mean, Annie commits with the Flash ultimate. It happened once where it was an extremely good play, but IG picked up on this and they were like, we're not making the same mistake ever again. So although Arn died, I mean, YSKM for the last fight was there and dusted.
Yeah, absolutely. So fantastic win for IG. And now we look towards game number 2 of the series. And I mean, the question inevitably has to come to draft here of like, what RA do? But I don't think there's necessarily a specific draft that we need to see from RA. We just need to see more agency in general. And I don't even know if that's necessarily the right phrase, right? They had a Vi and an Annie. I feel like they had agency in the draft for the early game. They just didn't use it.
I mean, how do you use it? Because like we've been saying, IG just had that discipline until the 30-minute mark where they played every single fight perfectly and really diffused the agency, like you've been saying with that Nautilus and Vi. Even Annie, where I believe the Draven got a kill at 20 minutes where it was a 1,333 shutdown. So it was a lot of gold, but even with the Draven picking up that gold, I mean, without the LDR in his pockets or the IE, you're just not going to be killing something like the Gragas and the Renekton that is going to be constantly in your face in these team fights.
Yeah. We get some replays of YSK and walk-ons. I feel like ever since week number 1 of this split, fans in the audience have been bringing in gifts of YSK because his walk-ons have been fantastic. I feel like, I don't know, in terms of the power rankings of YSK and walk-ons, today's was pretty low down in the power rankings, but then they are on a 4-loss streak, so maybe eating a bit of humble pie on that one. If he wins this game today, though, anticipate the next walk-on to be even bigger than ever.
My favorite one is probably Tom and Jerry reference with the entire IG squad, but YSKM is definitely becoming a big fan favorite with his walk-ins. I mean, very creative and sometimes a little bit BM, but that's exactly what we love in the LPL.
Certainly does. Bans coming on through though, and Lien getting his Nidalee banned away, as well as that Elise Renekton taken off the board as well after it was flexed in the previous game for IG.
Yeah, the Renekton is going to get taken off. I mean, we just never want Cube on something that he's played 7 times already. Extremely comforting pick for him in particular. But the Gragas gets taken off as well, where we saw Gideon playing that solo AP in the jungle, where it also did wonders in terms of diffusing a lot of these team fights. But YSKM, I mean, if you're gonna hover, you might as well lock it in, buddy.
Is he willing to just blind first
Just
pick
do it.
Fiora? I mean, I'd love to see it, but whether or not it's actually good is a totally different question. Looks like that will not be the answer. But Galio for B1, also kind of wacky.
Interesting. I mean, Silas is still up in the table, so Strive, I mean, you've been saying these two mid laners in this specific game love the Silas, so that's definitely something that they should consider. Definitely don't want to be giving RA too many good ultimates when that is up and available. But Lillian hovering this Lee Sin, which is also climbing back into the meta as Elise has been taken off, although Maokai is still available. I think Lillian on a comfort damping is definitely going to give RA a slight bit of edge, as a lot of ADCs are also on the table, where Zeri, I mean, Varus, we have on with 11 Varus schemes so far, so we're probably going to look at that soon.
It's going to be the LeBlanc locked in for Strive, wanting some early presence. And I mean, Lee Sin LeBlanc is a hell of a 2v2 to find some early presence with. And I feel like the Fiora hover before, it was a reference to the fact that Fiora was banned away from IG in the previous game. And maybe we could see it.
No,
Maybe.
don't do it to him, IG.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Imagine locking in 2 movement champions and then Poppy happens.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy, but I think IG just pulled out their trump card and called RA's bluff with Lee Sin and LeBlanc. These two champions are not going to have a fun time in this game. IG just having really good draws. I mean, Galio blind is a little bit questionable, but when you are saving a lot of those picks for counters, Poppy is the perfect response.
And then a Camille blind for YSKM as well, basically saying, look, we know you want to play a tank up top. I'm going to play a tank killer. What have you got? And Cube answers in kind with a Gwen. And I will say, when Gwen first came out, Cube was one of the first players to pick it up in the LPL, and he looked damn good on the pick.
Yeah, so this time the Gwen is going to be in Cube's hands, and it definitely is going to be a spicy matchup in that top lane. But we need to start talking about ADCs and supports, because a lot of ADCs are still available. I'm assuming Varus and the Zeri will get taken off here, or something like the Ashe, where it is able to be flexed, as Wink is a big fan of those ADC supports in the bottom lane. But we need to talk a little bit more about Southwind, because I think in the previous game, on that Nautilus in particular, we didn't see too much. So hopefully he can redeem himself with a champion that isn't going to be as punishing like the Nautilus.
Yeah, we'll see what he's going to go with, especially with such an aggressive, top side in general. I'm curious if they just go with something defensive in the bottom side, or if they try and do what IG did to them, where you just win every single lane. Zeri banned away, Lucian banned away, Xayah banned away, all AD carries in this second phase. Draven could still be on the cards in either direction.
Yeah, I guess Arya is pretty happy with letting the Varus open, as you do have so much mobility. So if the Poppy is going around, you can potentially look for those picks onto Arn if he does decide to lock in the Varus. But we do have the Draven available, where he loves his matchup into Varus, as it is a hard winning one for him, where Southwind could consider something like the Nautilus or even Rakan. I do want to see Rakan. I think that champion's very fun to watch.
It would be something special to see the Rakan come on through, but without the Xayah, we'll have to see. Varus comes in though, assume. This would be something though, if we got the Kai'Sa locked in. We've seen Varus versus Kai'Sa previously. Can be very tough for Kai'Sa in the earlier stages of the game, but later on, once you've got that ultimate, Varus does not have a fun time of it. But perhaps a slower, steadier pace of game from IG.
This Ziggs pick is lovely. I mean, just have so much CC lockdown from the side of IG. A lot of globals as well, where this Kai'Sa gets locked in, Munch.
The Kai'Sa comes on through. The Nautilus available, which is the perfect pairing for a Kai'Sa as well. It's looking kind of nice, honestly, for the side of IG. I feel like if you go for Nautilus, you've got your engage options, you've got your damage from the Camille and from the Kai'Sa. Dove can just play for those side lanes. Gideon denying everything that the mid jungle wants to do from RA. I kind of like the composition. I'm not so sure on the Heimerdinger myself. Does mean you lack a bit of engage here, but with a flank, it's still possible.
A lot of good follow-up from the Heimerdinger specifically for these team fights, but on looking in the Kai'Sa, definitely having a little bit of fun or some morale boost from the previous game of how that game one went. But the karma is going to get considered by RA here, where it is a pretty good response to the Heimerdinger, and you're gonna just try and look for that lane priority. But it really depends on both jungle pathings, as you have a lot of options to play towards. I mean, you have the Kai'Sa and Camille on both sides of the map. On the other side, we have RA with Gwen and Varus. There's going to be a lot of lane priority. So Lilian on this Lee Sin, I mean, with the amount of mobility paired up with the LeBlanc, they are going to be going for those skirmishes.
They certainly are, and I feel like Gideon has his work cut out, because we're talking about this Poppy as a counter for the Lee Sin for the LeBlanc. But if Gideon doesn't play it well, this is a draft that can really take over a game. Like, the top 3 picks for RA, absolutely dominant. You've got a bottom lane that will guarantee priority and push, and perhaps early dragons for the side of RA. I feel like IG will need to have a clear game plan going in if they want to take this game too.
The tough thing is, it's not just the Poppy denying a lot of mobility from the side of Arya. You also have to consider that the Camille is going to join in on these team fights, and something like the Lee Sin or the LeBlanc, where they depend on their skills to move around. I mean, once you get Camille locked down, you're gonna just straight up die. I mean, the amount of damage from IG is definitely there, so Strife in particular has to play this game perfectly.
Yeah, keeping our eyes on Strive, on how well he's going to be able to play this LeBlanc, because like you say, like Strive can jump in with the distortion and the mimic, and then YSKM ults follows him as he zips all the way back and still keeps him in the play. We'll have to see. RA though, I feel like they do have tools they can use here. They do have ways to find presence in the early game, but they have to be more proactive than what we saw in game number 1. We need to see them making moves on the map.
RA has to redeem themselves with this game too. A lot of spicy champions, as we have the Gwen, LeBlanc, and Lee Sin locked in for that top side. So a lot of action, and they do have an option to also lean towards that late game, as we saw the Gwen taking over game 1 in the hands of YSKM.
Yeah, we really did. And I love that Cube is saying, look, okay, you're going to blind a Camille. I'm going to take a matchup that can bring it to Camille. I'm going to take the Gwen that you played in the previous game. You want to play carries? Let's play carries. And I'm here for it, because this is a player, YSKM, that has been dominating in the 1v1, has been looking amazing so far this split. Perhaps Cube can shut him down on the Gwen.
My eyes are all up in this top lane 1v1 matchup, as the Gwen is going to get that lane party early on in the game, but we need to remember that YSKM on something like the Camille, he's more than happy to scale into the late game and start putting side pressure in those lanes. Tower's already being set up by Link though.
Yeah, Tower's being set up, and RA, now like most teams you see go for the 5-man play towards the bottom lane to deny the Heimerdinger turrets. Not happening for RA. Not going to be moving in. Okay, perhaps now the late invade. Assam and Southwind are going to be spotted here. Strive alongside them. Wink drops another turret. Trying to buy time and space for his other turrets who are hiding away in the bushes, but there we go. Assam and Southwind will be able to clear them. A little bit of damage taken just before the laning phase, but not the end of the world.
But Munch, we have double comment for the side of RA. 2 poke champions. I'm assuming Assume is also gonna go the lethality build for this game, but
yeah,
it's gonna be so tough as the Varus, because you just have so much hard engage from IG. I mean, pretty much everyone can jump onto your face except for the Heimerdinger, so it's gonna really require him to have perfect positioning. But if he's able to get the poke down, looking pretty good for the assassins of RA to finish them off.
It does feel a little bit like RA need to do to IG what IG did to them in game number 1, right? Where you need to dominate in the laning phases. You need to use this Varus Karma poke to really dominate on, not let him get gold, not let him get into the game at all. You need to find pressure with the LeBlanc and Lee Sin in the early game and start this snowball quickly, because like you say, it can be very tough in the team fights against this Poppy with a composition that has so much movement. And like you say, the amount of dive that can jump onto the Varus could become very tough if they don't find themselves with the lead.
Something really interesting in this mid lane matchup is that Strive has decided to start the call with First Strike, where he's just generating so much gold. Still gets burned by Arn.
Certainly does. Bit of a trade back and forth. Wink and Southwind both healing. But damage coming out from Arn so far. Ansem basically out of mana at this point, and I assume he does have that mana flow ban to stack that one up. I assume he'll go for a tier in a bit. Gideon spot on a ward. As IG just desperately trying to shove this wave in if they can. They would love to get a cheeky early reset, but I don't think that they're going to be able to do it fast enough.
Wink doesn't have any pots left, and the heal is also on cooldown, where this bottom lane is looking very vulnerable already if Lee Sin decides to part that way. Missing is a 2v2 as they push in the midway for RA, as Scuttles are spawning very soon. This LeBlanc being freed up from the wave, I mean, she's just gonna dominate this fight with Lee Sin.
Yeah, there should be no world where Gideon can contest this, and Steadfast Presence used the shield is there. Great little combo from Gideon, and walks away with his life. On drops a thumbs up. He knows he's safe.
But the wave state for IG's bottom lane is looking very hard to fix, as it is slightly pushed in for RA. But does Lillian just straight up steal the blue buff here?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that Gideon can do about it. Cube moves over after crashing a massive wave. You got priority in the mid lane from Strive as well. And Leyen happy to use and abuse that fact. So getting himself a nice little lead to start this matchup off. And this is what we wanted, right? Proactivity from RA. Massive CS lead in that bottom lane. You've got Cube winning priority in the top side. You've got Strive forcing priority in the mid lane. Everything looking pretty good right now. But IG want to make a counter play. Wisecam starting onto Cube as Gideon moves into the play as well. Cube, kind of hard to lock down though. There's no CC here for IG, and Cube just walks away.
Yeah, I think unless they land the CC onto Gwen or Gideon gets to start the play, this Gwen is gonna walk away scratch free. But Leon's also slightly hovering as his wave is slowly pushing in for IG. So Wisecam needs to be very careful.
Yeah, will have his hook shot to pull himself to safety should Leon get onto the play. Camille, one of those champions that is incredibly difficult to gank even when the lane is in a position like this. But he's low on HP. If the Sonic Wave lands, it's still very possible. Leon being so patient here, but YSKM giving a lot of respect to play that could be happening right here. I don't want to keep bringing it up too much, but, you know, maybe the coaching from Zoom paying off as Leon finally gets on in, but it will just spot out Leon. He can't go for the 1v1, and YSKM will be safe.
So now Wisecam needs to get some bailout in this top lane. Look at the wave state. Wisecam does stop Leon's back.
He's buying time.
Cool.
He's buying time because there's a dive at the bottom side. Gideon under the tower. Ansem alone now as Wink walks on forwards. On the one to do the damage. Walks away and will survive. Beautifully done as YSKM wasted so much of Leon's time.
Wisecam just smelled Leon sitting in that bush. He knew the Lee Sin was there, and IG received the information, and they proceed to dive the bottom lane of RA. I mean, we've been saying about the Varus having no mobility. If you just straight up dive it when the waves are built up, pretty hard to outplay it, as no summoners were burnt from the bottom lane of RA, so it's just looking very dim. But Leon maybe can catch something here. Someone's... Oh! Southwind! What are you doing, little bro?
Southwind just flashes over the wall. He thought maybe the recall was happening there. Oh, it's a huge blunder from Southwind. It's not ideal. Let's take another look at the dive.
I mean, Southwind saved Flash here, but it was just a really good engage from Gideon to start everything off. And without your support, he only has a cleanse left. Not going to do too much as IG takes it out perfectly. But, I mean, I guess in the end, you get 2 kills and a Flash because Southwind didn't do anything with it.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that Southwind just got purposely CC'd until he was dead the first time, comes back out of the play and was like, you know what, maybe I will burn the Flash after all. Just jumps into the river. Wink, though, has just walked into the top lane and almost gives the kill over to Cube. I mean, YSKM wondering what on earth his support is doing, but at least they'll help him crash the wave.
Gideon is here to protect Arn from this dive, however, so it's going to be pretty hard to pull off as the Lee Sin. Wink was in top lane to try and bail out YSKM's wave state, as it was just permanently frozen up against a Gwen, where very vulnerable to ganks as well. However, lane does get spotted on this control ward in the bottom side, so it's going to get a little less pressure in that top lane, but like I've been saying, this Camille vs Gwen matchup already down around 30 CS due to the freeze. I mean, YSKM not having the most fun in game 2.
No, tough one for him, but ultimately, he doesn't need to be dominating the laning phase, right? Went for the blind pick Camille here, so inevitably gonna struggle against the counter pick, but doing a good job to just buy time, doing a good job to obviously like waste Leon's time earlier on, set up for the dive for IG, and this slow pace feels like what IG want. I keep my eyes on Dove because he's level 6 at this, well, he's level 7 at this point. He has the ability to start influencing these other lanes.
We already see Arn having a very big struggle in that bottom lane, just trying to get any health. Awesome already burnt the ultimate, trying to just force Kai'Sa out of lane, and she is very short in terms of range and trading. But this top wave, I mean, it's just gonna slowly build into Cube's favor once again. Leon can potentially look for something, as Cube is still slightly stronger than the Camille in an isolated matchup.
Yeah, Gideon just gonna start Herald though, so it feels like if Leon wants to try and make a play towards that top side, Gideon will be in the area. And if Leon doesn't make a play, then Gideon will just take the Rift Herald. Dove in range of just ulting into the play as well. Leon level 6 to Gideon's 5. And that might just be enough to force IG away from the Herald. So good response from RA here. They've moved Southwind up as well. So numbers advantage for RA. You see Wink moving over, but he'll still be a little while until he gets here.
It's going to be a straight up 4v4 for the side of IG. They are committing to the Herald, however. So Leon looking a little bit tough to find an angle back onto Herald. Dragon is going to be spawning in 2 minutes, so there's not going to be a trade going on as the first one went towards RA.
Yeah.
I'm pretty surprised because Southwind rotated first, but wave save for top. Ooh!
On ults in, but he misses his W and flashes back forwards. One more Q will finish the job, but he doesn't have anything in the tank. But Wink is here. Assume no way out of this one. But no threat comes out from Arn. He doesn't try and cut off the flank. It doesn't matter. Wink is there, throws a spanner in the works.
Look, both supports rotated towards this Herald play, but Kai'Sa probably one of the best ADCs to duel another immobile ADC. Something gonna get stunned here. Half HP.
Not bad. Not bad. Bit of damage from a support right there. Half of the health. Strive threading in the mid lane, but Double be okay. Gideon there. Oh, he's gonna back away.
Yeah, I mean, Cube just controlling this wave state once again. YSKM just has to lose his minions in front of his face. Already down 40. Ari is trying to struggle and look for a play on this bottom side. We just see an isolated matchup up against a Kai'Sa where, although Arn misplayed it at the very beginning, it is just Kai'Sa up against Varus missing the W. And from straight up autos up against something with the Serrated Dirk and Comet, you're gonna straight up win as the Heimerdinger and Galio rotated first.
And then the grenade lands and a singular wrench will finish the job. You love to see it for a Wink there. 1-0-2 so far. The Heimerdinger almost went down on the play in the top lane earlier on, but at the end of the day, it's making it happen, and that's what counts. So 3-0. Yeah, Dove up to the top side. I think it will just be shoving this wave in. YSKM having a really hard time up in this top lane for the time being. Like you said before, so much CS down. There's a CS advantage in all three lanes for RA, kind of turning the script around from the previous game. But IG doing a much better job in the early game than what RA did of keeping the gold in touching distance by making plays on the map.
Yeah, but although the scoreline is currently 3-0, RA is just picking up so many tower plays from mid and bottom. Ultimate's gonna land onto Arn. Half HP from 1Q.
Not bad, not bad. I'm assuming that was the WQ to be able to do that much damage this early on. The Serrated Dirk though in pocket. There's a flash forwards from Gideon and Arn charges in. Look at the combo from IG. Annihilating Leon and RA. Not a hope of contesting this. Perhaps Assume could go for the steal, but I'm assuming his W is on cooldown, which is how Varus really contests these objectives. Take it away. Gideon with the smite to grab that Draken in the meantime. Arn crashes a huge wave, it'll get plates as well.
Yeah, IG just straight up telling Lian, this comp was built for you, buddy. Straight up destroys him in that team fight. Didn't get to move a single pixel with the amount of follow-up from IG. I mean, Dove finally making a play on the side as well with that Galio ult available. The Herald also gets dropped as Arn gets extra gold into his pockets, as they also deny the second dragon into his pockets as well. I mean, although LeBlanc is up 1 play and 20 CS, I mean, Galio is just providing so much more in these team fights so far.
Oh yeah, I mean, the combo is gorgeous. Like, Gideon flashes in, the rest of the gang is there instantly.
You just blink and 5 people fly into your face as Lian gets instantly CC'd. I mean, even Stalton, but he barely gets away with that flash. But without your jungler, you can't contest the dragon no more, so the play died.
Yeah, Cube managing to get the wave in another frozen position here. I will say Cube is playing this top lane exceptionally well, but this feels like one of those solo queue games, right? Where, you know, your lane's going great. You got yourself a 40 CS lead, but the rest of the gang, they're starting to fall apart just a little bit here. Gideon tries to steal away the blue buff. Lian will smite it. Perhaps a Gromp can be the reward. Zoom and Southwind underneath their tower here could be in danger of a dive.
We have so much priority from the side of IG as they plant their vision down into the jungle of R8, but this Lee Sin pick is already getting a little bit more behind as the Poppy picks up her Sunfire at 13 minutes in the game, so she's going to be extremely tanky. I mean, there is a viable angle where, although Lee Sin gets CC to death, he is able to kick away the front line of IG. Let's say if Wisecam does lock down LeBlanc, an example. He just kicks him away, and the ultimate dies.
Yeah, if they can find the combo.
Bodyguard Lian.
Yeah, exactly. Just being bouncer, just denying entry to the play. But it's a question of if they'll be able to make it happen. I feel like RA, like, in a vacuum, if you remove IG's composition from the conversation, they actually want to be diving themselves, right? You, like, as Lethality Varus, you work very well with dive compositions because you're essentially like a super long-range assassin. But against the Poppy, whether or not you're actually going to be the ones doing the diving is a whole different question, because the reposition from Arn, and outside of that, who are you diving on? Wing? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, we are taking a look at Arya's composition as Herald is scoring in 20 seconds. Very depressing things to see as a LeBlanc player, but
speaking of bodyguard junglers,
there's a win con for Arya as we see Cube generating that lead from purely just laning. As Lian and Shark, with the amount of mobility they have, they can lean towards that side lane and accentuate the lead that he's already created from Cube instead of playing towards these mid lane 4v4s, because you're not going to win up against the Poppy and Galio.
no. Herald been started off here, but Wisecam in the meantime is just going to take a tower on the bottom side of the map. And IG basically saying, look, we're happy for you guys to get the Herald. We're going to trade it elsewhere on the map, pressuring towards the mid lane. Strive and ask them. We'll be here to answer. And the bot lane tier 1 taken, but Lian using that Herald should be able to answer in kind with Cube pushing the wave in on the top side.
Major objectives is fairly even as double TP for this top lane.
Wow.
Is going to kill the play.
They are really committing to this one, but a TP to answer. Wisecam could be in big trouble here because he's already used his hook shot, but a triple knock-up from Lian. Dives into the back line and makes the play happen. But Dove's still going for this one as Gideon enters the play, jumps into the mix of everyone. Cube the target, and Arn arriving to clean up the kills. Could still be huge, but RA surviving a long time here. Health bars will not go down. Assume, can he find his mark? Arn dodges, Dove survives. Wink body blocking. And it's a 1-for-1 after all of that.
It is a 1-for-1, but they do save the top lane tier 1 tower from falling, and that's exactly what IG wanted. Committing the double TP. I didn't expect them to be the aggressors of the team fight, as RA did have numbers advantage, but in the end it still worked out for them. Although Arn had to burn that flash, I mean, he was still able to pick up a kill as the scoreline is 5-1. But double TP from IG just stops the Herald from killing the tower completely, but we also see a response TP from the mid lane of RA as the Galley just lands a really nice ultimate here where Lian does get this kill into YSKM, but the follow-up from IG is coming in. As if you see in the bottom corner that IG has complete control of that dragon and Arn had to flash in for this replay to get into range of that kill, but in the end a 1-for-1.
Yeah. Dragon started by RA as IG move onto the scene as well. YSK up in the top lane though, so you expect IG to back away from this one, just trying to apply as much pressure as they can, delay if they can. Lian should be able to finish this Drake off. Unless Gideon wants to make some kind of blast game play, but no, backs away in the end. Oh, just millimeters away from stealing that one, but Lian gets the smite in the end. But again, IG doing a good job of just trading across the map. I believe YSKM should be able to finish this tower off.
Yeah, a little bit of a breather for RA, but this Camille vs Gwen matchup is going to get slowly better for YSKM as Gideon.
Oh no, there's no way back out, Strive. I say that, jumps back to his distortion. There is a way out after all. We'll be able to keep himself alive.
He's lurking, he's cooking something.
He's moving his way over. Laying there on the chickens. Cube gets the other tier 1 on the opposite side of the map. I feel like YSKM and Cube at this point have a gentleman's agreement to just completely ignore each other and play opposite sides of the map.
Most definitely, but YSKM, we already see how much he is catching up in XP from not going up against the Gwen, so in the end, it's still more favored towards IG's top laner as he is picking up his items slowly, and in the very late game stage, the Camille is going to get that slight edge. Lian isn't going to be able to do too much to a Camille as the Q misses, but
he could have just
IG is going to be really happy. He could have just kept recalling, right?
Yeah, Lian going slightly wide on the Q there. I don't think he was really looking for an all-in anyway, just to cancel the recall, so he'll be fine with that one. 5-1 on the scoreboard, 2,000 gold lead, a much closer game than what we saw in game number 1 here, especially with RA having the 2 Drakes for themselves. Wink low on HP, but will survive. And we're starting to get to the point as well where Assume is going to start hitting like a truck. Has the Ghost Blade close to finishing off his Mana Moon as well. And at that point, and once you upgrade that second serrated Dirk, this lethality virus will start to annihilate Wink on these guys that already have quite a small health pool to work with.
Yeah, we already see IG's bottom lane being poked out from the mid lane poke, specifically from Assume, but I'm just looking at Dove's HP. He has their welcome at 6 stacks and also some Merc treads, but why is he just looking so tanky for a Gallia? I mean, he is thick with the double C.
Oh yeah, big time. He's been going to the gym recently, let's just say that.
He's bulky.
He's got a stopwatch as well, so worst case scenario, he's always got that panic button available to him. Dove looking hard to deal with, and like, you know, with the magic shields that can come on through, it makes Strive's life real difficult. When it comes to finding those assassinations, everyone grouping up as if Dragon's coming up. It ain't up for another 2.5 minutes, but just fine for vision control in the bottom river.
Most definitely. I mean, I'm just looking at the mid jungle of IG and they are so incredibly tanky. I don't think this lethality virus is going to do too much, so he has to focus down the bottom lane of IG, but we see Gideon consistently hovering over YSKM as he smells action.
I thought Wing was in trouble there, but the Sonic Wave slightly shy. Dove moving over. We could just have a 5v5 for the sake of having a 5v5 here. Chain of Corruption goes wide. Lian, Sonic Wave onto Dove, but backs away as Gideon arrives on the scene. Lian has to be very cautious with his engages. He needs to find his moment, because if Gideon is there to block him, it will ruin everything. Strive looking for a bit of damage, instantly traded back by Gideon, who blocks any follow-up engages. Cube in a bounce house right now, can't move, turns golden just to keep himself alive as YSKM jumps onto the backline. 2v1 here, buying so much space and time for the squad to finish off Cube. Now the arrow flashed away from, and IG get away with murder.
IG ended up being a 1-for-0 trade where only Cube fell, but does seem like RA has the party in this mid lane and a lot of health as well, so they are going to try and look to get this tier 1 tower. YSKM coming into these team fights like an absolute monster, half healthing the ADC.
Oh, the stun lands! Oh, Lian's down! The Gale Force comes out from On, and IG turn just a neutral 5v5 in River for literally no reason into 2 kills and find themselves yet another advantage.
Yeah, we do see the fight getting engaged from Gideon getting this pin onto the LeBlanc. However, this Gwen coming into Poppy and Galley, you are just getting bounced everywhere. Even burning the stopwatch as well, but YSKM, I mean, he's just a Camille up against Varus, right? He half HPs and zones off the rest of RA as they weren't able to follow up. I think in this current position, RA was pretty happy because everyone else was very low, but of course, Leon did die as a response and they regain map control in this bottom side.
And I feel like YSKM in team fights is doing such a good job in this series of finding advantages when no one is looking at him. We saw it in the final fight of the previous game. Now we see it in game number 2 as well. Buying so much space for his team, but also threatening the backline. Massively weak, flashing out to safety, keep himself alive there.
Oh, Gideon.
As Gideon low on HP, but will walk away with his life. YSKM moving over, but it's a good fight so far for RA, because they've still got their Varus. They can keep poking all day long.
They are just playing into the choke at that Dragon Pit, however. RA is going to regain that control as they enter in because of the previous poke from Assume. YSKM looking for a really nasty flank onto the Varus. Does have flash available.
Gideon sticking around here on basically no HP, but Cube is gone. It's 4v5. In goes Gideon, kicked back out of the play, but Leanne in trouble, taken down. And Southwind next on the chopping block, dodges the W, but Wink in trouble on the backside of the play as Cube and Strive, the solo lanes, make it happen. It's a 2-for-1 with IG only having the only jungler remaining.
On 5-0 on this Kai'Sa picks up a double as well. However, RA was able to pick up the stragglers, which was Wink in this instance, and at least gets one into their pockets. But Leon having a tough time on this Lee Sin. We've been saying this, I mean, the Gwen did get bopped away by Poppy earlier on, so it did force a 4v5, which was extremely well played by Gideon, and then he forces onto Leon and gets that jungler dead as well. Gideon just won 1 HP, still goes for the play, so a lot of Giga Chat energy as he also gets the cage onto Leon as well, so he wasn't able to just dash away onto his friends and teammates. But, you know, 2-for-1 trade, but the entire fight is still going in IG's favor.
Yeah, and IG get that Drake off of the tempo resets as well. I feel like Wink basically just feeling the brunt of being the only one on the team that doesn't have a dash. It gets caught out behind.
He's getting bullied.
Everyone charges on in. 5v5 once again. Baron up on the cards here, but both Dove and On half HP, chunked out. Maybe have to recall.
You just have to play away from the Poppy. I don't see how the Lee Sin and LeBlanc is going to be able to handle a bodyguard Gideon. I mean, even for Wink.
YSKM just dives onto Assume, dives under the tower and makes the play happen anyway. Now Cube trying to get onto the backside, taunted up, On goes down. Cube absolutely huge in this one on 3 people. They're all low on HP and they just have to flee.
A 1-for-1 trade between the ADCs, but YSKM just committing murder in broad daylight as Asum falls at his tier 1 tower. This is a really fair game, guys, for the ADC. I mean, both of them seem like they're having a lot of fun as Cube also gets the response kill onto Arn. However, Arn is sitting comfortably on his 3rd item. Unfortunate that he didn't have a way of getting out as Gwen was just able to get her hands onto the Kai'Sa, but YSKM engaging the entire fight, just gets the combo onto Asum, even having the Galio as a follow-up. But no one was really looking at On as he had to burn the flash earlier, and then he realized this, picking up the 900 gold bounty as well. So that's going to be really good for RA, as this Gwen is going to just be a tiny bit stronger with those item spikes.
Yeah, I was going to say Cube saying to YSKM, anything you can do, I can do better, right? Picking up the AD carry, but actually, looking at the replay, that was kind of just a huge misplay from Ard. Like, you did not need to flash towards the Gwen. You could have gone upwards towards your teammate in River there. Perhaps a little over-aggressive from Ard. Needs to stick with the rest of the squad in this one, especially since he's got 5 kills. He's got so much of the team's gold. Gideon on the top side of the play.
I'm gonna Assume on the run.
Okay, the stun doesn't quite land. If that stun lands onto Assume, oh, it doesn't matter, because he's on to make the play. Smite from Gideon on top of everything else. What a pick from IG.
0-4-0 on Assume. Now they are going to start up this Baron as they have the high midding and 3-item Kai'Sa. It's gonna die extremely fast, Munch.
Yeah, I mean, there's no contest, right? Lien gonna try and get in for a steal, perhaps, but look at the bouncers blocking entry right now. Dove and YSKM saying, look, you're too drunk, mate. You've got to go somewhere else tonight. Cube on the front line as Lien just gets aggressive by YSKM. He's down as well. Strive pinned against the wall. Flashes out to safety as YSKM once more, and he'll find it. What a play from the top laner of IG. And Dove keeping everybody away. Baron taken. Bonus kills on top of it. A taunt onto Cube. A knock-up onto Cube. A stun onto Cube. Southwind aggressed upon as YSKM turns golden. And RA sent packing in this game.
14-3, 2 towers, and also Baron in the hands of IG. This game exploded after the first dragon fight as Arn is just looking insane on this Kai'Sa. I mean, engages the whole thing by himself. Although not having too much follow-up from the side of IG, he doesn't care. He got the job done and gets the kill onto Assume, where he isn't able to play the game. Only a mere slow and a W connects while Assault has teammates around. But it doesn't matter because you don't have anything to get away as that immobile ADC, as we also see IG completes his Baron with only 2 people as the rest zones everyone off, and Lilian getting locked down by YSKM. I mean, you just can't jump away.
Yeah, YSKM looking for more once again. And this IG squad, they have been so much fun to watch all split long. And I feel like a more complete team now than they have been. All split. I feel like they are growing as a squad. Perhaps this loss streak that they've been on has been the lessons that they needed to become a team that could be a contender when we come around to playoffs. The team fighting from this squad is just immaculate.
Yeah, it's looking very, very clean from the IG squad for this specific series. But I also want to give credit to YSKM. He did get a little bit of help from Zoom, as we saw that he was playing extremely disciplined in the laning phase, where in particular he did get help for his lane management. And we see the, I guess, advice coming through in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get coaching from a top laner in LPL, I'd say Zoom. Definitely one of the best, certainly at his peak back on JDG. I feel like a long time ago now, doesn't it? 369 taking his place, his old rival.
3 years. Oh no.
I know. But there's Drake coming up, and actually should be able to take this one for free. And honestly, Giddy, once again, it feels like this might just be done and dusted. It's an 8,000, 7,000 goal lead in favor of IG. They've got the Baron, they've got 3 Drakes. Slowly but surely, they might just mop this one up.
Yeah, I've been saying, Munch, you can't win a straight-up 5v5 when you're dealing with something like the Poppy and Galio as the front line. Assume it he barely dodged it. That was just another death right in front of him. But Alright, had to play towards Cube. He is so incredibly fed on Gwen, but it doesn't matter. Gideon is just bopping him away every single team fight. The main carry is just gone as everyone else falls as a result as well.
I love the itemization from Gideon here as well, just saying, look, I ain't doing damage, but I'm going to make sure that my team is doing damage, okay? Setting up for the rest of the squad, not worried about survivability because he's got the Galio there. You know, he's got other tools in the team composition to keep him alive. He can, well, he's also got Warmogs now, so I'm not sure he's too worried about survivability. But setting up for Arn to do that burst damage, for YSKM to just one-shot Assume every single fight.
I have a feeling, Munch. YSKM bought that G8, is currently online. He's gonna full send it. He's gonna go 1-for-1 trade, but he has a second life. I'm assuming onto SM, and as he is not having the best game for this game too.
I mean, honestly, he can literally pick any target. Any single person on RA at this point, I'm pretty sure he can one-shot. The only bad target is Cube, perhaps. A, because maybe Cube can actually 1v1 him, but B, because this is Zhonya's, so he can just outlast the Hextech Ultimatum. But pretty much anyone else, the Hextech Ultimatum comes in, and it's going to be a bad time.
You see the cracks of lethality Varus as you are slightly behind in gold and items, and also just the amount of health. Slightly, I keep underplaying a lot of gold. We also do see how beefy IG's team composition is looking. I mean, a Zhonya's and a Warmogs in the mid jungle duo of IG. You really needed something like the on hit because LeBlanc is struggling to do any damage as Wink gets caught.
Yeah, bit of a blunder from Wink there. I'm not entirely sure why he was trying to push mid alone. Does get picked off. Not the end of the world, but will slow IG down a little bit here as well.
Oh, YSKM's going for it.
He just jumps in. Nothing will slow this squad down. Sure, you got a pick, but he's the least important member. Let's be honest, this is a Heimerdinger. As YSKM is just annihilating everybody. On the back line as well. Just dishing out that consistent DPS. Try to escape, but he will not. No one can escape. As they're flashed upon and taken down, a double-double for the carries of IG. RA thought they had a pick and they were wrong.
IG loses their support, however they still come out on top as YSKM on his Camille is just an absolute monster, having Cho'Gath ultimates on a 4-second cooldown. The second game in the hands of IG. They win their first series across 5. Finally, they're back on their feet.
Now, what a series to win to kind of bring yourself back into contention, right? Like you said, they've been on a 4-loss streak and up against RA, a team only just behind them in the standings, a team that on paper has this massive potential in the roster, but fumbling once again, and IG looking dominant. YSKM especially, I think, an absolutely incredible game. Despite how far behind he fell in the laning phase, still able to have such a gargantuan impact in these fights.
Yeah, YSKM and On. I think On had an amazing 2 games on the Kai'Sa, and I believe it was having a bit of a lost memory moment here. It doesn't matter. He had a really good 2-game series across, and I think On is definitely someone to look out for as everyone was praising IG's entire top side, but On has definitely proved that he has been also working on himself in terms of carryability and also becoming a lot more disciplined. It was a Xayah Kai'Sa. That's right.
Yeah, it was the Xayah in the previous game. Sorry, I didn't quite hear what you'd said, so I would have jumped in and helped, but I wasn't sure what was lost. Yeah, the Xayah, the Kai'Sa. You know, both actually classic IG picks as well. Both picks that we've seen historically from the squad. Exciting stuff to see from IG. Good to see this squad not just get a win, but get a solid win for themselves. Like, this looked comfortable. This looked like 2 compositions that are drilled. This looked like a style of gameplay that we saw 2 quite different games from the team, both looking comfortable. And I think that's really, really important, especially when we're moving towards best of 5. So there's only 3 weeks left until playoffs. Like, it's important to have multiple strings to your bow. And it does feel like IG is starting to tick that box.
Yep, everyone on IG looking extremely solid, as this is the point in the time where they should start their win streak once again, as all the tough top standing teams have been put to the side. Like you said, Top Esports, Shady G, even Weibo are out of the way, so they can definitely fight for a better standing position in the playoffs. But specifically for YSKM, as he is getting bit of a change in terms of his play style, I think that is very valuable because we are approaching best of 5 territory, where we saw previously where YSKM just got full on banned out, and that really hurt IG in terms of how they played. But it's really nice to see them, well, I guess for YSKM in particular, to show us a different type of play.
Yeah, absolutely, showing us what's available for the squad. And I do just want to mention both Gideon and Dove as well, because I feel like in this series, they've been playing quite supportive roles, not necessarily the players that we've been talking about, Wink as well, I suppose. But setting Arn and YSKM up. Like, well, Arn and YSK are the ones at the end of the day that are getting the strike, but it's Dove and Gideon that are setting the pins up and giving them the bowling ball.
Yeah, most definitely. They're just feeding on these kills one by one. I don't think YSKM's kills were set up. He just kind of went in and allowed Dove to ulti in as the Galio. But definitely a huge point in why they won the second game. I think this Galio was played perfectly, as we saw the LeBlanc and Lee Sin really suffering and finding angles onto the carries of IG. I mean, getting straight up zoned out from chokes. Exactly what IG wanted, as they are playing that front to back composition.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And Assume really struggling in this one, wasn't able to get, I mean, we saw a couple of fights where he would get a big chunk on someone before the fight started, but never able to follow up on that, never able to actually turn it into a kill. And just the amount of pressure that YSK was putting on him every single fight, and on a single W lands, killer instinct in and goes for the play. Like, absolutely awesome to see just the sheer decisive nature of what we're seeing from IG.
Yep, Ara had a pretty tough 2 drafts, especially in this game too, for Assume, as we had 2 options for them. Either Assume and Southwind just sit in bottom lane and they try to not to die, but we already saw that that's not possible up against a Kai'Sa that is going to one-shot you from 2 screens away, so you should play for the Cube. And Cube, I think, had a really good performance for Game 2, however, that just wasn't enabled from RA.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to head over to an interview in just a second. Heimerdinger, one of the biggest brain champions in the entire game, and we're going to go talk to the pilot of him. It's Wink.
Hello there, welcome to Post Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Wink, the support for Inventus Gaming. Congratulations on ending your 4 losing streak with 2-0 very clean victory. And I know that you guys performed dominantly in this early game, in early stage of the regular season. But how did you guys manage to adjust your form in order to bounce back? 欢迎 Wink 来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 IG 今天2-0非常顺利的赢下了今天的比赛嘛。虽然我们都知道，可能 IG 在春季赛的开始的时候表现非常好，但是中间可能有遇到了一些强队啊，或者说是一些其他的情况。我们想了解一下，在这段时间 IG 是如何调整你们的状态呢？
我觉得我们一开始状态也还可以吧，然后后面经历了临柜，主要是那段时间大家状态也不是很好，然后最近就慢慢调整回来了一点吧，所以今天就赢了。就调整了团队的纪律性，然后跟团队之间的配合。
Actually, the reason why we experienced a losing streak maybe just because we were not in a really good form. And in past few days, we have to improve our a lot of teamwork or synergy and play more discipline in order to find our form. And getting back to game number 1, I'm curious about your draft because we have seen so many flexible champions pick like Renekton, Gragas, and one information that Renekton mid only has 0 win rate. So why did you guys pick this champion go to the main lane? And I'm curious about your last pick on Braum. What's your take on your draft in game number 1? 那么在今天第1局的时候，从 BP 就可以开始 ，IG 这边拿出了很多可以非常具有灵性摇摆的英雄嘛，像一些酒桶啊、鳄鱼。在后面格温出来之前，至少我们都不知道你们到底是想拿一个什么样的体系。最后，鳄鱼去了中路。其实，到此前为止，中单鳄鱼的胜率在春季赛是0。然后你们最后让他去中路，或者你最后又补出了一手布隆，这个阵容你是怎么看待的？你们想通过这个阵容打一个什么样的效果呢？
第一盘阵容的话，选鳄鱼也是想着摇摆嘛，然后最后可能我觉得应该是我们中路鳄鱼玩的比上路好，所以就给中路用吧。然后选布隆的话是。因为对面下路是德莱文泰坦组合，然后选布隆可以扛得住，打团会比对面猛。
Actually, we have really want to get some flexible picks like on Renekton, and the reason why the Renekton go to mid is just because we think Dove performed this champion better than our top laner YSKM. The reason why I picked Braum as the last pick is because I do think this is a good counter pick into Draven, and not least this is Badu. I can handle some pressure on this champion, and I also want to touch on the game number 2, still something about Bali, because how did you guys manage to deal with Virus and Karma, this kind of comps who can make some really poking damage, and they got Arcane Comet and Gilding Storm. In early game, we have seen so many intense team fights, skirmishes. How did you guys handle with it part? 那么还是说到下路第2局的时候，下路的选角可能稍稍有一点变阵。面对对面拿出一个维鲁斯卡尔玛这样双 poke 体系，他们在这个又带了一些彗星啊，又带了风暴狙击，这样好像是想在下路上就打出一些 poke 的伤害和压制的。所以你们在这个点上是怎么处理应对他们的呢？
当时阵容选出来的话，就是觉得卡莎这把会打团会很好嘛，然后对线会比较折磨一点，然后。我就想着，要不选个大头班 ，AD 撑一下对线吧，然后就对线怎么度过这个的话，就我多去吃点技能吧，我就多往前走去打对面血，然后我自己也多吃点技能，然后让 AD 尽量前面发育能够舒服一点就行。
Actually, because we got Kai'Sa Bali, and I know that Kai'Sa is really good pick into suit our whole draft, and he can perform really good in team fight. But the reason why I pick Hammer is just because I want to handle some pressure for our Bali and try to create some environment for her to make damage. And if I got punished by our opponent, maybe he can play comfortably. And the final question for you: the competition for playoffs is really intense and really competitive, and you have 5 games to play in regular season. Are you confident of winning these 5 games? And what's your take on upcoming matchups for IG? 最后一个问题，其实我们可以看到现在季后赛已经越来越接近了嘛，这已经是我们的第7周常规赛了。IG 接下来还有5场比赛要打，有信心拿下这5局比赛吗？
有没有信心先不说，就尽量先拿下吧。然后季后赛的话，感觉肯定是要进的，然后后面是以什么样的情况进季后赛，就大家先质疑吧。
Actually, we really want to make playoffs, but I have no idea whether we can make playoffs. And I think that we can make it. And in any ways, I have no idea about this. Please look forward to our performance. Maybe you can doubt our performance right now, but we will see in the future. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Wink 来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Christina, and Wink, of course, as well. Some hilarious answers right there. I love the discussion of drafting game number 1. He's like, why did the Renekton go mid? Duff's just a better Renekton than YSKM. It's just as simple as that. No considerations to the lane matchups. He's just a bit better on Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, YSKM better pick up that Renekton sooner or later because it is getting a lot of attention in patch 13.4. So hopefully we get to see YSKM's Renekton debut very soon. But the next one that was pretty interesting is the playoffs talk, as Wink was saying to Christina how they are definitely going to secure a playoff spot, but they don't really know or have a preference to which spot they land on, which position they are in the standings.
Yeah. Well, they're currently 7th in the standings. It's possible that they could contest a team like Thunder Talk, maybe could get to that 6th seed, but we'll have to wait and see later on in the split. 5 series remain for Invictus Gaming. But at the end of this series, we're going to give Gideon the MVP of game number 2. And I think this is a very reasonable selection, actually, because we were talking about YSKM, but the guy that was teeing it all up, the guy that was denying Lien, denying Strive, was Gideon.
You know, you go into game 2 and you see Gideon's face and little heart, and you see a Poppy charging at you as Lien, and that was probably the most scary thing to ever happen to you as a tiny Lee Sin, where you just weren't able to play the game. I mean, this Poppy pick was just the perfect champion, as it all started with IG getting on ahead in this bottom lane, as we saw the returning play from Lien not being as successful. And then this Poppy pick was just able to hold so many chokes where the mid and jungle just weren't able to really get into the fight, and IG played it perfectly with the amount of follow-up CC they had.
Yeah, I feel like Gideon's so often being the one to start these fights off and set the rest of the squad up. Not only setting his team up for a kill, but just completely denying the enemy from supporting their players. And it meant that YSKM and Arn could do their damage, could be the follow-up for all of these engages.
Yeah, it was relatively illegal for Kai'Sa to go collect a second, but you know, we'll let it slide since it has a 100% win right now up against RA. But yeah, Poppy just holding so many chokes like that just allowed On and YSKM play however they wanted. I mean, the only time where On fell was that Cube slipped through as On flashed the wrong way, but hopefully with the amount of promise that IG has showed us in the series, we get to see more of them.
Yeah, well, fantastic stuff for IG, a definite playoffs contender at this point. But we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to find out how BLG are doing. Another playoffs contender, and LGD going to try to challenge them.
Weibo Gaming annihilate the rest of them, even Gideon with a bit of health under his belt. Nothing stops Xiaohu right now as the Shy just running at the level 18 now as well. The whole team there. He's going to go into Maganar. No, he's denied. He's dead. At least they killed the Shy, but at what cost with a triple kill forward? Look at the man go. We haven't talked about him all game, but with a Quadra going over, Light Yagami, write it down. He is Kira with a Penta in his name.
This time the Nautilus leads with JG. They don't want to give this one up for free, it looks like. Cannon Barrage is online.
We go, Kanavi gets a great kick onto TN. He can't even repel. And Kanavi survives, the healing comes through. Look at this, the re-engage. Kanavi still going strong with the Conqueror. and one more Q will finish the job of Mark. Dodges it, throws the thumbs up, and turns it around. Mark so close and yet so far. Kanavi with the double.
And Kitty, we talked a lot about the all-in skirmishing from Ultra Prime. It's set up for success already, or rather, it might not be because there's a gank at the top side. Harry going to get the sun down. He holds onto his own summoner, tries to outplay it. The hop! No way does Harry get out of that. The hop juke, he gets whacked off an undercurrent. Ning, you hero, you absolute demon. Harry as well. Well-deserved first blood. Who's visiting his home as the door was unlocked. Chain Corruption does connect on the edge. That hitbox crazy, but the explosive cast may have killed Caster. Beautiful ulti coming through with Gideon's dying breath. As Caster takes one more, all he needs to die. Doesn't land, no, Caster alive. He skirts out death and baits IG into their demise.
Maybe JDG can still find this one, even a man down. Ruler only just making his way over, but look at the damage out from Knight. Tien almost dies his jungler, but Ruler with the snipe from downtown, and here comes down the top side of the plate. Ching Tien over the wall, Jackula forced out as well. The stunts are there, and Ruler gets another.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder.
as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving mode 始めよう 安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
下一场对战牙膏选手的话，打团的话会先可能比较针对他吧。我们今天用的这个卡尼斯塔下路的话，就前面配德莱文要取得比较大的优势，就前期比较厉害。就希望高高就明天晚点睡，和我们打的时候别睡那么早吧。
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Kitty and the boys as well, who are here just for a bit of bants. I was jealous of the arenas, so I got an audience of my own. What can I say?
I'm very jealous. Honestly, they could just sit in the back and just, do a viewing party from this side of yeah, it's really nice seeing Oshin. Hope he's enjoying the UK as his little vacay.
Yeah, he's having a little I don't know if it counts as a staycation or not, since he did get on a flight and technically go over an ocean. But yeah, having some vibes. So we're going to go for lunch after the games. But let's talk about League of Legends. It's BLG versus LGD coming your way. And I feel like LGD, they've got a mountain to climb in this one, because BLG, even though they've not looked that great recently, I mean, this is still a team that you should be fearing.
Yeah, BLG definitely very scary on paper. We've been discussing this earlier during the break, where names like Bin, Yaga, Elk, and even On, they are very stable names when it comes to LPL League of Legends, but pretty surprising seeing them in that 8th position, only being 5 wins and 4 losses, where they were technically only 1 win above IG, but now even IG is above them.
Yeah, it's kind of insane to see where they are in the standings. I think a lot of people had higher expectations for BLG than what they've been able to achieve so far. They split 5 and 4 in the standings, but the wins they have had have looked decent, or at least they have had some wins that have looked very, very decent. I think that this is a team with such potential on the roster that you expect them to make it to playoffs. You expect them to look decent in playoffs, but the question will be is, like, can they just get those wins on the board? Can they consistently maintain that positive win record and make it into the playoffs bracket? LGD, on the other hand, I mean, they basically need a permanent win streak if they're going to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, LGD definitely getting the shorter end of the stick, as they had a really rough night up against Weibo Gaming, where I casted that one, and I believe that the game just exploded by the 20-minute mark. So something that I do enjoy LGD is that they are bringing very surprising picks into the drafts, where we've seen Nidalee, we've seen the Draven, we've seen the Kalista, and in that interview with LPC, they said that they are trying to target down Yaga in this up-and-coming series.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to shut Yagao out. I will say Yagao, very flexible player. He's played a lot of different stuff over the years. I feel like, you know, a couple of years ago, or I guess 3 years ago at this point, there was a narrative that Yagao was a LeBlanc and Zoe main and anything else wasn't that good. But ever since, like, we've seen his pool develop year on year, he can still play those champions, but he has so many more tools in the shed, like the Talia, the Azir, things like the Rise as well. Big picks for him. So we'll see if it's going to work out for them today, if they can target Yagao, or if he's going to be indomitable in the mid lane.
I've been really enjoying Yagao's change in playstyle, where he is a big fan of those utility, or at least roaming mid laners like the Tilly and the Rise, where he's able to impact the side lanes alongside Shun. But when we are talking about BLG, we can't really avoid the fact that they have been a little bit inconsistent. They've barely been scrapping wins up against teams like AL, that is last in the standings, and also they dropped losses up against RA, and we saw that IG dominated RA. So it's a bit of a question mark to see what their true skill is, because we've been saying their names, they're really good, but they don't seem like they're piecing together very well.
Yeah, it's a question of actually turning that quality into wins, as Bin steps out onto the stage. I think Bin, one of the players that, you know, when he plays well, he's one of the best, not even in the league, in the world. But it's whether or not he can maintain that consistency up in the top side. And I feel like kind of a similar story for Yagao. When he's playing extremely well, he is one of the best in the world, but it's whether or not he can maintain that performance.
I was looking at the losses of BLG, and it really seemed like that Shun played a huge part in either winning or losing the early game, as he is pretty much the life or death of BLG. And if he's behind in the early game, well, it kind of just seems like BLG crumbles, even though you do have Yaga and Bin in those solo lanes. So if he's able to set up that early tempo with Yaga on something like the Tilly or the Rise and really impact the side lanes, I mean, you said that Bin is one of the best top laners we have in the entire world. They play towards that. I think BLG, once they find that consistent team identity, it's going to be very concerning for the rest of the teams in playoffs.
Yeah, we'll see if they can hit those highs, if they can reach that level that we've seen from them in the past, or whether it's going to be leaving something to be desired. On the other side, though, LGD stepping on out here. It's a roster that I think has still a lot of question marks around it. We've got some very young talent on this team. And for me, like, when we're watching these games, it's much more about, like, what do we get to see out of the individuals? How much team play do we get to see from this squad? Like, looking towards the future splits, maybe looking towards summer and finding positives for this team to build on.
I believe Haichao has been subbed in for the series up against BLG, so that's going to be really refreshing, as their series up against Weibo was definitely very one-sided, where Xiao Qinghua was hard preferring the Jace. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Haichao is going to bring to the table. But something that I have noticed for LGD is that they have a huge preference for Renekton and Nidalee, and they are playing not standard, as a lot of these teams, I mean, you are just playing front to back, having that strong bottom side, where even Xiaoshu sometimes picking a champion like the Fiora did look pretty good on it.
Yeah, definitely did. Like, we've seen some great moments. I will say Bin, well known for the Fiora. I feel like in either direction, this could well be a Fiora kind of series. But the Gnar as well, a pick that both of these top laners willing to pick up, which is kind of a rarity in the LPL at the minute. Like, there's not that many teams that play Gnar. I'd say the Shy being the other top laner, but both of these guys very willing to pick it up.
Gnar is definitely going to be a hot and contended champion for this next best of 3, but really depends, because I think Gnar, when it is blind, I mean, you will have a relatively good laning phase, but once it gets to those team fights, it's just your personal skill and how you're able to play around those chokes as that Mega Gnar. Bin, of course, having 5 games on the Gnar, his most played champion, definitely very comfortable if he does opt into that matchup. But Xiaoxiu, on the other hand, he has a pretty interesting one. Well, he has Cassante as his most played. I think he also has a lot of other options where he is quite flexible in terms of either playing the Jax, something that can split very well, or either the Sion and the Gragas to the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's even got a game of Aatrox in there, which we've seen, but that might be the only game of Aatrox this split, honestly.
Yep.
So
definitely didn't win.
Yeah, willing to be flexible, that is for sure on what he goes for, but we'll have to wait and see. But, you know, when it comes to draft, I feel like we'll see that when it comes on through, but I am just hoping for BLG to show us some consistency here today. I think that's the big thing that's been missing from BLG. We talked about like the high highs and the low lows, but even just in terms of how well they're playing as a team, not even just individually, but like some days it feels like they come out and they're like, yeah, drilled good, like winning games, looking good. Other days it's like, is this the same team? Are these guys on the same page at all? Did they get out of the wrong side of the bed? So today, I think the biggest thing for BLG is just looking for a clear composition that has some goals and then them achieving those goals during the game.
Most definitely. I mean, the one that really comes to mind for me is Yagal on Talia, where it was a series up against LNG, and LNG is sitting very comfortably in first. I think that was one of our match of the weeks, where BLG was having a pretty tough contention for that third game, but the second game in particular, Yagal piloted Talia so well, where I think if he is in the right form, he is definitely going to be able to just carry BLG on his own shoulders. I mean, even LPC stated how important Yagal is as the centerpiece of BLG, so it's going to be really interesting to see how they approach the mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, I feel like Yagal often an understated player, not always like the hard carry, but always so crucial to the teams that he's on, and especially with the way that Shun plays, like very aggressive, loves his counter invades. Yagal is going to be a crucial part of that, either buying priority or moving away from that mid lane to help out Shun. We'll see how the pair are going to be able to work out here against Meteor and Haichao stepping into the mid lane as well, especially since Haichao, you know, you think of like the rise in the Azir, maybe a bit of a Akali in there as well. They're all champions that you think of Yagal for, aside from maybe the Akali, but like the Azir, absolutely well within Yagal's champion pool at this point. But here we go. It's going to be Shun having his Kindred banned away from him. Perhaps the Nidalee will be taken off the board as well.
Shun has been a little bit experimental with his champion pool indeed. I mean, 11 games of that Vi. He is a very aggressive jungler when it does come to those early skirmishes. Ashe has been taken off. We didn't see too many Ashes in the previous series, so I'm really happy to see that banned as well. But that does mean rest of the junglers, I mean, something like the Maokai, something like the Wukong are still very viable for both teams to take up. But the next question is, all our eyes are on this mid lane matchup, where if Yagal is able to get something that he is comfortable on in a winning matchup, I think BLG is very happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. 280 carries banned away though, and there's Zeri actually going to come through from BLG. We feel like Zeri really just fell off the cliff in the LPL once we got into 13.4, but despite the Yuumi nerfs, Lulu still exists as a champion. Zeri is still definitely playable.
Yeah, LCK has definitely still been enjoying the Zeri quite a bit, where we see Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami every single game, but LPL definitely exploring their options with the Xayah and Kai'Sa's, which is very classic of LPL, as Xayah gets locked in for the side of LGD.
Yep, so the Xayah there. Seen a little bit of that in LCK as well recently, where it seems like the game is scaling right now with the AD carry pools, and LPL starting to trend in that direction as well. But Meteor hovering the Wukong, which would be his first game of Wukong this split, but locks it in.
Oh, really interesting. I was expecting something like the Nidalee and Renekton, because Playing standard for LGD, I don't think you're going to be able to match up against BLG when it does come to the pure 5v5 sense. But with Wukong and Zai being locked in, they are going to take that challenge and really see if they're up for the test in a full-on 5v5 as Lulu gets locked in. But who would have guessed Lulu Zeri was game 1?
Yep, Lulu Zeri comes on through. BLG leaning into that late game style. And you would assume probably locking in the jungler here. Nidalee is open. Now, Shun is a Nidalee aficionado. I feel like Vi would be the more standard lock-in here, but it wouldn't surprise me if they went for the Nidalee or even like a Maokai or something.
I mean, we wouldn't lock in the Vi here because we have seen how Vi does into Zai. It's just not a fun time for Shun, so I'm pretty surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if they let that go. Rakan is going to be the response paired up with Zaya, where this bottom lane duo looking very aggressive, definitely trying to look for some of that early kill threat onto the bottom lane of BLG, but that does mean LGD Xiaoxu does get the counter pick in top lane, something like the Gwen or even Fiora, very viable options up against Bin. But Bin on Jax, very scary things, Munch.
Yeah, absolutely. Bin knows how to take over a game when you give him a carry, and a carry he absolutely has. We'll see what BLG are going to ban away, whether they do opt for some top lane bans or if they just say, look, Bin, have a blind pick, deal with it, we're banning for mid lane or something along these lines.
I do like how BLG is saving their counter pick for Yaga if it does mean anything. The junglers are going to get continuously banned out, however, so I'm assuming Vi is going to get left open because Vi going into Zaya is quite the bait pick. We see the cannon getting taken off, where they are just banning out Xiaoxu's champion pool into what can potentially be a counter into Jax. But personally, I also like the Sion into Jax. I don't think Jax will ever have enough damage to kill the Sion in the side lane, which is quite nice. And it does provide a lot of engage and tankiness frontline for LGD.
Yeah, we have seen Xiaoxu play 2 games of Sion this split, so not exactly an aficionado, but loves that Cassante, so definitely not afraid of locking in the tanks. Could also just see the Gnar if he just doesn't want to engage in the top lane and just continuously throw those boomerangs. We'll have to see what he's going to go for, though, with the cannon band away. Renekton taken off the board as well.
Does leave some options open for LGD. Greg is something that I do really enjoy, definitely going to that hand in top lane where direct counter, you can't let Bin having too much fun in that top lane, as Gragas has been seeking back into the meta as both top lane and even mid jungle. I think a lot of junglers are enjoying the full AP Gragas, but even in solo lanes we see a lot of Rod of the Ages, a tanky boy in solo lanes. But yeah, mid lane is still a big question mark. LGD is saving that counter pick for Haichao because they know how important a mid party means in this game.
Certainly do. Viego locked in. It feels like a while since I've seen a Viego game. It is something that we've had a smattering of in the LPL, but it is very much a small amount of Viego that's been locked in. But Shun knows how to carry, knows how to take over a game, so Viego can certainly set up for that. Is it going to happen? The Veigar
pause champ?
Okay, yeah, guys, just Vegas at this point. It's going to be Annie, though. That's still pretty exciting.
That is exciting. Annie gets locked in a second time for tonight, and it is going to be a mid lane. Annie, however, going to get responded with most likely the Syndra, where she does outrange the Annie and diffuse any engages from Annie just running straight forward at you with her shield. So really smart mid laner to round off LGD's team composition. But LGD has decided to opt into something more traditional, which isn't something we've seen up against, well, in their recent series, up against those really good teams. So I'm going to be pretty interested in seeing how these team fights work because we have 2 AP champions for the solo lanes of LGD.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting game, this one, honestly. You've got very heavy team fight focus from LGD, I think it's fair to say, with basically 5 team fight ultimates across the squad that LGD are bringing to the table. But BLG, a fairly similar story where you've got that Zeri, you do like to look for team fights there, but with a Jax, a Viego, and Annie, perhaps a little bit more skirmishing ability.
Yeah, I mean, this Viego definitely caught me off guard from June, his first Viego game in the spring split, and I do like it paired up with Annie because I see Annie as more of a utility mid laner compared to a hard scaling mid like Syndra, so she is going to be able to set up for a lot of those mid 2v2 skirmishes or even side lane skirmishes where Viego needs to get those resets to pop off in team fights.
Yeah, he'll definitely need to be able to kind of get the ball rolling. It is a pick that we've seen from Shun in previous splits. He's got 16 professional games on the Viego, so certainly not something that he's a stranger to. But we'll see if he can take control, take over, because the second that you start winning a fight as Viego, you can just take things into your own hands. Like, let's say you get the Syndra, suddenly the QE comes out, you can ult onto them again, like instantly you just completely start snowballing.
Most definitely, but the thing that is concerning me for the side of BLG is that they have two hard scaling champions with the Jax and Jerry being locked in for this game one, where if LGD doesn't find their way in those mid-game skirmishes, you're not going to have an answer for this Jax. A lot of gyros from the crowds.
Yeah, I feel like fairly even between the two teams, relatively even there. But yeah, like you say, keeping our eyes on Bin on this Jax. But Xiaoshu should have a very good matchup in that top lane to stop Bin from getting himself ahead.
Most definitely. We do have a lot of lockdown CC from LGD. I mean, Haichao locking in Syndra for mid lane does mean he is going to get that mid lane party in these early stages, which does allow Meteor to have a much freer time looking for side lane ganks. But Shun on this Viego, I mean, there's a reason why Viego wasn't doing too well in the meta, where Sejuani and the Maokai was definitely the stronger champions compared to a champion that relies on full clearing. I believe the camps are going to get changed in patch 13.5, where full clearing is going to come back. Karthus perhaps, where camps do provide more gold. Not quite yet though, so Shun definitely just picking it as a comfort.
Yeah, that's still a little way away until we until farming becomes viable in the jungle again. We'll see how
No
that
farming,
changes the
please.
LPL.
Resident sleep until like 40 minutes. I was like, wow, Karthus press ultimate. What a surprise.
I will say, seeing all the Veigar V2 clips of Karthus jungle or Karthus mid lane a lot of the time on Twitter, where he just presses R 6 times across a game and just wins the game off the back of it. It's very interactive gameplay, has to be said.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at this bot lane 2v2, BLG is able to get that first push, but as long as Xinjiao is able to burn a flash from BLG's bot lane, I mean, Meteor is very happy to consistently gank a flashless bottom lane. A pause does ensue, however. Not too sure what this is for. Hopefully it's not going to be too long.
Yeah, hopefully things will get figured out, and we'll work out what the pause is, and we'll update you once we know as well. As looks like it was an LGD player there that the referees were huddling around, perhaps trying to sort an issue with a peripheral or something along those lines. Quiet start to things.
Yeah, very quiet.
Not super surprising though, when you consider the AD carries we've got on these teams, and even the solo laners. You want to get a couple of levels in before you can really kick things off. But I feel like once we start to get to like level 3, 4, that could be where things like the Annie can start to make plays.
Zyrakan definitely looking for level 4 spikes, as well as Annie is just trying to match the Syndra in that mid lane. But something that I'm looking out for LGD is that they have two hard pushing solo laners, where Gragas will have a relatively good time up against Jax in the early game, while Syndra does have that extra range, trying to clear the minions in mid lane. So Meteor can have a lot of options, but Shun...
Oh, Shun walked straight over a ward, but I don't think it's going to matter. The slows are there. One more Q would do the job. And we said he's got a snowball, and Shun starts it off in style.
One kill into pockets of Shun at 3 minutes. I mean, that's exactly what you are looking for as BLG. The kills are going to the carry jungler's hands, as Yagal sets it up perfectly by landing the flash stun, as Haichao was caught a little bit off guard from the pause, but Does burn the TP as well. Double summoners from Haichao, where Xun getting that extra 300 gold into his pockets does mean great things for BLG, and definitely not a slow start for this Viego.
Absolutely not. Great little kickoff to the game for him. And importantly as well, spotted on the ward as he went towards his Krug, so at least LGD know where he is currently. But here, look, he actually walks over the ward, but because of that flash stun from Yagao, it doesn't matter.
There must have been some miscommunication saying that Viego would have been topside, because we saw Haichao hard leaning towards this bottom side river, where he was just completely caught out of position as Yagao flashes in and gets the stun off. But both junglers are trading Scuttle, where LGD's bot lane is still getting consistently pressured in by Elulu.
And like, this is more like it when it comes to Annie. We saw Annie in the first series today, and I mean, it didn't really do anything for RA.
It did one thing.
Yeah, exactly. We saw one big play later on in the game, but it was kind of too late at that point. Here, though, we see Yagao, like, more than willing to flash in and make a play alongside his jungler. And this is really where Annie is going to shine, right? When you can set up plays like this.
Yeah, I love Yagao on these utility champions where he is able to set up for a lot of those major plays. I think he just has something in his vision where he sees the correct play and he goes for it. He sends it, and it leads BLG to generate so much gold from the early stage of the game. Exactly what Yagao has translated into as a player.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's always been a player that's willing to play setup for the rest of his team, but managing to just consistently make it happen, especially with Shun in the jungle. Elk could be in trouble, but dashes away from the knock-up, and Jin Zhao, the one that almost goes down instead. Stun from Haichao, keeps himself safe in the mid lane, but just consistent aggression coming out across the map. For BLG, it's in the mid lane, and for LGD, it's down towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, Munch, I've been saying landing that W is going to be super important for LGD's bottom lane, as you want to burn those flashes early on in the game, as that allows Meteor to rotate towards his bottom lane and create even more kill threats. But Xun is going to start the dragon, as we know that Jin Zhao was forced off lane from the previous poke, or at least trade. But BLG early game looking relatively stable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Shun going to be able to give himself the strength. They're at 1,500 gold ahead. I don't know how they're so far ahead. I mean, 20 CS lead in that bottom lane is kind of absurd. Like, I don't see any reason that Seri should be 20 CS up in the bottom lane at 6 minutes. Perhaps there was a big stacked wave, and it's all going to be minimized now as Haichao takes a huge chunk from Yagao. Tibbers getting involved in the action.
I completely forgot about how Syndra can just throw Tibbers away. It's like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Bit of a chunk from Yagao, however, does get him to half HP. Hopefully we get to see more plays from Xun, as Haichao doesn't have the flash available. But Bin is absolutely giga-chatting this lane by just proxying the Gragas.
Yeah, he's just like, you know what? If I can't trade into you, I'm just going to ignore you completely. I can't be bullied out by you if I'm not in your lane. If I just go elsewhere.
Are we looking at the same Gragas Jax matchup?
Yeah, I know. I'm not entirely sure what's going on.
Well, hopefully that was just a blink in the system, but we see Meteor and Jin Zhao rotating towards his mid lane as Yagao has flashed in about 5 seconds, definitely counting on that summoner timer. Herald is going to be spawning in 40 seconds, but you desperately need those level 6 spikes as the support and jungle of LGD.
Well, Elk getting himself 2 plays super early on here. I mean, this is kind of disgusting what's happening in the bottom lane. The fact that Jin Zhao not able to land these knockups so far. And On just leaving the bottom lane entirely. Just going to go help Yagao for a minute. Going to clear some vision away and support the rest of the team. Confident that Elk can just happily farm away in the 2v1.
Elk doesn't even have that cleanse, so he needs to be careful if Jin Zhao hits level 6, but he is still relatively far from the previous mid game, so it doesn't seem like LGD has too much kill threat onto Zeri as long as she dashes away from the CC from Rakan. But Herald is going to get started here as Rakan is just staying in that bottom lane and showing on vision.
Yeah, I'm staying towards that bottom side should mean that Herald is taken. And that'll be 2 neutral objectives back-to-back for BLG. So far, no kills, no towers, not even a play. I don't want to say it too early, but if BLG can maintain control and they don't do anything too aggressive, right now, they could potentially lead
Oh,
towards
aggressive.
perfect
You
game
wanted
if
it.
nobody dies. Here we go. Jinzhao in trouble as the lightning chaining onto both players. Elk using the heal for movement speed. The slow onto LPC, but they can't finish the job.
In the end, the Zai burns the heal, and Meteor does rotate towards his bottom side. But like you said, BLG very happy with the current game state. There's not too much action as we have two scaling champions on their draft this time around. But I was telling that LGD was really depending on the level 6 spike, so hopefully we do get to see some action around this bottom side, as Rakan is going to hit level 6 very, very soon.
And I think Elk currently trying to look juicy, because Jinzhao now level 6, LPC level 6. If he can bait it all in while Viego is just on the Krugs, that could look very good for BLG. That could be the opportunity, especially with On having that wild growth. It's very difficult to find a pick.
I was pretty surprised that Herald did go over to the side of BLG, as you do have the hard winning matchup in top lane, while Syndra, although burning Flash level 1, she is still consistently getting the wave in, so pretty concerning that two major objectives already in hands of BLG. Also spotted on a ward for Meteor, so BLG getting a lot of information in this early game.
Yeah, so far so good for them. Merc Tread's actually coming out from Hai Chao as his first item, just to make sure that he can't be CC'd up forever by Yagao and Shun. On moving over as Jinzhao gets a deep ward in, but immediate control ward comes out from On. They're fighting for vision control of this river because Drake is going to be up in just under a minute's time, and Meteor and Jinzhao don't want to give another one up.
My eyes are all on Yagao's Flash Tibbers, as she also has that Flash available for this next up-and-coming fight, but he has to play really smart because we saw how the Xayah Annie matchup went. If you don't time it correctly, well, the Xayah just gets away scratch-free. However, the vision setup is pretty good from Xinjiao, so Shun does have to face check into the Wukong, but Wukong will reset.
Yeah, the reset comes out from Meteor. Wave shoved in the bottom side. Stun comes out from Shun. No follow-up from the rest of BLG here. But the Herald will charge in. This will be two more plates into the pocket of Elk. I mean, you're happy with this one. There's BLG. 4 plates on a Zeri? You're over the moon.
Yagao is, I'm going to describe him as thick with triple C's, because maybe quadruple C's with the amount of plates going to his hands. 4. As he's also up a bit in CS, but Meteor has sensed the amount of pressure that BLG is putting towards his bot side. Hopefully we get to see a successful team fight.
Oh, could be onto Yagao here. Now skill blunt comes up through. He flashes, Meteor flashes after him, and will take the kill down. Shun though, just charging forwards. Meteor the target for the time being. He's gone and the resets come in. Jinzhao having to flash to get over to his teammate. They will survive, but a jungler for a mid laner with Drake up on the map, you'll take that every day for BLG.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade where the second dragon goes into Shun's hands once again. I mean, Yagao getting a little bit too greedy with the way he was pathing, as LGD did set up really good vision earlier on with the Rakan and Wukong. So although burning the flash and the TP, you're still getting the second dragon into your hands, and that's excellent things for a scaling composition.
Yep, all looking good for BLG. As Yagao walks in, does get caught out by Meteor and Hai Chao here. The CC chain is tough to deal with.
Yeah,
the fact
pretty
that Meteor
insane.
flashes after him, right? That's where they all go wrong.
I'm just wondering if Xinjiao was able to do anything on this Rakan, because he did miss that W and had to burn the flash himself. So overall, I think LGD definitely struggling a little bit to find the CC onto the enemy team, as Xinjiao no longer has that flash available, so you can't play too aggressive in this bottom lane 2v2, as the tower is extremely low.
Yeah, I mean, it might just get finished off. They've got a minute and 10 seconds to get that final plate, but even if they can't get the plate, honestly, like, just finishing the tower off without plates, it'll go down after a light breeze. But BLG, they would love to take it within the next minute, and On and out, just layering the pressure down.
Yeah, definitely something that you don't want to be seeing from a Xayah Rakan lane. You want to see the summoners being burnt from the Lulu and Zeri. Probably weren't able to get that, as it is getting a little bit, I guess, desperate for LGD for this Rakan, because you need to land those spells and you need to play alongside the Wukong, or else you're going to get outscaled.
Well, Jinzhao does find a knock-up here onto Elk, just denies the recall. On moving over, though, with Meteor in the wings. Could be a bigger play if Meteor moved on over, but it's not going to happen for the time being. Still trying to threaten towards this mid lane. They know Yagao doesn't have a flash, but it's Haichao forced to flash instead.
Oh, Bin, I mean, he gets chunked out. Is it gonna be a solo kill?
He's already used the Grandmaster's Might, but he
The
flashes
flash?
on to get the stun. Oh, but it's answered. Xiaoshu finding the solo kill.
Bin getting a little bit too confident in his play, but you need to remember you are Jax up against Gragas, where most of your leads are going to get diffused by a response bump from Gragas' belly, and that is going to be a solo kill into Xiaoshu's favor. I mean, burning the flash as well. I mean, Bin was just trying to get the wave in. He does land the stun. However, you just don't have enough damage at this point, especially when your lead does get cancelled. Getting bumped. Oh, it didn't get cancelled, but got bumped into the little bomba. What is the Q called? Barrel? Yeah, the barrel. And Xiaoshu just finishes everything with a very clean follow-up with his flash.
I think I prefer Bomba. Let's just start
Bomba?
calling. And do you know what? All 4 of Gragas' abilities are now called Bomba. It is how it is. Hang on. LGD spotted on a laser. It will diffuse the potential play. It was Jin Zhao trying to get over the wall with the quickness with the W, but won't be able to find it.
And Shun is just collecting all these major objectives in the early game, having the early game in his control. As even on Yagao rotating towards his top side, as Elf has moved into the mid lane as well. So a lot of priority.
Yeah. So another neutral objective for BLG. Quiet control gameplay from them so far, which is what we asked for. It's what we want from this team, is consistency. And this sort of style is certainly going to find you consistent wins. LGD actually just going to get ulted by Elk. I think they've got the follow-up to finish anything off here. LGD will walk away, but good attempt in the mid lane there from BLG. Minute and a half until Drake comes up. It would be the 3rd for BLG if they can get it.
This is so illegal from Elk. He's just playing the game however he likes, burning the ghost and running straight forward. LGD looking very hesitant to ever pull the trigger. I mean, you can't let the Zeri do whatever she wants in this mid to late game. She's just gonna dance on you, but Bin struggling to face up against Gragas, as this might be a solo kill.
Xiaoshu is destroying Bin right now. The Warthog keeps Bin alive. The Grandmaster's Might not enough to give him the MR for this fight. He's getting absolutely annihilated. Xiaoshu is having a phenomenal game.
40 CS up as this tier 1 tower falls as well, but is this Gragas going to be enough to shut down Elf in the later team fights is the main question, as Yagao does have his eyes set onto Haichao here.
Certainly does. Haichao, I think, realizing something might be going on. Yagao just going to start clearing the waves. Shun moving back towards the mid lane. And it's a slow and steady game from BLG, but this Gragas versus Jax matchup, that could be their downfall, honestly. It feels like that is the point in the map where LGD are strongest. Perhaps they can set up some plays playing through Xiaoshu.
Yeah, as long as the other side of the map isn't getting caught out, as we saw the resources going into Xiaoshu's hands. So Haichao being extremely disciplined in that top side, as he didn't see a counter gank from the BLG jungler, was really well played from the side of LGD.
Yeah, Herald dropped in the mid lane here. Haichao going to TP in there. Drake spawning. And here we go. We could have a 5v5 on our hands here, Kinsey. As BLG try and set up. How do LGD find themselves an advantage here?
Bin does get that tower, so if he gets a really nasty flank onto the side of LGD and catches the Xayah off guard, that could be a potential kill going to the hands of BLG. However, once he catches this...
Oh no, flash from Yagao! As LPC in trouble, and kind of an accidental flank from Bin in the end, as Shun happily dodges away from Jin Zhao's knockup. And well, with the AD carry gone, that's got to be Dragon.
Although it didn't play out the way I described it, it still ended up with LPC dying, as Yagao catches the Xayah off guard and just doesn't even need too much as a return. As a 3rd dragon now going to the hands of BLG, as this is a cloud dragon, so the ability haste is going to be extremely nice for the Yanni.
Yeah, definitely will be. Having that Tibbers on command. As Shun just about gets the skull crab. Jin Zhao nearly managed to steal that one with a cube. But so far, so good for BLG. The one thing I will say, their gold lead not that dramatic at this point in the game, but Ben just surviving as long as he needed to, and then LPC caught out. The rest of LGD backs away. A bit still
When he
here.
flashed up,
LPC flashes into it.
Shun was there. Shun was cutting off the other side of the map as she had to flash down. But flashing down just means you're running into Bin and burning both flash and ultimate, as LPC from that fight is going to make you a lot more vulnerable in the next team fight.
Yeah, and this is going to be a tough one for LGD at this point. I feel like we're kind of running out of momentum a little bit for their squad, but they do have some decent scaling. You've got a Syndra and a Xayah, so perhaps when we get to the 5v5s, it can come back alive. The fact that Bin gets that kill, though, man, that's got to suck for Xiaoshu. Everything's been going so well at the top lane for Xiaoshu. He's been doing such a good job of bullying Bin, and that CS deficit has basically been nullified by the kill.
It's the life of a top laner right now, as Elk is just working towards that BT with the overheal as well. These shields are going to be extremely obnoxious as we go into the later game stages. BT plus Immortal plus overheal.
Oh, Shun locked up here, but actually flashes out to safety. And now the turnaround from Elk. The Zeri free firing, charging up, lightning across the squad. And it will just be the one as Shun and On both managed to walk away.
And we thought LGD had the favor for that fight, but it turns out that no one's hitting Elk. Although you spent all your resources on Shun and On, they just ran away with barely the amount of HP that they had, and Elk was just free firing and got the return kill onto Jinjia, as he is still extremely squishy without that mythic online. But like we've been saying, this Rakan not doing too much in this game so far, not having any KP as well.
Nice little recall cancel from High Chow. That not going to be the end of the world for Yagao, but at least he can deny some tempo. His Drake will be coming up shortly.
Yeah, we do see a nice stun onto Shun. Yeah, a lot of ultimates going to Shun as well, but the Lulu ult just saved him, as LPC didn't find an angle to DPS and finish off those low HP members of BLG, as Zeri, 13.4. Love it.
Yep, Zeri doing Zeri things. Shield bow already in pocket here. 2 minutes on that Drake that would be Soul for BLG. Threatening the Baron for the time being, but you can anticipate over the next sort of minute, both teams will try and find vision control of the Dragon so that they can play on the objective before it spawns.
I'm wondering, is Haichao even going to be able to one-shot Elk from a full combo now with the BT, Immortal Shield Bow, and Overheal in his pockets at the 21-minute mark? I mean, this guy got Cho VCS.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing okay. It is lane right here for CS. Like, I mean, it's just absurd. It's just absurd. Elk on another level right now, and on a champion that will really reward you for perfect CSing, will really reward you for getting those early kills. Like, the cash in on the Zeri is just absurd. So feels like he's in. I mean, he's going to be unkillable as well at the fights. Like, look at his build with the shield bow and a bloodthirster, plus having a Lulu there. Plus, I mean, even Annie can be used as a peel tool. Like, I feel like it's going to be impossible to kill Elk.
It's going to be very hard to finish off the ADC for BLG because you just weren't active enough in that early game. I mean, you had the Rakan, you had the Wukong, you had so much setup to be aggressive in that early game, but you weren't able to put the Zeri behind. I mean, at this current game stage, I don't think you're going to be able to even stop Zeri from killing your entire team. She's just too ahead.
I'm going to be honest. Jin Zhao did try to be proactive on the Rakan. It's just not many of those knockups landed, I guess is the most political way of saying it. Really tough laning
wasn't
phase.
there.
Yeah. In both senses of the word, in fact. But
yeah, I mean, Dragon is going to be spawning in 20 seconds as flashes are available for BLG. If LPC misplays this once again, it just seems pretty hopeless for LGD in game 1.
it's a tough one, but we'll see if they can make a miracle happen. We've seen crazier things, especially with the Xayah on the squad of LGD. It's one of these 80 carries that really can make a difference in the game. Shun threatening an engage here, but look at Bin in the top lane. BLG, all they have to do is buy time. All they have to do is delay LGD, and Bin will take the base apart. He's already onto a tier 2 here and can continue just pushing away on the Jax. He's more than happy to do this.
They can just straight up do Baron here. They don't care about that 4th dragon. It is just a Cloud Soul that LGD is feeling extremely pressured to starting. BLG already onto this. I mean, Jax does TP back into the play, and they start Baron.
Look at Yagao behind enemy lines. This will be a massive Tibbers if you can find LPC. Only 4 players here for LGD so far. Keeping my eyes on Meteor as he'd be the one to try and make the steal happen. 6k on the Baron. Yagao sneaking forwards. Hasn't seen LPC just yet, but they've now seen him, and suddenly full retreat from LGD. The knockup onto Yagao, and the quickness as well to disengage the play. LGD, they get the dragon, and I think they might just get away with it in general.
Wow, they defused that perfectly. I mean, Jinjiao just negates all this, I guess, Yagao from walking forward on Annie, and she wasn't able to get her hands onto LPC. There might be more action, however, they are fighting over this mid lane priority.
They really want to go for it, don't they? Yagao flash forwards, but the thunderstorm. The reactions from LPC are perfect. And it means that once again, BLG can't quite find their mark.
Well, BLG does look like they have the better positioning, as Bin is just walking up and cutting them off. Trying to get this tier 1 tower down, since Baron isn't getting started by BLG. And I mean, without the Tibbers, you don't really have too much threat from BLG.
Yeah, looks like LGD will back away in the end, and you know what? They aren't going to start the Baron. They don't care about Tibbers. They're just going to go for this on an LGD. I don't know if they're aware that this is happening. Okay, Blue Orb comes out and will spot the play, but they might just commit to it anyway. Meteor's still here. This could be a 50-50. Okay, TP forced out. Shun still committing. How the hell does Elk get it of all players? Elk secures the Baron. BLG though, I mean 50-50ing Baron, is this really the way you want to play?
I mean, in the end, results matter, Munchables, and the Baron goes into the hands of BLG. Even though Elk secured it, that means there was a world where Meteor just goes in and seals it because Shun wasn't able to secure with his own smite. So a little bit disappointing, but it still does get the scaling composition ahead, as LGD just way too late with this TP, and they were just full sending it on the Baron. What was the HP like? I mean, it was just like one tick order from Elk, and they had to get away because you weren't going to be getting too much done as all the members were over the wall.
Tense moment in the game right there for BLG, but they do get the Baron, like you say. At the end of the day, it's whoever gets it that matters. And the Infinity Edge now picked up for Elk as well. Massive moment on the Zeri. 300 CS, by the way, at 26 minutes into the game. Elk is just on another level right now. And the Spear of Shojin finished off for Bin as well. Feels like a dangerous moment in the game for LGD. They've got to find some kind of miracle play.
Well, like I've been saying, Munch, this Jax is slowly getting online as the Gragas is forced to group up with the rest of the team, because I don't think they're going to win a straight up 4v4, as been consistently hovering on this top side.
That scout of the week was huge from Haicha, hitting both Bin and Shun, denying the engage. Might just to save the tower, but I think with the Baron cannons it will just eventually go down. If not now, then on the next wave. And in the meantime, Elk can pressure the mid lane. They've got to be careful for Xiaoshu's ult. You definitely don't want to be caught out by that. But again, the Baron buff just allows you to play this nice and slow, play it steady, and be able to slowly but surely finish these towers off. Xiaoshu almost getting taken out by Yagao there. Not quite enough damage though.
Combo does get dropped onto Xiaoshu as he is forced to back, but we need to remember that BLG doesn't have, or BLG Elk doesn't have that cleanse available, so if Jinjiao Haicha is able to land that CC onto the Zeri and everyone spends all the resources onto the AD carry, I mean, that could be a viable option to win a team fight, but you also need to remember that if you're spending all your things killing the Zeri, there's still 4 of the members on BLG.
Yeah. That's the issue, right? Is we've got carries pretty much in every lane. Like Lulu being the only one that's not a carry on this side of BLG. Even Shun can just take over a team fight. So LGD, they have to play this perfectly. And again, 45 seconds on Drake. This will be solved. This time there's no Baron to trade. This time there's nothing else on the map that LGD can play around with to find themselves an advantage. This will just be 5v5.
LGD is trying to look for a pick before this fight, however. BLG is a little bit split. Can they find it, however? is the question, because they're not gonna win a straight up 5v5 anymore. Zeri's too big.
Very close to getting stunned there, but Elk zips over the wall, keeps himself alive. Nightchow can't quite find his mark. I feel like Xiaoshu has to be a big player here. Greg Assault can set everything up. Shun is behind the team, and Jin Zhao caught out alone, has to use the quickness just to side his bin. Gets a double counter strike, and out there to follow up as well. LPC doesn't get a chance to play. It's Bin jumps in with another counter strike. Bin is insane. Shun looking for more as well. It's the re-engage later in the fight here. Out following up. This will be a tier 2. I don't even care about the dragon.
Oh my god, BLG said, screw the dragon, we're gonna go for a full-on engage, and Bin lands a nasty 2 stun onto LPC and I believe someone else, but mainly LPC because Yago follows up with the Tibbers and he is just straight up dead even with the flash and ultimate available. I mean, this Xayah, it is a very good pick into something like BLG's composition, but you need to be proactive and you have to use the ultimate before the fight even begins. You need to predict it.
Yeah, you gotta be ready for Bin to jump on and kick everything off. 2 in is taken by BLG here as they'll move over and grab themselves a soul as well. A massive play from Bin. Great follow-up from Yagao as well. And then the bonus stun on the back of the fight to get Bin his triple kill after how tough that laning phase was as well.
Yeah, no one would have guessed that Bin had probably one of the worst early games that he could have had as the Jax up against Gragas. I'm just having a little bit of fun putting out the emojis. But this game state, double inhib down for LGD. All they have to do is work towards that top one now. We're going to see a bit of the replay as Bin gets the stun onto the backline of LGD. No one just reacted. And Yago flies over the wall out of vision, so LPC couldn't react and press the ultimate himself, where it's just way too much CC from BLG, and Bin even following up with the flash stun. How do you play these team fights, Munch?
I mean, you just got to be a bit more preemptive, I think, for LPC. Like, he knew he was in range of Bin there, but didn't have the reactions to go for the Feather Storm.
Look at Bin's damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's absurd. It's absurd. Just able to free hit, honestly. And against a composition like this, Jax should not be free hit. That should not be how this works. But Shun, happy to face check this one. Just brute forcing LGD out of these plays because the LG know there's no way LGD could win a fight.
Like we've been saying, even if you do kill this area in this team fight, Bin exists, level 16 now. And just so much CC and peel from the side of BLG. I don't think LPC is going to be able to handle the front line of BLG anymore.
No, it's kind of funny as well to see that Elk almost 400 CS at 31 minutes. Like, first off, that's just mind-blowing in of itself. But also, he's on 4 items. And yet, in the most important fight of the game so far, he wasn't even the carry. It was Bin. Bin just comes out of left field, takes all of the credit for himself, and maybe an MVP with that kind of play. Elk, after all
Elk,
of this farming, you'd think that he would be the biggest one, but in that last fight, Elk wasn't really the big center point.
I mean, that did secure them the bottom inhibitor as well, but now with Baron minions, the base is just going to get swarmed by supers. So LGD, I mean, if you're not going to pull the button now, I don't think you're going to have a chance later on in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm curious to see who does get MVP, because I definitely agree that Elk, up until this point, or maybe even Shun actually, setting up the early game incredibly well. I feel like the whole squad of BLG has been doing well. And the only one that was struggling a bit in the earlier game, but definitely making it up for himself in that previous fight. And now pressuring in the bottom side as Shun pressures in the mid lane. A bit of a 3-1-1 from BLG, just to make sure that the pressure is there. Wave's not exactly synced up, but it's difficult to deal with these Baroned up super minions. And Bin happily dodging away from the pressure of both solo laners from LGD. And that means the rest of the base will be blown open and the rest of the health bars will be blown apart. LPC saving his Feather Storm for next game, it seems, as it's a double kill for Yagao, and BLG dominate LGD in game number 1 of the series.
Beautiful starting game for the side of BLG. I believe Yago ending the game with 100% KP on this Annie, so definitely put in tons of work as that utility mid laner and really enabled the side lanes of Bin and Elk to pop off on their comfort champions. The Jax was just a monster later on.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff coming out from BLG. Slow, steady, clear win conditions and playing to them. Like, you really can't ask for more, especially from a team that we're saying should be going to playoffs. We need to see good things from them. Those are the kind of good things that we were hoping to see from them as well. And LGD still leaving something to be desired. Wanted to be proactive in the early game, and we did see some like scraps of that proactivity, but felt like the execution wasn't necessarily there. Jinzhao going wide on a lot of his knockups, and Elk able to just dominate that laning phase.
Yeah, execution definitely did play a huge part in LGD's lack of presence in the early game. I didn't see too much mid jungle not mid support jungle roaming either. So definitely looking at that for game 2. But I have a bit of a question for BLG, because when it does come to the early game, is it BLG playing to diffuse the play, or is it just LGD didn't do too much? Because that game was very quiet until the last few minutes, where Elk and Bin were just unkillable on these scaling champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BLG doing a really good job in that early game. I think Shun absolutely everywhere he needed to be. It felt like BLG were reading what LGD wanted to do and playing appropriately to that. And like we said, only the Gragas was really the threat from LGD in that early game, and it just wasn't enough to actually put some significant pressure on BLG. And then just fantastic team fighting out from BLG. Look, when you look at this roster on paper, this is the kind of gameplay you expect.
Oh, no.
Like, this is what they can do, but we just don't seem to see this every game. This is what I was saying before. Like, some days it's like this, other days they just can't make it happen. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on within BLG right now, but if they can just rinse and repeat this kind of gameplay, they're in for a great time.
My eyes can't stop staring at LPC Xayah damage. He just wasn't able to play this game at all, as Yagal and Bin just has their eyes locked onto this Xayah, where you had to predict a lot of that CC, but unfortunately he wasn't on top of his game. So very sad game for the Xayah and Rakan. But like we've been saying, playing towards this Gragas, it's fine giving him the resources, but you have to weigh your options. Will this Gragas really out-carry the Zeri who's getting fed on the other side? Because in the end, it didn't work out for LGD.
No, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it happen there. BLG starting things off strong. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out how this series continues in Game 2.
Started up by LNG. They're TPing actually behind as well. Zika is coming. He doesn't have the unstoppable onslaught, but he has Scout right there. Shun's honestly using Zika to try to get out of this one, and he does, but no! The sniper shot from Scout.
The LPL are kings again.
Okay, hear me out here. Have you ever gone through a breakup and you tell your ex that they'll never find someone else like you? Well, that's true most of the time, unless your ex is EDG and they pick up this guy named Fofo.
For the traps, force him back to the rest of his team. JJ joining the squad as everybody presses away! Fofo comes in and takes Ultra Prime apart. That was disgusting.
And with Mako leading the roster, I'd keep a close eye on the bot lane, just in case.
So many mistakes, so much damage, and then you're always able to do your job.
Oh, the trap is there as well. Leave has to cleanse. Balan walks away just about with his life. But the bubble is huge onto Doggo. Both of them 100 HP. JJ wants to move in. I don't think he can do it, but Mako can! Flashes forward.
Now we're going to see what they're able to do. Is Leaf.
Oh, no, Balan!
Oh, that's what they can do!
Leaf destroys him! What? He has a family!
But let's not forget, LNG has Tarzan and Scout.
Last line's a Scout. Yeah.
There's about to be a physical reaction in terms of maybe Shun going down. He does have the rest of the... No! Death goes wide. Oh, he gets the cash in. Elk gets money. We actually got a little bit of something for BLG as they're trying to get a little bit more. Yagao gets a big push back for Scout, but Scout slams the hammer down and gets one back and forth. LNG, it's a trade of 2 for 3.
So maybe... I have no idea what I'm talking about.
The fires my head calls me a liar, sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer. like we're walking on water. Whoa, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking on water. We're walking on water. Fires that have caused me a life to see. Breathing in the smoke. Leave a little longer, race a little harder, yeah. Every time when I'm wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Whoa, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
然后去对上老干爹的话，就他们可能更加对前期的节奏啊做得非常好，然后对上他们的话，应该需要就是在前期 把资源全都控好，应该会很好拿下比赛。他的节奏啊，然后对资源的把控都做得非常好，然后针对他的话，就可能需要在前期让他玩得难受一点吧。
Well, Shun's there like, against this team, we need to secure all objectives in the early game. They got all objectives in all stages of the game. BLG just dominated the objective game. I'm much joined by Kitty. And our MVP for game number 1, it actually goes to Yagao. I'm very surprised by this one. I thought it was going to be Elk or Bin or maybe even Shun, but Yagao, 100% kill participation, manages to take it.
Yeah, only sitting on 2 kills, however, we were very surprised when we got told this, but he was definitely cooking something up in those team fights as he got a pretty good engage onto the enemy carry all the time. Well, he got really good engages, not pretty. He looked pretty on the Annie though, so that's all that matters as we saw an Annie earlier on in the night, but we just weren't able to see the amount of engages that Yagao was able to provide in this game 1, where we saw the proactiveness paired alongside Annie, and we saw how all the team fights getting started were on BLG's terms, and they played towards it perfectly.
Kept Yagao setting up those early plays, and then on this one, after Bin manages to get that initial stun, Yagao there to follow up and make sure that LPC goes down, can't use that Feather Storm. Really good stuff coming out from him on the Annie.
Yeah, Annie, there is a reason why this champion is pick or ban either on support or mid lane. I do prefer it a little bit more on mid because your Tibbers is just extra annoying when you have those items online. Still, of course, could be flexed towards support, but definitely a big question mark for LGD as I believe that Zyra Khan realistically shouldn't be losing the 2v2. They should be relatively even sometimes trading some summoner spells during the early game, but we saw none of that from LGD.
Yeah. I mean, it's the fact that every single time Jin Zhao tried to go in, Elk just ease away, right? But you can always try and get the knock up on the Lulu. Like, that is an option too. It doesn't always have to be on the Zeri. So, felt like there was some slight mechanical issues down in the bottom side, but maybe they can change things up going into game number 2. I am curious how the draft is going to go for game number 2, because this first one, we saw a lot of scaling on both sides, but a very dramatically different draft to what we saw in the first series of the day. It feels like different teams have totally different reads on how to play League of Legends right now.
Yeah, LGD kind of experimenting with their team identity so far, as we saw the Renekton Nidalee from earlier on in the week. Now they are playing something more standard where they are trying to play front to back. However, we just didn't see the urgency in that mid game where they pretty much contested nothing. I mean, in that interview with Shun on the Viego for game 1, we didn't see Wukong and Rakan in any of those plays. Shun just took it by himself, not even a vision being placed down. So definitely something to consider for this game too, as you are drafting for that jungle support duo to be very strong. However, you need to also play towards it as you don't auto win from that.
No, you certainly don't. Need the squad to be involved, and you know, at the end of the day, League of Legends, there's 5 players on a team. Just see working together. We'll see if
I actually play with 4.
Well, yeah, honestly, a lot of the time it does feel like that. Even in some of the best teams ever, quite often there's an imposter among us, but that's a conversation for a different time on a non-official broadcast. Sichuani and Elise going to be banned away by BLG for LGD. It's going to be a Caitlyn and a Kindred ban. I feel like the power of having Shun on your squad, right? You guarantee Kindred has to be banned every single game.
Yeah, I mean, the junglers are going to get banned out once again, where Zeri this time, however, is going to get taken off. So no more Elk free hitting on that Zeri. So something like the Varus could be taken into consideration here, paired alongside the Karma Heimerdinger, which also very, I guess, enjoyed by the bottom lane of BLG. But like we've been saying, Meteor on that Wukong from earlier, I mean, he did get the better champion, which was more meta, due to his ganking and skirmishing ability. However, we didn't see Meteor doing too much as he was up against the Viego.
Yeah, tough one to play up against. But aggression from BLG with that Lucian. And LGD, I'm curious where they respond, right? Do they just go for their bottom lane straight away to answer? Do they go for a priority jungle pick? I mean, we've even seen blind solo lanes. I mean, we saw the Jax as one of the earlier picks in the previous game for BLG. But it will be the bottom lane. As Heimerdinger open as well, could be an option alongside that Varus.
Ooh, the Lee Sin is going to get hovered, but it's most likely going to be that Wukong locked in for a second game in a row. But I'm enjoying this Varus pick. I think it does offer a lot as you can flex between the on-hit and poke build. I'm assuming, well, it really depends on BLG's top side on which rune he decides to go. But with the Vi being locked in, a lot of lockdown and CC for the side of LGD this time around, where it's a lot easier to execute. It's one button. However, you do need to play with your rest of the team as you don't want to be overextending as Meteor.
No, you certainly don't. You certainly don't. This is only his second game of Vi of the split for Meteor. And also, he hovered that Lee Sin, yet to play that this split as well. He's very much been all about the Sejuani and the Maokai, and even a game of Skarner and Zac in there for Meteor as well. He's been a weird jungler this split.
If you already played Skarner, come on.
I know, but goes with the Vi at the end, and it's going to be answered with a Wukong for sure.
Lucian Nami comes back into patch 13.4 to haunt me. This is probably the first Lucian Nami I've seen since the patch change. Definitely hit the Lucian in particular, as Nami is the fish wife of Lucian nowadays. Nautilus gonna get locked in here as well. A lot of hard CC from LGD. Very straightforward, and they are looking for that early game agency, which is what they're trying to aim for from the interviews that we saw earlier.
Yeah, interesting to see this Nautilus coming on through instead of the Heimerdinger. We've seen a ton of Heimerdinger from Jin Zhao specifically, but obviously wanting to find those engagers, you've got the Vi there as well. So a lot of productivity locked in already for LGD. Need to see them using that effectively. Over to BLG for the ban slowers. Annie taken off the board away from Yagao this time around. I'm curious if BLG will go for mid lane bans as well, or could focus on the top side, and looks like that's what they'll do with the Scion taken away from Xiaoshu.
LGD needs to ban Talia here. Well, you do have the Vi, and you're definitely looking for something that has the same amount of mobility in that mid-jungle duo. You need to remember that you're up against someone like Yagal, where his Talia is definitely a signature champion in his hands. So if you leave that open, I'm afraid Yagal is going to have a very fun time. Does get taken off here, so that's really good banning out of LGD. However, once again, we saw how useful Yagal was once he got a mid lane matchup that he was comfortable with, so Haichao really needs to step up for this game too.
Yeah, we need to see something special here from Haichao, because Yagao, you know, MVP performance there to set up every single play, neutralizing that mid lane. And also just the flash kill at level 3, right, where we saw Shun influencing that matchup. The Jack's locked in. Gragas is open. Do we see Bin just run the matchup back?
Surely he picks the Gragas here and teaches him a lesson. I mean, Kennen is also a very good answer. I mean, there's just so many counter picks to this Jax. Don't go for the Gnar. Go for something more spicy, Bin. Come on.
I would love to see the Kennen. Kennen would be so much fun to watch, but it will be the Gnar locked in. But I mean, Bin, exceptionally good on the Gnar. Great teamfight tool for his squad, especially when you got a Wukong alongside that Lucian Nami. Good to set up for that team fight. And Yagao baiting us with the Veigar last draft. We'll see what he's going to lock in first before we talk about it, because Yagao, plenty of options available to him, and he's a player that is more than willing to bring all kinds of stuff to the mid lane. He's bringing Gragas out in the mid lane.
We have Gragas for the mid lane for this game 2 in the series, where it's not going to that top lane matchup, it's going in the mid lane as a blind. And Gragas mid lane definitely getting more popularity as we enter this new patch, where he does build that role, obviously going to get responded with an Ahri, where it pairs extremely well with the Vi. So a lot of agency this time around for LGD. Are they going to pull the trigger though? Because the problem with them is the hesitancy, but this time they have so much setup.
Yeah, I mean, wait a second. Is this Wukong? No, okay, they did swap in the end. I could have believed it. I could have believed it. Yeah, BLG. A lot of tools and a lot of excitement on their squad. Ahri, though, a good answer, right? Because the explosive cast, Haichao could just dash away from that one. He can follow up on the Vi. Good chain CC there. I feel like this draft, much more interesting than what we saw in game number 1. Game number 1 was like, okay, handshake the early game, scale up, go for later. This game is all about proactivity and aggression, and I love it.
Yeah, Gragas does kind of throw a bit of a question mark into how this team composition is going to play out for the side of BLG this time around, but I believe that Gragas is just going to go the default build where he goes Rod of the Ages, I believe, first, and does become that tanky mage that you can rely on for that CC. So all eyes on Elk as we see Lucian Nami once again in patch 13.4 has been nerfed a tiny bit in terms of the mana pool, so it just means less trades in that bottom lane, but it still has the threat of going from 100 to 0 as a one-shot build.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to find the gold required to make that happen. I'm excited for this one, Kitty. A Gragas in the mid lane from Yagao as we move into game number 2 of the series. A strong, convincing win from BLG in game number 1. LGD, though, bringing more to the table, it feels like this time, where you've got the Hail of Blades there for Varus alongside Ginger.
Hail of Blades into the Lucian Nami, I mean, that will work because the Lucian is relatively short range, so you're just trying to look for those short pokes. You do need to consider that Nami has that little bit of sustain, so you can't do it too many times as you only have a Nautilus yourself, so you're looking for those hard engages. Relatively normal start for both of these sides. A ward does get dropped in that top side where Bin wants that lane party up against his Jax early on.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to get it. Shout steps onto the ward, but Bin going to be helping out Shun in the early game, making sure that he can get things rolling and get a good clear going for himself. I'm looking towards how these two junglers play out the early game, playing on opposite sides for the time being. Meteor moving up towards that top lane, Shun starting in his blue, moving down towards the bottom lane. I feel like there is plenty of space for these two junglers to get involved early and try and make things happen.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at BLG's composition once again, the Gnar is just going to try and do relatively even up against Jax. A lot of trading already as Bin gets zoned off his own wave, but Wukong most likely just going to path towards that Lucian and get him online early. More trading. I mean, Xiaoshu definitely not trying to play passive this time around.
No, definitely not. Wants to get aggressive, wants to influence this lane, and I can't blame him, but Bin trading it back. Shun not pathing down to the bottom side. Instead, two camps straight up towards that top lane. Bin might be able to bait him in. The jump in from Xiaoshu as he hits level 2. Bin flashes under the tower. Xiaoshu goes under the tower and gets the solo kill. Shun punishes, but still Xiaoshu gets his 400.
So much aggression in this early game and exactly what we want from Xiaoshu as he picks up that first blood into his pockets, also trading the flash for flash. So really worth. The wave, however, is in a bit of a weird state, so if Wukong decides to come and regain, we did see some action in the bottom lane where On had to burn both summoners, but that does mean this Jax is going to be a slightly more ahead compared to the Gnar, and we saw how important Jax was when it does come to the later stage of the game and the amount of pressure he provides.
Yeah, we'll see. If I mean, if he can scale up and if he can get some early kills in this game, it means that you can kind of skip a lot of the scaling that's required and make things happen. Shun not starting slowly here, moving into the bottom lane now is LPC the target, and he'll go down. Jinchao trying to trade, but there's no way he finishes this kill. Flash over the wall, no follow-up from BLG, but 2 ganks, 2 successes for Shun.
However, they are going to meet in this bottom side jungle as Meteor has that red buff available, so he can look for a kill, misses the Q. Unfortunately,
Shun
this is gonna...
So aware of what's going on, right? There was no vision there, but just had a feeling that something was up.
We do see mid lane Gragas having a 0% win rate in the LPL, so hopefully we see more success with Yagao on this champion this time around. But a lot of great things for the side of BLG so far. We did say that Wukong is going to play mainly towards his bot side, where they do want kills on the Lucian. However, the Nami did get in a sneaky order and got the kill into LPC, so not the best results, but definitely something going.
Yeah, Xiaoshu again looking for big damage onto Bin here. Low on HP, but Bin gets to trade it back somewhat. Didn't have a ward available. Xiaoshu's cooldowns are going to be back. Bin losing basically all of his health in that trade.
Having that extra long sword just means Bin is gonna have a tough time in this top lane. I mean, the wave state is terrible as well, where he needs the jungle to bail him out. You don't have Mega either, so your health is extremely fragile as Xiaoshu not having flash either, but he's just gonna jump on your face and give you 2 orders.
Yeah, depressingly for Xiaoshu off of that first play, he is actually pretty far behind in CS, but luckily for him, this freeze should pretty easily change that fact. Yagao moving up though, drops a ward in Pixel Brush. I believe that was spotted by the Scryer's Bloom, so will just be instantly cleared. And with a Meteor on the top side, Bin has to be extremely careful.
Most definitely, and we see Meteor already taking that spot. All the hook lands.
Good hook from Jin Zhao there, but not really much follow-up from LPC. Couldn't get any damage down, so just a trade. Hai Chao moving up to the top side. Shun is here. Drops a control ward, sees Hai Chao. He knows something's up now. Bin will be aware,
Level
but there's
5.
no flash. He's in mini Nar right now. Shun's got to save the day, jump straight onto Hai Chao. Bin stunned up. Xiaoshu moves in, and the kill already there. Shun, can he answer? Yes, 1 kill already. Now onto Meteor he goes, who has to flash away. Yagao arrives on the scene, and Shun is just putting out fires everywhere on the map.
LGD looking for more.
What a hook from Jin Zhao here, but LPC caught up in a bubble, and Jin Zhao low on HP, arrow wide from LPC. BLG survived the aggression.
Good dodge from Elk there. I think he did need to burn the flash if the Varus Q landed, but top lane traded 1 for 1 as Hai Chao falls down, even burning the flash on Ari, and another kill into this Wukong's hands. So in the end, it's still relatively even, but I mean, that dive was played a little bit messy. I don't know what happened where Hai Chao ended up being the one tanking tower, where it all started with Xiaoshu tanking the tower. So we need to take another look at what happened here, because they were just focusing down Bin, and the tower was focusing Meteor. Oh, and he walked out of the tower range, and Hai Chao taking an extra tower shot fell as a response, and in the end, still pretty even.
So Meteor steps out of tower aggro, and then this second half of Hai Chao's Q hits Shun still under the tower. So that one shot flies over towards him and sets up Shun for the kill. Really unlucky, honestly, from Hai Chao. But either way, it's Shun 2-0 and 1 right now, and what a fantastic start to the game for him on the Wukong.
Is Mr. Elk cooking something with his build here? He does have the serrated dirk in his pockets. Is it going to be a collector?
I think so. I've seen this a couple of times on Lucian, where you go for the serrated dirk and then you just go into your normal mythic. So it's very likely those 2 long swords are for a Noon Quiver, and then he goes into, you know, his Gale Force or his Cracker Slayer. I assume Gale Force. It's a bit weird. It does delay your mythic, but it just means you have so much burst early on.
It's very interesting. I mean, I haven't seen this so far, but I'm definitely learning. Shun is back in this bottom lane. Flashes are available for LGD. There is a pink ward there to spot out Shun as well, but it goes over the wall. I mean, not too much setup just quite yet.
Yeah, guy spotted on a ward as he starts to move down towards this bottom side. Feels like BLG are readying up for something. Drake on the map right here would be the first one of the game. Nobody touching that one just yet, as Meteor going to go for the Scuttle Crab. Shun leaning towards that mid lane, but Hai Chao has the Spirit Rush available. There shouldn't really be much threat towards Azari.
It does seem like BLG is going to just look to do this Herald first, as they don't have bottom lane priority. So Shun going to be contested, as we do see Meteor responding to this.
Yeah, but Bin having the wave in a pretty good spot where at any moment he can just force this wave in and crash it. At any moment he can clear this wave and move on over. Xiaoshu struggling to contest, but once spins back into mini Nar, that's his moment. Meteor, I don't know if he was trying to get into the pit with that blast cone, but if he was, he fumbled it. If not, he's moving up to this top side to try and make a play onto Bin. Don't know if he'll get away with it though, because he walked over a ward.
Shun is going to respond to this top lane play, as Yagal has moved first. We haven't seen too much from the Ahri and Vi, as they both have ultimates available.
Yeah. And I feel like we're consistently seeing LGD wanting to... Oh my days, the damage onto the pit. Xiaoshu doing 2/3 of his health in a split second. But crucially, Bin surviving, about to turn Mega Nar, so a bit of sustain there for him. And we'll be fine. He'll survive the play. Yag out. basically threatening 2v1 at this point, and LGD not willing to fight him. That could have been a pick. If Meteor and Haichao just commit onto Yagao there, they maybe could have just one-shot.
Yeah, at least burning a flash from Yagao as he was caught out extremely out of position in that river as he was a bit late to the play, but it's okay, it's okay. The TP does get burned from Haichao. We haven't seen too many plays out of the Aryan by only one top lane dive. I mean, you have the setup from your bottom lane at this 9-minute mark where both ultimates available. A lot of hard CC, although you can just go for the Nami without the cleanse. I think something needs to happen before these 5v5 skirmishes, as Yagao is going to go towards that Rod of the Ages and he's going to get more tanky from now on.
Yeah, I mean, he's only going to get scarier. I have had a little look at Yagao's solo queue history, and he has played a bit of this Gragas, but not too tremendous success and not too often. Whether or not that's the same in scrims is a whole different question, but I mean, the Gragas now essentially being a triple flex, right? You can take it top, mid, jungle. You could even technically take it support. Have a Yasuo AD carry? Why not? Mix it up.
I never want to see a Yasuo AD carry in my LPL games, but Shun, the eyes are set on him here.
Oh, wow. He's gone. Where did he go? He's a magic
I blinked
trick.
and he died.
Yeah, they managed to make the enemy jungle disappear. Shun vanishing off your screens. Was on a ward as he tried to do his red buff. And LGD, this is the proactivity that we've been waiting for. The whole gang gets involved, and they are rewarded with a dragon. This is a much better game number 2 from LGD. They've got themselves a bit of a gold lead. They get themselves the first Drake. This is more like it.
Yagao is going to get spotted on a ward here, so Xiaoxu should just run away. But yeah, a lot of easy execution from LGD's composition in this game too. Xiaoxu.
Oh, he actually flashes under. He gets a solo kill. I don't know, is this good? That's twice now that he has killed himself to kill Bin.
Xiaoxu really doesn't want Bin to be farming in this lane as the Gnar, but that does mean another kill into the hands of Wukong, and he did waste a bit of Yagao's time. The ultimate.
Oh no. Elkin Trouble has to flash the wall here on the next target as Meteor moves on over. On playing quite aggressively here, but I don't think Meteor will be able to get it.
No Vital just quite yet, but Haichao is moving down first as no one is responding from the side of BLG, so this just looks like the bottom lane is going to get forced out as they get some plates down.
Yeah, good response from BLG to move away from the tower, not fall into the dive. Will mean LPC gets a couple of plates solo to himself, maybe even 3 actually off the back of this one. And a lot of CS denied from Elk here. And a solid play coming out from LGD on the bottom side, answered now by Shun in the top side, hitting away on this tower, using the Herald to guarantee some plates of their own.
I'm pretty surprised this Herald does get dropped for the Gragas. That does mean all of his items are going to come online extremely fast. But your Lucian being slightly behind, even with the Serrated Dirk, I mean, that just means his Mythic is going to come online very, very late. Having that stopwatch available, however, so he does have a way of preventing those dives. But Xiaoxu just absolutely egoing it and goes in for the kill. And does get it for a 1-for-1 trade. And Bin does not get his CS under tower.
Yeah, I guess Xiaoxu just deciding, like, look, Yagao's behind me. He saw him on a ward, right?
He definitely saw him on a ward.
But I feel like he saw him before he went in, and then still made the decision to go for the kill anyway, and try and find his extra bit of gold. Perhaps feeling like he needs to carry based on what's been happening across the course of this series. Feeling like he needs to be one of the big members here, because LPC getting those plates, but the first tower ending up going to Bin in the end off the back of the Herald. Yago slightly wide on that one, but the belly bomb should still be able to find Jin Zhao. Buffon goes wide as well, on with a title to deny plays here, and Shun flashes out to safety. Elk now arriving on the play, but everybody walking away from this one, and somehow nobody dies.
Nobody died. BLG committed a lot of ultimates onto Jin Zhao. They thought they caught someone there, but just wasn't enough follow-up from the side of BLG. I mean, even Haichao tried to make something happen on this Ahri. I believe there just wasn't enough damage from both sides. LPC wasn't there, to be fair, and that's a huge chunk of LGD's damage gone. But the fight dies down. A lot of CC being burnt and a lot of summoners gone from both sides as well.
Yeah. Kind of a wild series of plays going on in this game. It's 4-4. exactly even on gold. One Drake for LGD right now. Next one coming up in just over a minute and a half. This is a strange one, but this is why people have been critical of BLG, right? Where in some games they look fantastic, in some games they look amazing, like game number 1 of this series. Other games, they struggle to maintain leads. Like they're against a team that is 3-7 in the standings. You should expect BLG to be a squad that can quite comfortably take this. They're not looking like it in game number 2. LGD really showing up. This is why teams, and this is why people are critical of BLG as a team.
Most definitely. I didn't see too much proactiveness from BLG either. They were really good at diffusing plays, however, this time around, Bin currently 0-3 on this nod does mean that the Jax is incredibly strong at this stage in the game. They're going to look for something in this top side, however. A lot of lockdown.
Yagao in trouble. Here we go. Everybody jumping straight on in. The CC chain is absurd. But Yagao's kind of tanky. The belly bop to keep himself alive. Meteor once more. But they won't find it. The sustain is there. The TP comes out as well from Bin. With Shun in the wings. LGD another attempt, but it doesn't quite land.
Yagao just coming back from a rough late night as he just chugged some beer and he's out. But the Everfrost from Ari does mean you are trading off that extra bit of damage for some CC, as BLG has relatively low range champions for this game too. So unfortunate that you weren't able to get the kill into Yagao as you committed some ultimates towards it, but should be fine as the map is slowly building up and opening up for LGD.
Yeah, LGD finding ways. This lethality virus. An item and a half. Certainly a good milestone for them. BLG grouping up. They want to contest this next straight. This up on the map now. LGD got first of the game. That ward not quite able to be cleared by Bin there. As the mid wave just going to be shoved in by Elk. The Herald down there to force priority as well. This gives BLG entry into the river. And they're just going to start the Drake off straight away. But the TP comes out from Xiaoshu. Surely a contest here for LGD. They're posturing like they want to fight. Could have a 5v5 on our hands as BLG committing to the Drake. In the meantime, they zone everyone with the tidal wave. Drake taken. Bin about to 10 mega, but just CC'd up and take it down. Meteor to answer though.
Xiaoshu!
HP flashes away. Xiaoshu chasing him down. The flash from on to survive as Shun left alone on the top side of the play. Jumps onto LPC, but he drops. And LGD find themselves a 4-for-1.
Exactly what you wanted, Munch. 4 kills going to the hands of LGD as Xiaoshu just comes in late to the fight and cleans everyone up. I mean, the fight started quite messily as a lot of skill shots were going wide, but it doesn't matter as 5-2 now. Xiaoshu on the Shax looking very, very comfortable in this game state. We're gonna take another look. A lot of CC landed onto Jinjiao, but wasn't able to finish him up just quite yet. I mean, the hook misses, the charm misses, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoshu had that angle onto the backline of BLG. So he was able to just do so much damage, extremely tanky as well. I've been saying how Lucian behind, you just have no damage to deal with the front line of LGD, and that problem is really showing in this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff from LGD though to be this decisive, right? After BLG committed so much to just zoning, right? They used the tidal wave, they used the explosive cast, they were trying to just keep LGD away. LGD then recommit to the fight, find themselves some picks, and yes, BLG got the Drake, but weren't able to get more off of it. And Bin just completely denied, right? Trying to turn Mega, trying to get his ultimate off, but the CC chain was absurd.
Most definitely, and my question is, who is gonna deal with this Jax in the side lane, because Gnar already extremely behind in terms of items and just not having that presence from early on. And Yagao going the full tank build, definitely not going to be killing anything in his circumstance as well. So BLG definitely in a bit of a sticky situation now as LGD getting those items online.
Yeah, good stuff for LGD. I just feel like that Jax is going to be an absolute menace for BLG. Xiaoshu 5-2-2 in this game. I mean, the Jax from Bin was an absolute menace later on in the game, in game number 1 of the series. It feels like this whole series might just revolve around Jax, honestly, with how Xiaoshu's doing in game 2.
Look, if you can't counter it, just ban it. But unfortunately, this time around. It got let through again. Elk burning the ultimate to clear this mid wave. Only thing that's going for them is that this mid tower is still up and available, so the vision control is still relatively even.
Yeah, fantastic stuff so far. The Xiaoshu moving into the bottom lane. Bin could be in trouble here, but I think he should be able to just escape out of the top side of the play, walk away with his life. Let's talk oppositions though, because it feels like as we get later in the game, LGD, they're in a really good spot for this one.
Yeah, most definitely, especially with your Jax being online already in these teamfights. All you need to do is diffuse the amount of engage that BLG has, and Yaga on this Gragas is a little bit questionable. We saw his ultimates in these teamfights, and most of them aren't too impactful. All you need to do is land that one ulti that wins you the game. We haven't seen it just quite yet, so it really depends on how Yaga functions on this Gragas. But like you've been saying, LGD very comfortable with this current game state, where Xinjiao having a much better game as well.
Yeah, it's been a strange one from BLG, honestly. Feels like they have so much practice. I'm going to be honest, I'm going to target the Gragas in the mid lane here from Yagao. Like, doesn't feel like it's been able to have much impact so far in this one. There's an attempt onto Haixiao, not going to do much. And granted, he's gone for the Rod of Ages. Like, it's going to be, once you've got a couple of items that really are going to come online, but perhaps we needed a little bit more earlier on, because I'm not sure how well this composition is going to scale into the late game from BLG.
Most definitely, and especially if Yaga gets his ultimate onto someone like the Vi or the Ahri or the Jax, I mean, you just run away. You have so much mobility, so realistically, Yaga on the Gragas is only going to be able to lock down the bottom lane of LGD. However, LPC playing a lot more disciplined as well on this Varus, where he only has one death.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after game number 1, I think we needed a better performance from LPC, and he is showing it for us here. So fantastic stuff there on the Varus, getting good damage out as well. Getting close to 3 items, which I feel like is an exceptionally strong point for lethality Varus once you finish that Muramana and finish your second lethality item. Elk pressuring Haixiao, getting the Spirit Rush out, but it costs him his culling. Drake coming up in just a second, and LGD poised and ready in River.
Bin can redeem himself with a huge Mega Gnar play here. With the flash available, he has position for it as well.
Oh, Elk just going to dive in the mid lane, but he's tanking tower. The Everfrost huge, as now the rest of the team jumps on in. LGD trying to find some picks here, and it's LPC to finish off on. Yagao in the middle of everyone. His Bin moves over as that Mega Gnar cheering for his team, launching everyone in, but they don't have the damage, they don't have the health bars. Bin throws the enemy and just gives them 4.
Munch, nothing is dying on the side of LGD. There's just nothing dying. I mean, you don't have the damage anymore. Lucian was completely zoned out by this Jax. Nothing is going to kill him as they also pick up the Baron here. I mean, this is just looking an overall win for LGD as they manage to completely take over the early game.
Yeah, huge stuff from LGD. They have more consistent damage, playing well in these fights, and I mean, the ult from Bin, I get the idea, but it didn't work out. The Everfrost, huge here from Haixiao. Means Elk's basically out of the fight.
Yeah, Elk already extremely low to start off the fight, and that is your main damage in these team fights. On lockdown by the Nautilus CC and gets sniped away, but nothing is killing this Jax. Bin even ulties him closer into Elk's face, and Elk is a little bit speechless here as he gets flashed CC'd. A lot of miscommunication definitely from BLG, and even in these team fights, Gnar doesn't seem like he is doing too much as Mega.
No, Bin having a tough series, honestly. Struggling at the start of that previous game as well during the laning phase. Managed to redeem himself later on, but this game he had the counter pick. It's just not been working out. So much presence sent towards that top side from LGD. Not just Xiaoshu, but having help from Meteor, having help from Haixiao. Xiaoshu just straight up egoing, making sure that he's getting those solo kills, sacrificing himself to do it.
Now with Baron in the hands of Xiaoshu as well, he is just going to pressure 4-1. As Bin is never going to be able to match up against this Jax if he ever does decide to play aggressive. BLG, I mean, Elk is already half HP from the poke Varus.
Yeah, luckily there is a bit of sustain there. On will be able to
heal it up,
but I mean, there's less sustain on BLG's side than there is damage on LGD's side. That sustain won't last forever, and especially with Baron, you're just going to be picked apart slowly but surely.
Look, you can be tanky, but if you're only tanky with no damage, then you're gonna slowly die as a result anyways. But this tier 2 tower does look like it's gonna get taken away by LGD as Xun is hovering on the side, but look at Bin and the Ahri on side lanes. They're just suffocating BLG.
Yeah, Xiaoshu and Haichao. As Bin might just get solo killed again. Walks away with his life, but barely. Xiaoshu having a phenomenal series, it has to be said. Looked good in game number 1, looking amazing in game number 2 as well. As tier 2's taken out across the map, Haichao pressuring an inhib tower. In fact, the inhib tower's already gone, pressuring the inhib itself. As the rest of LGD move up to the top side, finish off the last tier 2. I mean, this is a beautiful Baron buff from LGD. The amount of towers they've got is absurd.
Yeah, Baron stocks are going up as a lot of towers are falling for BLG. The ultimate doesn't connect, unfortunately. But the problem with Haichao split pushing on this Ahri is that BLG doesn't have enough lockdown to kill the Ahri, as she does have the ultimate to fly away. Gragas' ultimate does get flashed away from LPC, so that was their only engage angle, and LGD diffused it perfectly.
Tough one for BLG, but a great game from LGD. And a showing of what we need to see from this team. A bit more proactivity, like clearly setting up some of these plays. Like I feel like Haichao and Meteor alongside Jin Chao consistently making plays together, right? We saw them invading onto Xun at the red buff. We saw them setting up plays around the mid lane. We saw them diving Bin in the top side. Like this is more like what we wanted to see. Like this proactivity and just a bit of team play out from the squad.
Yeah, an overall better early game as well, where that huge winning play for the Dragon definitely gave them all the gold leads that they needed. Bin half HP, he's dead.
Oh, right. Well, Bin's gone. Haichao just completely one-shots him. That's a 10-stack Dark Seal as well for Haichao. I didn't quite realize how much damage he would be doing, especially with an Everfrost, but I guess Haichao has entered assassin state as just destroys Bin. Bin 0-6 in this game. It's not been a good one for him.
Definitely not a pretty game as the solo lane is of BLG.
Meteor getting CC, but he's alive. He's survived this one. Jin Chao, the next target is here. Comes Xiaoshu onto the back line on the target. Get this damage down onto the Jax, but the counter-strike denying so much. Flash over the wall, and down goes Xun. Here's Haichao to finish the job as Meteor gets another kill. And this will be LGD taking at least one inhibitor.
Xiaoshu just has that lead on a 5-second cooldown. It doesn't matter if you flash away, you're just gonna die as a result anyways. The ultimate from Haichao.
Elk tried his best here, but Haichao just eradicates him. Almost gets a second kill on the back of it as well.
I've been telling you, Munch, the importance of Lucian in this team composition. He can't be behind. This Jack's an absolute monster once again for the second time this night. On is gonna just get slapped as Bin watches his teammate. Oh!
Hey! Bin at least gets one. It's a silver lining for BLG as Bin finds a single kill. The next towers will fall. LGD aren't confident that they can end the game here. Bin chasing them away. Xun alongside him. Maybe some constellation kills as LPC low on HP right here. Cyclone going to be used. That'll guarantee the kill onto LPC as Bin gets 800 gold off the back of that one. Plus the shutdown onto Xiaoshu. Drake is coming up in 20 seconds. Have BLG found a window?
Alright, Xiaoshu settled down there, buddy. A big throw from him as he flips himself into the fountain, and LGD wasn't able to finish off the game just there. They were a little bit scared because they were low on mana and HP, but the entire fight starts with BLG finding a pick onto Xun as he flashes away, but LBC having enough space between him and the carry just means he is just an insane Varus poke. But Jax, once again, how do you deal with this level 16 monster as the bottom lane of BLG? Something with a 5-second dash? I mean, it's just so insane that Xiaoshu can get to the stage as Jax.
Oh, a hook in the mid lane as well. I mean, there was a window for BLG. They found themselves a small window off the back of those picks, but with On going down, you got to believe that'll get enough map control for the side of LGD to just grab this Baron for free. And after what we saw from the last Baron from LGD, you got to believe that'll end the game.
On got a little bit caught out as he was trying to put some wards down on this Baron, but what does it mean? It costs for your life as BLG can't even respond with the dragon being taken away because their mid inhibitor is down and they can't overextend from the amount of mobility that LGD has with the Ahri, Vi, and Jack. So gotta huddle together, but I don't know if huddling is gonna work for you at this stage in the game.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we need a miracle for BLG if they're going to come back in this one. 10,000 gold deficit. Been about to turn Megadar, but CC'd up. He never gets to transform. Yagao buying space for the squad as Elk is still alive here, but Xiaoshu is behind the tower. Counter-Strike comes out. Cyclone to deny Elk surviving as he walks away with his Gale Force. They just can't get any damage down. There's so much threat onto this Lucian. He just can't do anything. LGD walking home as Elk stunned on the fan, gets the stopwatch, keeps himself alive, but taken out by his opposite member LPC to finish the game. And LGD pushes to 3 games and show us why they're still a team to be feared.
A much cleaner game from Laogandia in this game too, as Xiaoshu definitely putting in the work as this Jax dominating since level 1 and translating that lead into an absolute team fighting monster where it allowed LGT to just walk forward and do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, LGD in the late game looking amazing. And it felt like there was... It was fairly quiet for a lot of the game, and then there was just one moment where LGD turned it on, got the 4 kills in that dragon fight, and the second that had happened, they never lost control again. They were just completely dominant from that point, and BLG looked kind of out of sorts. Game for himself, never found a good opportunity on the Meganar. He got one big ultimate. There was no damage from the rest of the team to follow up on that ultimate, and you know, just a lot of question marks coming out for BLG. And it's kind of funny because at the end of that first game, I literally said, this is what we need from BLG. This is the like clean, concise gameplay that we've been wanting. And then this is what we get in game 2.
You never know which BLG you're going to get, heads or tails. And I guess for game 2, we have been served with tails BLG as the solo laners of BLG were definitely struggling, to say the least. I believe not having a single kill in their pockets, where specifically for Bin, he had an extremely tough laning phase. And Elk being on the Lucian, someone that does need gold early on in the game, Shun wasn't able to provide that as everything just crumbled down as Xiaoshu took over the game on this Jax.
Yeah, Xiaoshu having a great series for himself. Both games looking like the better top laner, it has to be said. Double the damage, basically, of Bin in this one. Phenomenal stuff. LPC obviously top in the damage chart on Lethality Varus. It's what you expect.
Not too surprised in terms of that, but we do need to also address this Gragas mid. Now 3 games played in the LPL, specifically in mid lane, and still sitting on 0% win rate. I mean, we just didn't see the bombers coming out of Yagal, where he was able to displace LPC on this Varus, as LPC played it extremely smart and flashing away every single time. But something like this Gragas, you need a very strong AD carry, or at least long-ranged carry, to really dish out the damage while you provide that CC in the team fights.
Yeah, doesn't feel like this Gragas mid has been able to find any purchase in the LPL so far. And Yagao not having a great game of it himself. It felt like the Ahri was a great answer as well, right? Where every attempt from Yagao in the mid lane, Haichao can just zip away from. 7-1-7 on the Ahri, by the way. I feel like we didn't talk that much about Haichao across the course of this game, but actually had a phenomenal game on Ahri, doing massive damage, solo killing Bin up in the top side. Like, multiple plays he was a crucial part of, following up on the initial engagement. So fantastic game from him on the Ahri. Fantastic game from LGD overall, and it means that we're going to 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
Wait, but Niski isn't hitting the B button. Oh no.
Alright, well, will Niski be taken out? Where's the rest? The damage here is irrelevant. By some time, Call of the Forge God will hold Niski in place for now. Certus continuing the chase, tidal wave run as well, and Niski may be able to just waddle to safety, and Niski can do nothing. Flex on them! Flex on them, Niski!
No, Irrelevant still chasing. He gives him the Timo thumbs up. The sad B, the rest of SK are on the way. But what are they gonna do? Finally manage to kill him? No, not today!
He stays alive while that's going on. The rest of Mad Lions push the bottom lane. They look to secure their 8th tower.
I never stop till I win, and I never make it to 10. If I'm down, I'm back up again.
can't clear out the minion wave. The Baron and powered buff is just making sure work on the inhibitor tower. The inhibitor also might fall. Sandstorm trying to go through the front door. Glacial Prison FBI is all isolated and alone. Can he tie on back? But Vulcan with the wild growth keeps him alive. Armor is going gold. And Jensen, 5-man shuffle from Jensen! That was huge! And the rest of Dignitas, they will not go down today! A heroic play from Jensen saves Dignitas' game!
오너의 위치.
그렇죠. 케이틀린 덫을 지나치는데 성공을 했거든요.
한번 밀고 나가면 달려들어서 그대로 때려봐요. 소리는 그렇게 LPL까지 통과하더니 역계 이게 바로 야신. 자 이렇게 야신의 힘입니다. 들어막았던 야신이었고 진짜 지워. 그냥 밀러 광석하죠. 그냥 벼락 치듯이. 근데 영어 걸렸는데. 그리고 그라가 때는 웬만하면 안 넘겨요. 아 그냥 버돌까지 전산. 대단합니다. 순간적으로 진짜. 그리고 영어도 끝납니다.
I never stop till I win, and I never make it to 10. If I'm down, I'm back up again. Come on then.
To return to the plate from 9. Still quite far away from this one.
Getting orbs ready.
Yeah, getting orbs ready. He's on the flank as Kanavi gets a great kick across the whole team, but he's knocked up himself and should be taken down. He's surviving for so long. Kanavi walks away. How the hell did he survive that? And in the meantime, the whole of top esports have been obliterated. JDG just keep making the magic happen.
Jogo já destruiu a primeira torre, vai levando a segunda, atoldou todo mundo. O problema é que o Greu, velocidade 5 pra cima da luz. Que isso, Greu! Meu Deus!
Is, can Elioya sustain enough? There's no jungle camps for him to get it off. Now, Jiu-Jitsu just start the Baron. Do they just say, oh well, Elioya has to back away. We can just go for the Baron. Elioya down to half HP, only has a Grom. Cap's going to try and do a little bit more work here. Seismic shot's got it, volley, he binds him, but Elioya taking it will go down.
Such a massive pick from Caps. And now Mad, they're going to lose the Baron, and just like that, G2 have flipped the game on its head.
Mad might look for something in a 5v4. Engage from Yike, only mates onto Niski. Season desist all the way onto the backline. The lightning crash coming out from Kazi. The final chapter being used as well. But Hatsama gets to open up, and Hatsama will not be denied. Kazi trying to survive, dashing back. Sevi and Yumi can do so much, but Hatsama has had enough. A triple for Sivir, and G2 with the Baron will barrel down mid.
I live my life do or die. I got the top on my mind, baby. I'm not even trying. Come on.
Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're still in the view. I think
魁熵提这个英雄对线的话，就到6级就开始比较强势了，就打什么英雄都还可以打，就是前面正常发育到6级就基本都能用。就是想对斌哥说的话，就上路1打1，大爷都不要来就好了。
Say don't call the jungler for help, and Xiaoshu, even with the enemy jungler helping, still managing to find those solo kills up at the top lane. I'm much joined by Kitty. And I mean, Xiaoshu just had an amazing game number 2. Like, the Jax looked clean as hell.
Ever since level 1, he was just showing so much confidence in this matchup, just completely zoning out Bin on that Gnar, as he was just going to go for those dives one by one. I mean, we saw him go for 2 dives where it ended up being a 1-for-1 trade, but it worked perfectly in Xiaoshu's favor as he gets MVP for game number 2. I mean, both Jaxes we've had so far in tonight have been absolute monsters, and I think they should really be considered to be taken off the board, as both counters were a little bit meh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure the Gnar was the pick here. I feel like Bin could have gone with a carry that can take Jax on, because I feel like the thing is, BLG, they just had the 1 damage threat basically, and Elk can help playing into a composition that he can just never go forward, right? He can never step forward aggressively in these fights, or Jax jumps on your face, Ari jumps on your face, Nautilus ults you. Like, there's no way to function.
Yeah, very straightforward team composition from LGD, as they were able to execute it perfectly as well. And it all started with Xiaoshu flanking on that Jax in the Dragonfly, and 4 kills going to the hands of LGD just meant items coming online, and they played towards that perfectly, as the Gnar couldn't find an angle to come back into the game.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from LGD. Pushes us to game number 3. And now it's a question of consistency on both sides. Like, BLG looking good in game number 1, weird draft in game number 2, and sort of falling apart a bit. LGD really struggling in game number 1, bit of a weird draft. Game number 2 looking really strong at snowballing. So the question is, I mean, is this just all down to draft at this point? Are these 2 teams just completely equal and it's entirely draft dependent? Who knows at this stage, but the draft will be coming up and we'll find out who has the advantage at very least.
Yeah, who knows, because I think LPL, I'm not gonna call it too early, but this Gragas pick in the mid lane is looking a little bit sussy. A big fat egg next to the win percentage, as it is sitting on a 0 across 3 games, and we didn't see it do too much in game 2 in Yagel's hands. So definitely no more for at least game 3. Put Yagel on something that he is able to control the game with, something that he is able to secure CC with, and I think BLG is going to be back on their feet.
Yeah, and we'll see if BLG can get a much needed win. Like, we have to remember when we talk about the standings here, BLG currently sat in 9th place. If they can win this one, they'll overtake OMG. They'll tie themselves up with teams like Invictus Gaming, Undertalk, Weibo, all on 6 wins. Like, BLG are a team that really should be fighting for that 5th, 6th kind of position in the standings on paper, but again, we're just not really seeing that consistency out of them. So we'll see with them on the blue side once again if they can secure themselves this win.
Jax does get taken off the board by BLG straight away, so no more dominating Jax performances for at least this game 3. As the bans are similar to previously, however, Zeri is something to consider as LGD for this last ban.
Yeah, Zeri taken off the board in the end. Lee Sin available, Ashe taken off, but Sejuani has been a consistent ban in this series. Is open and available. The Varus taken by BLG, this time denied from LPC.
Varus did put in a lot of work for that game too, however, this time you're up against a Sejuani, where Meteor loves his Sejuani in this current meta, so definitely something that you don't want to be giving over, but unfortunately if you are banning out the Jax, some things must be sacrificed, and Elk needs to be on top of his game with his cleanse reaction coming into this as an immobile ADC, but something like the Heimerdinger or the Karma very often seen paired up with the Varus, so I wouldn't be too surprised for this bottom lane matchup, but that does mean LPC could be playing something more aggressive to close the gap between this Varus and themselves.
Yeah, so Sejuani comes through. I am curious what bottom lane LGD are going to go for, whether they go for that Lucian Nami themselves, or if they go more along the lines of like a Xayah, or maybe even a Jhin. Interesting lock-in here for LPC, you would assume, but we have seen the tiniest bit of Jin support as well.
Yeah, Jin is going to be able to get flexed to either ADC or support. If it does end up being an ADC Jin, that does mean LGD is looking for a very strong topside trio paired up with the Sejuani. A lot of melee champions being considered. Vi is going to be the natural response for BLG, as they also pick support here. Really depends on what On is comfortable with. I think a Heimerdinger will be completely fine as you are up against Jin. Really depends though.
It certainly does. So we'll see. It's going to be the Gnar again. Bin deciding that that was not the issue. Jax is banned this time, saying, okay, I'm happy with the Gnar. Even though he picked it into the Jax last time, the Jax definitely took control of that lane. Yone being hovered right now for LGD. Could be mid, could be up in the top side to go up against that Gnar either. And it will be locked in. So the Yone there. I would presume that's for the top lane, since we already know what the enemy top lane is, but could just be a mid lane blind and using those bans.
Yeah, definitely looking like a blind Yone for Haichao in this game 3 as they ban out Ahri. I mean, even on BLG, Gnar is the blind for Bin, so both of these solo laners having a lot of options in terms of what they want to counter it with. We saw Bin's Gnar performance in game 2 definitely didn't look the best, so hopefully he is able to redeem himself with this game 3, because this is one of his most played champions and he shouldn't be performing that lackadaisically.
No, absolutely not. Renekton to get off the board. You'd anticipate another mid laner to be removed here. Will be the LeBlanc. So kind of these AP burst assassins taken off of the board by LGD in the mid lane. The LG trying to set up for Bin, right? We've already got a Jax ban. We've got a Renekton banned out now. Trying to remove some of the picks that do well into the Gnar. I mean, there's an argument to be made for removing a Yasuo. Technically, is that secret Gnar tech up at the top side you lock Yasuo into.
Full AP support on here.
Yeah, probably not today. Cassante being hovered by LGD.
Yep, that does mean the mid laner, all the mobile mid laners have been taken off the board by LGD. Cassante is going to get locked in as the response. So top lane, very snooze fest matchup to say the least, but BLG gonna pick up something of their own that is gonna match extremely well with Varus. I mean, Renata, with the amount of going forward that LGD has, this is going to be a perfect response. You have to be aware that what if LGD picks something with a wall? I don't know, maybe like Brom.
Yeah, we'll have to see. As it's just the support remaining for the side of LGD. They're against a very long-range bottom lane. They've got a Jin themselves. Annie, we've not talked about all the draft, but has snuck through till the final pick. Could be an Annie support angle where you can use that Tibbers to guarantee the engage for your team.
It is going to be the Heimerdinger locked in for the final pick of LGD, but I need to highlight that Yago has defaulted back onto his comfort. This Talia will be coming back for the third and final match in the series up against LGD, where it is just comfort versus comfort in this mid lane, but we need to remember Talia into champions like Cassandra, Sejuani, and Yone that want to go forward. If they're able to play alongside those chokes, BLG is looking very favorable already in these team fights.
Yeah, if they can get to those team fights, it just depends on some of the shenanigans that can occur with a Yone in the mid lane, a Cassante up in the top side. These are big playmaking champions. Perhaps LGD can mechanically outplay their counterparts on BLG. I'm looking towards that top lane once again, though. Xiaoshu has been having an amazing series for himself and been having a really tough day, it has to be said. This time around, though, I don't think Xiaoshu will have kill threat in the top lane, right? The Cassante up against a Gnar. You feel like it would be tough to close that gap, but no, that's what I would have thought about with the Jax. So we'll have to wait and see how that one goes.
He definitely closed the gap by, you know, leaping onto Bin's face 24/7 and smacking him with a couple of autos in that lane. But hopefully this game, Bin does get back onto his feet as the Gnar, as this is a relatively even lane as the range versus melee, so he shouldn't have a tough time when it comes to an isolated matchup, but it really depends on if the Sejuani decides to help Sante at all. But when you do have a Yone, I'm expecting a lot of mid lane and jungle skirmishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hoping for some mid lane and jungle skirmishes. We've had some pretty slow games here today. I'm hoping for a bit of a scrap between these two teams. Like, we've certainly got the champions to make it happen. Jinjiao trying to get some tourists out early on, but just gets denied by On in the end. As LPC has to back away here. Will lose control of the river. El can On move forwards.
Pretty surprised that LGD didn't come towards this ball lane as a 5-man unit to save Jinjiao's little Heimerdinger towers, as On just walked in by himself and killed them off as the Renata. But I guess that is going to be a reason behind Bin trying to stay in his lane first, as he doesn't want to lose that lane priority when it comes to the bushes.
Yeah. Let's talk junglers though, as we kick this one off. Meteor up on the top side, likely to start either the red or those chickens, whereas Shun starting on that bottom side. So opposite pathing once again. Might be a bit difficult to influence that top lane, but I will say, if you're going to find a kill onto a Cassante, early levels is definitely the opportunity to be able to get into that lane.
Most definitely. Both junglers are going to be starting their own red buff solo. But something that I've been missing from the current meta is we used to have Sejuani's just spiking at level 3 and going into the enemy jungle and just straight up solo killing someone like the Vi, and they get their lead from that. But a lot of the junglers have passive doubt and they are just going to play towards their laner. But like I've been saying, this mid lane is going to be very crucial in terms of priority, as we do have a Taliyah pushing in the Yone, but if this Yone gets out of control, the Taliyah can't handle him in the side.
Yeah, we'll see if Meteor does get aggressive on the Sejuani. I would love to see it. I would love to see him bring it to Shun, especially since Shun is naturally such an aggressive player. I feel like it would be such a good way to find yourself an advantage in a series against a player that, realistically, the way you described it at the start of today was BLG kind of live and die by Shun's early game. If Shun gets ahead early, they take over. If Shun has a tough early game, the rest of the team can really struggle as well. And like, if you could find yourself an advantage over Shun early on, you really could set your team up for success.
Most definitely. We don't know what the pause is about just quite yet, but relatively quiet start for that level 1 in game 3, as we do have the Heimerdinger verse, I believe, Renata. So Renata is going to be played a second time this week, where it was really good champion into just dive overall. I might be mixing up my leagues here, but I've definitely seen a Renata this week and it worked wonders, as the enemy had a lot of melees. And for this specific match, the Yone, an AD champion, you don't want to be autoing your own teammates. I mean, even if Haichel gets relatively fed, it doesn't matter, because if Renata lands the ultimate, I mean, it's 6v4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see if he can find those ultimates, if he can find those moments to turn the game around. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember seeing it. I can't remember if it was this week or last week. The days all blurred together to me, but there was a Renata in LPL that had a massive impact and was able to find some huge ultimates. But we'll have to see if that'll be the case today. Apparently, Bin has reported an issue with one of his devices, so the admin's just going to be investigating that currently, and then we should be able to jump back into the game and see which of these teams is going to come out on top, because I feel like the draft reasonably even, right? I don't feel like either team is coming in with such a dramatic advantage that the game's already done.
Yeah, most definitely. With the Jax getting taken off the boards, these lanes are looking a lot more even without the pressure of a mega scaling champion into the side lane as we approach the 40-minute mark. But something like Yago on the Taliyah is definitely scary. We did see the interview from LGD earlier. I believe it was LPC in particular, that they wanted to shut down Yago in terms of the champion pool and the way he played, so he doesn't have as much freedom to play towards his side lanes. But however, they let that through.
They certainly did. We're back into the game though. We're kicking this one off. As apologies for the minor delay there, everyone, but we are going to start with a bit of a whiff from On. Immediately turned around, a good stun comes out from Jinjiao, and Elk feeling the brunt of his support's miss, but Shun, moving towards his bottom lane, will be spotted on that ward. LGD should have full information here. Meteor coming in behind him. They should have a pinch. Elk low on HP, so we couldn't even get involved. The root flashed away from by Shun, but that is 2 summoners now burned for BLG.
Ooh, a lot of aggressive plays from BLG, but the execution just wasn't there as On's CC just goes wide. And we need to remember both bot laners don't have that heal, so Elk is extremely poked out. He is going to chug some of those pots, but no heal means you have to play extremely careful as the Heimerdinger was able to land the CC onto you and get you to lower than half HP. Shun already burning that flash, however, does mean he has to play a lot more careful, as if you make another mistake where you overextend, does mean you are going to be first blood.
Yeah, Shun has to be cautious, has to try and make sure that his time is used effectively as well, because, again, this is a player that can take over a game, given the right opportunity. But Meteor, a good start, punishing the enemy jungler, and now finishing his full clear as well after getting that bottom crab. Xiaoshu pretty far pushed up, but does have quite a deep ward there as Shun will finish the skull crab off himself. Potentially could look up towards that top lane.
I love the wards from LGD, both in the river from the top laner and the bottom lane, as it's already spotted Shun twice in this river, so it's very nice in terms of diffusing the play, as they are currently down 2 summoners.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from LGD. Haichao with the blind Yone in the mid lane. I'm looking towards what he can pull off in this one. His Ari looking fantastic in the previous game. Lots of big moments that I feel like we didn't talk that much about Haichao in the previous one, but he was a crucial core member of LGD in the previous game. Certainly has the mechanics to show off. It's just whether or not he can find those opportunities with Shun waiting in the wings of the mid lane. Can't be too aggressive for the time being.
There's going to be a 2v2 in this top side. Meteor there first.
Yeah, and Bin already so low on HP. The Permafrost will be stacked, stunned up. Bin flashes and taken down. Bin just having an atrocious series, it has to be said.
Yeah, the flash was extremely late as he got to 1 HP. I mean, that was just followed up with a flash order from Meteor as well. And the first blood goes into the hands of Meteor, although not devastating as he is on a utility jungler. But that just means Bin, once again, not in his form for this nerf.
No, I guess trying to set up for Shun, but just not respecting how low HP he had. Haichao's already level 6. Just dives underneath the enemy tower, pops the ult, and one-shots on. Beautiful stuff here from LGD.
I like how he targets directly at On, punishing him for the flash burn earlier, and that does result in a kill into the Heimerdinger's pockets. Not the worst, as the Heimerdinger does provide a lot of poke, but a 1v1 in this top side.
Xiaoshu is about to solo kill Bin again. This is insane. The performance we're seeing from Xiaoshu is monumental. They're all out to force Bin out of lane. No TP available for Bin. Meteor in that side of the jungle as well, so Bin just has to get out of dodge.
Get out. I mean, the wave is slowly pushing towards Bin, so it's not terrible, but you are once again so low. I mean, Meteor is just hovering by the sides of the jungle. Yeah, this could look like a dive.
Oh, Bin, you should have channeled that recall. He wanted the wave, but he's not getting it either way. Meteor's there, and an easy kill for Xiaoshu, who is dominating the top lane.
Once again, a very terrible start for Bin. Misses out on 2 waves. Yago does pick it up, but this Gnar being behind once again just means he's going to be so squishy in those team fights. So I'm getting really worried for BLG. This could be a repeat of game 2.
Yep, Scuttle Crab being contested. I shouldn't hear, but Meteor will dash away, grab the crab in the end, and move off with his life. So Shun not able to find the objective for himself, even between the junglers in terms of CS, but Meteor having a much better impact in this one. And it feels like just leads across the board for LGD.
It's not too hard when your laners are just winning by themselves, as we see a lot of mechanical mistakes out of BLG in this early game. So Meteor definitely exposing their weakness there as well by ganking it and putting the top lane behind. Even Haichao just walked by himself to this bottom lane, picked up a kill as an assist, and went back to mid. He just took a stroll.
It was honestly the most casual kill I've ever seen, I think, where he just, like you say, strolls down, bashes his R key. You know that On doesn't have the flash, and just grabs that kill and just strolls back up. It was practically like he pressed his E in the mid lane and just snapped straight back to that lane again after the play.
I could think of the gif that you were talking about where Yone goes from like the base and he presses E and he just goes across the map, and it's hilarious. But first dragon is going to get picked up by LGD, where Meteor extremely proactive again in this early game as he's level 6.
Yeah, this could be a 3v3. Shun just dives straight over the wall, trying to finish off LPC. No flash available for him, but Meteor there to help his AD carry out, and Shun has to flash back out. Curtain call comes through, on caught up and fished off by LPC. The fourth shot will land as well as a little cherry on top. LGD 4-0, 2,000 gold lead, first straight, everything going their way.
Yago didn't have that ultimate available. I mean, health is extremely low.
I'm speechless.
You can't flash an ignite order though, bro. You can't flash that elk. You had to burn it earlier. This double kill onto Jinjiao just means the Heimerdinger is getting stronger little by little with the blasting wand as well. But talking about the play that happened previously, I thought it was a winning play for BLG because you have someone like the Talia that can just insert themselves in. But on roaming towards his top lane, having the flash available.
Yeah, jumps on forwards, pulls the Cassante back into the play. All out, pulls better. No way to Xiaoshu pull that off. Arnold go down as well. Xiaoshu making his statement in the LPL. Double kill for him, surviving the damage from Yago. Finally falls, but Meteor can't answer the play, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoshu 2v1.
Xiaoshu is looking like a different being in this top lane. 1v2s denies the kill from BLG, even burning summoners. Yago does kill him in the very end, but what does that mean? A 0-3 Gnar on your side, and a Cassante that already has his mythic online. We're going to take another look at the replay. This is bottom lane, where the ultimate from Vi connects onto LPC, but he flashes straight away, so no follow-up from BLG. And Yago didn't have ult in this instance where Haichal gets here first. So this was just a terrible play that was pulled out by the bottom lane of LGD, and Haichal picking up this kill from a screen away. But that top lane 1v2 was absolutely insane as the Jhin connects a W. Elk was a little bit too greedy to burn the flash as he dies as a result as well. But we need to take another look as On is on his way to this top side as Bin starts the 1v1, even burning the ultimate as Xiaoshu gets extremely low. Remember, when Cassante ulties, he does lose 85% of his resistance as On flashes in, lands a CC, but Bin misses his own follow-up CC, ulties into the tower and gets the kill onto Bin, as On also not having enough damage to finish off this Cassante. Does miss his Q, but it doesn't matter because he just has a dash and a 3-second cooldown.
Yeah, we're so close. But 3-1-1 now. Xiaoshu will be over the moon, and Bin 0-3 On 0-3. Both ex Suning players. I'm just saying. I'm struggling here on BLG. I'm not sure that's really relevant, but it's kind of funny. As I don't know, BLG just. Where's the team that played in game number 1? It feels like they've completely mental boomed in game 3.
Yeah, like you've been saying, the mojo, and game 2, it's definitely impacting Bin in this top lane. I'm surprised that he decided to go with this Gnar blind once again, but this time, I mean, same CS, but 3 kills in the pockets of Xiaoshu. It's looking so hard to come back with this 1-7 scoreline.
Yeah, 3 plates taken in the mid lane as well. And now we see LPC just clearing away these waves. Should be able to get himself a recall off. Shield bow finished by Elk is going for the on-hit Varus build this time around. And rightly so with the Cassante and a Sejuani on the enemy team. I don't think you're going to get much value out of the lethality build in this kind of game. But also the shield bow will help him against stuff like Haichal trying to dive onto him, right? You need that bit of lifesteal, that extra shield to come in to keep yourself alive.
Most definitely. He needs every help he can get because these side lanes are looking pretty terrible for the side of BLG in this early game. But it's not just been playing a little bit off. On this Renata, I mean, he is desperately trying to get things done, but you don't need to. You are a scaling champion that really flurries of those team fights. You don't need to be making these risky plays where you burn the flash and then you have no way of escaping. As LGD having so much gap close with this team composition, he's really getting exposed for his mistakes.
Certainly is. Drake up in 10 seconds. LGD with the first already, but BLG all in a singular brush here. Doesn't look like Meteor's gonna go for the face check. And BLG won't find themselves that little advantage that they were searching for. Will be denied for now. And they can just start this one off. They can start this comfortably because Yagao in mid lane currently will have the Weaver's Wall available to join the play. Should a play occur, but I'm not really sure the BLG can contest at this point. The 3,000 gold down. Maybe a steal from Shun, but no. Drake taken. Well, Elk got a hail of arrows on them, so I'd say that's worth for BLG. A worthwhile trade is all out in the top side. Xiaoshu, desperate to just continue the pressure in that top lane. Elk getting caught by the curtain call here. The stun's not going to land. The fourth shot available is Meteor chunked out himself, and actually, this could be bad news for LGD. The root's coming on through. Shun forced away by the rest of the team, and Jin Zhao over the wall. Nobody going down. Many abilities on both sides.
A lot of skill shots were getting thrown, but nothing dies in the very end. Like you said, Jin Zhao was the only one that was caught out of position, but all that meant was a flash being burned as Haichao is just chowing down on this tier 1 tower. Once this tier 1 tower goes down, it does open up the map a lot more for LGD. I mean, we saw how oppressive this Sejuani is, playing with the vision control that Jin Zhao has provided earlier with that dragon. A lot of great things for LGD so far.
Yeah, certainly have been. LGD very much in control, right? Objectives have been going their way. They've got the Herald, they've got both Drakes. Nobody taking any towers just yet, but I think they're definitely eyeing that up as a potential opportunity, especially in the mid lane. But just, I mean, even just laning has been going their way. Solo kills coming out for Xiaoshu, a 2v1 earlier on in the game, but Jin Zhao and LPC playing well in the bottom side as well on this Jin Heimerdinger, which is it's a duo we've not really been seeing as much of. We saw it in the previous patch a fair bit, but feels like it kind of fell out of fashion. But LGD showing that it can still definitely work.
Most definitely, and especially with Meteor being the back man of everything, as he is there for every single play. But most definitely Xiaoshu does stand out as the player of the game or series for LGD, as he is just getting everything done in that top side. Already having so much control over this Herald, I mean, it is going to be extremely tough trying to face check. We do have a bit of items coming online for BLG, not the Mikhails just quite yet, however, so if one person gets CC'd, they look like they're going to be dead.
Yeah, they certainly do. Scuttle Crab taken, Xiaoshu looking for Yagao. This could be bad news for Yagao. Force the flash already, all out available. Pulls him away from the tower. Don't know if he'll have the damage to actually finish.
He's dead!
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Xiaoshu is a monster at the top lane.
He burns the flash from Yagao as well, but there's more!
Oh, the instant cleanse from Elk. That was clean, and now Meteor could be the one in trouble instead. Is everything turned around? But no, I'm totally wrong. Shun doesn't have the damage. He goes down. 1-for-1 on the junglers here. As LBC charges forward. Dancing grenade there. The root goes wide. But the curtain call. Fancy footwork required from BLG. Last shot. Not enough to finish on.
But who's gonna deal with Xiaoshu on this side lane? Bin was already so behind in terms of gold. Yagao tries his best, but burning the flash, it doesn't matter because Xiaoshu just has so much gap closing on this Cassante, burning the ultimate and just straight up slaps him to death. The Herald also goes into the hands of LGD as well, where although 1-for-1 trade, it doesn't matter because Haichao is just autoing that thing down. But Xiaoshu just goes in and engages onto Yagao, lands the Q3 and burns the flash here, but it's not enough because he just has so much gap close and Yagao falls as a response. Yeah. And this middle play, I believe it was LGD being the aggressors as they throw the ultimate onto Elk. A really good cleanse from the Varus, but it doesn't matter because there's just way too much follow-up CC as Shun tries his best to counter gank this. There's no damage from BLG just quite yet. Although 1-for-1 as On landed a pretty nasty flash ultimate, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so 1-for-1 in the end. Elk managing to survive just about, but it's jungler for jungler. As I mean, you've mentioned it a few times today. Once you go in, there really is no way out. You are committed to the fight at that point, so punished. And it does mean that El's got himself a kill. Headed towards Rage Blade as his second item there. As you can see, the Rage Knife picked up the kiddie version of the Rage Blade. Shashu wants to defend this top lane tower. He's got teammates moving over as well. I don't think BLG can take this fight.
But when can BLG really take a fight? They have to work with this Tilia with that global ultimate and play towards the side, but even Haichao looking extremely fed.
Okay, he backs away. Yeah. This has been a tough game. This has been a really tough game. The fact that Bin actually uses his TP, can't defend the tower anyway. He obviously expected Haichao to back away, but Haichao ain't scared.
Yep. Haichao was not scared at all, just eat in, order the tower down, and was looking like he wanted to kill Bin anyways. It's like one of those deals where you buy one, get one free for Haichao. He is playing the game of his series, the series of his life, as the third dragon also going to the hands of LGD.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff coming out from LGD. I can't believe it, but it's feeling like we're going to have an upset today, as LPC actually going to use the curtain call on here. Shun's there to block the shots. No way he should finish the kill off. But look at this. I mean, 5,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes for LGD, and in 4.5 minutes time, our 5th Drake will spawn. It's an infernal soul, which makes everything that much worse for BLG, but it's not like they're going to hit some massive vital breakpoint in the next 5 minutes that's going to turn this game around for them. Like, this feels like LGD are in prime position to take the game. Haichao uses his ultimate to keep himself safe. Has flash available here, but the whole squad is here from BLG. They're desperate for the kill, and Yagao will claim it.
That's exactly what they were looking for. Like you've been saying, Munch, they don't have a hard scaling composition, but they can play off picks, and that's exactly what Haichao gave them, a chance to come back into this game. Another kill falls into Yagao's hands, but will it be enough for this Tilia to really carry the entire team, as everyone is behind in gold? Mikhails is going to get picked up for On, so it's definitely going to save them a little bit in those team fights. Haichao getting a little bit greedy with being over pushed in the side. The Vi ultimate connects over the wall. Pretty unfortunate, as he still has the flash here, but he decided to flash to the side and not into his own tower. And with the amount of follow-up from BLG, that kills go into Yagao.
Yeah, I feel like, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Haichao's dash on his Q is actually denied by the Weaver's wall there. I couldn't quite make it out in the slow-mo, but it felt like that might have just been Yagao's ultimate securing the kill. So if that was the case, very nicely done from him. And if not, hey, still a nice kill. We'll take those. Everyone's going to be dropped to the top side for LGD.
But this 4-1 in Cassandra, having 2 items available, I mean, I don't really care what's happening on the other side of the map. This Cassante is an absolute monster. He does so much damage for a full tank. Riot!
Yeah, Cassante, kind of insane in the current version of the game at very least, is on caught out once again and will be eradicated. Herald surviving the charge with a man advantage on the top side. LGD, I was going to say could keep going with that, but they've got their eyes on something different. They want this Baron.
21 minutes, and they're gonna start the Baron. Although with the Jin, they do have the Heimerdinger to make up for the lack of damage. Shun spots this.
Certainly does. Bin trying to make his way over, but no TP for the top laner, and Engage kicks off. Shun forced to flash out of the play.
Oh,
Shashu in trouble. Good knock up there as Shun moves into the
pit.
It's taken by Elk. A huge steal for BLG and LGD. They needed to stop DPS.
The Baron goes into the hands of BLG, a reviving breath as Elk steals it with an empowered Q. This is exactly what you're looking for, an angle to come back into the game. LGD did not need to flip that as a 50-50 smite battle. I mean, Vi was pretty far away from smiting it. Meteor just completely missed it with his own smite and gave Elk the Baron over. I mean, if we take another look at this replay, the Cassandra was just occupying Shun the entire time, where he wasn't able to get into the pit, but Elk with the empowered Q saves the day and steals it on how much HP was it? On 256 HP, and BLG, they look like they're gonna come back.
Absolutely cracked from Elk to be able to find that Baron. The timing is immaculate. Is it enough is the question. A miracle for BLG, a shining light coming from the AD carry. And I will say Elk has been one of the better players today He has been consistently trying to find his way into these games. Will it be enough? Because LGD still a massive advantage. Still 4,000 gold up. Still Soul spawning in 50 seconds. But the Baron might just be enough for BLG to get control of the river and play towards this next Drake.
Yeah, most definitely. This Baron does get taken off and goes into the hands of BLG, where this Jhin is going to struggle a little bit with that mid lane party and wave stake. But like you said, Dragon spawning in 30. Mikhails does get used here.
Yeah, Kenpo comes out as well. Shun is gone. That was so fast. They find a pick onto the jungler. I don't think Shun even realized he was the one in trouble. He's trying to protect on. But they just flip, go for the target that can go for the smite. And just as we're praising BLG, just as it felt like they had an opportunity with this Baron, Shun goes down. And that should guarantee the Drake for LGD. There shouldn't be any way BLG can find this.
Shun had to remember that he didn't have Radiant Virtue just quite yet, so he's extremely squishy, especially up against a lethality Jhin. But no smite available for this Dragon. It is still a 50-50 flip. Can Elk do it again?
It's all on Elk as Xiaoshu looking to jump over the wall here. 3k on the Dragon. Elk shoots to it, and in goes High Xiao. They don't just want a Dragon, they want the fight as well. And they'll find it. Both carries taken out. And BLG picked apart here by LGD. Dragon Soul 15-3, a 6,000 gold lead. LGD making a statement with a huge upset here.
LGD looking to take the series to a 2-1 in their favor, taking the entirety of this bottom side and pushing in this mid lane tower. I mean, these solo laners and everyone on LGD having a fantastic series to finish off the night.
LGD, a team so far down in the standings. A team I don't think anyone was expecting to come in swinging today. But here we are, 3-7 on the standings, and they want to turn that into a 4-7. They want to tie themselves up with WE in 12th place. And you know, with a win like this, it's possible that LGD can make it into playoffs. The problem that they've got is their schedule still has a lot of big teams on it. But what a performance today. If they can upset BLG, maybe they can upset other teams as well. Look at that knockup from High Xiao.
And the Inferno Soul added on top of that just means there's so much damage from the side of LGD. No one's surviving that with the amount of CC that High Xiao was able to provide. But like you said, taking down BLG could potentially be the first step of guaranteeing a playoffs position for LGD. If they continue this dominating performance, especially from Xiaoshu, as he is definitely having the series of his life for 2023, it is looking very promising.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Bin has been taken apart. And with how Xiaoshu has been playing, like, I'm not saying Bin has played perfectly or anything like that, but maybe this bad series that Bin's having is less about how Bin is playing and more about how dominant Xiaoshu has been up in that top side. Because, you know, my eyes are open now. I didn't realize Xiaoshu was a big name in the LPL, but this guy is looking insane today, and I'm ready to see more of him. I really hope this is a squad that could make some kind of miracle run for playoffs. Yagao flashes out after the QSS, keeps himself alive. Meteor in trouble here as he's CC'd up with the TP from Bin. He's in Meganar. Need to see that ultimate come on through before he turns mini. There we go, used defensively as the curtain call. Hits onto Elk. Root across the team, but LGD can't find their man.
Every ultimate burnt from the side of BLG, and it is still LGD coming out on top as Xiaoshu and the rest of his teammates full HP. The minions does die, but Baron spawning in about 30 seconds. Complete control in this topside jungle.
Now, Jin Zhao as well, worth mentioning. 5-0-3 in this game. He actually has tied for the most kills on LGD. He's got a Rylai's and a Morella double comp. This ain't no support Heimer anymore. This is a mid lane Heimer just in the support role. Like, the damage that this team is churning out is off the charts at this point.
He has the most kills on LGD, tying with Xiaoshu, who managed to get a 1v2 upset. Maybe Jin Zhao should be MVP this game.
Maybe, just maybe. He's certainly looking pretty good on the Heimerdinger. Found himself that kill onto Elk earlier on in the game, flashing forwards for the Ignite. I'm here for it. as Meteor has played this so incredibly slow, and he will be rewarded for it. The Mega Gnar comes out. It's the rest of the team here for BLG. TP forced out from Yagao. And that means Haichao now has that TP advantage to the bottom side, but a fight forced by BLG. Haichao's TP immediately used. What an ultimate from Meteor. On there, the grenade doesn't find a stun though. Right across team. Here's the Gurton call on. Popped into his second form and taken down. The fourth shot there. Xiao Shu poking them back. And will have to dash out and fight himself.
This Cassante isn't dying much. He's just unkillable. BLG definitely looking extremely scattered. Yagao with the ultimate.
He keeps them in there. Meteor stuck, but will dash out in the end. Curtain call, not available. As Shun tries to escape the knockoff, just ever so slightly shy from Haichao. They try to finish on the flash forwards, and Haichao gets it. Another great play from the mid laner of LGD. They are feeling it today, and Xiao Shu, not to be outdone by his mid lane, forces the play further. Bin, 1 HP, Elk can't get into the play here. As Yagao taken to himself here, LPC finishing the top laner. Yagao alone as Haichao closes the gap, and double kill for LPC. LGD are making this look stylish as they pick BLG apart.
Wrap it up, boys. That was the final deciding 5v5 coming out of BLG. Definitely looking extremely desperate and scattered all over the place. The Baron falls into the hands of LGD. I don't think BLG can come back into this game anymore.
Absolutely not. It's an 11,000 goal lead. It's an infernal soul. The only way is Elder Dragon. That's the only miracle that BLG could hope for at this point. But let's be honest. BLG win at this stage. They did not deserve to win. This would be a throw and a half.
Yeah, LGD definitely looking like the stronger team out of the two for tonight. But that wall from Yago, we didn't mention it earlier, did stop 3 people from walking out, but the amount of flashes that came out of the bottom lane of LGD diffused it immediately, where you just have too much damage. I mean, Cassante already does so much on himself. The Inferno Soul Haichao once again.
Yeah, rest in peace, Elk, caught out by Xiao Shu. And well, he makes it look easy. He just starts it off so beautifully. Here comes Meteor onto Shun as well. Ultimate not available. But hey, pick onto the enemy AD carry. I think you'll take that.
I would take that any day of the week, and I'll also take this win up against a team that is so much higher in the standings. Just taking a look at the items, Haichao having that GA, also the stopwatch in LPC's hand. These two are unkillable for this next team fight. The ADC's already down, but it looks like 2 inhibitors for the side of LGD.
Elder Dragon is on the map. Shun is alive. Smite will be available. Perhaps there is a small glimmer of hope for BLG if Shun can make an absolute miracle happen, but it will be precisely that. Meteor, no ultimate to get onto Shun here. Just charges forward, forces the flash. That's such a huge summoner burnt from Shun in such an important moment with Elder Dragon available. Shun trying to clear vision on his own and punished. As LGD, they will not let BLG get away with anything. Half of Bin's health gone. Elk chunked out as well. As Haichao just starting to solo the Elder Dragon. There's no way in for BLG. LGD are playing this perfectly. As Xiao Shu now starts a fight in the mid lane. Curtain call comes out. This is 4v5 right now. And LGD are still winning it. Haichao now arrives on the scene. They've abandoned the Elder Dragon because who needs it?
They were just dancing with the idea of this Elder Dragon forcing BLG to face check. I mean, you're up against Xinjiao on this timing with the Rylai's. It was getting so annoying for Xun. And we saw the TGs coming out of LGD. Well, not LGD, but from BLG. It doesn't matter anymore. You can't kill the enemy team. The Inferno Soul, the Elder Dragon, the Baron. 1 inhibitor down. This game is looking pretty much it, Munch.
It's looking like it might be over. And you've got to wonder what is happening in the BLG camp. Like 5 and 4 in the standings. Things should be going decently well, but you know, with games like this, like how do you go back and forth this much? They took a game off of LNG. They 2-0 Ultra Prime. Like this is a team that should be able to just get clean, comfortable 2-0s against teams that are so far down in the standings. LGD started this series in 15th place. BLG just, I don't know what it is that's going wrong for them, but something ain't working in this organization right now. And LGD more than happy to capitalize. What a monumental win this will be for them.
21-3 is the current scoreline in LGD's favor as they close the game out with nearly a 15-gold lead. I mean, we've been talking about BLG and their inconsistency, but this series really exposes their weakness and how Bin really needs to step up as that player who did play on Suning.
Yeah, Bin on as well, having a tough game number 3. Although had a decent series, game number 3 has been tough for him. LGD losing game number 1 in such immaculate fashion from BLG. The Gragas mid comes out in game number 2, did not work for them. The composition not there. And now with Elder Dragon, it looks like game number 3 might just be over. Xiaoshu gets in the middle of everybody, sets up for the rest of the team to knock them down. There goes Elk. Haichao trying to finish off Bin as well, tanking up 2 Nexus Towers, but the Nexus Towers might not belong for the world anymore. Bin burning away here with the Elder buff, taken down, a double kill for Xiaoshu. Haichao with 1 as well, and Yagao next on the chopping block. LGD, they pick BLG apart, they take this series, and they show us that they're a team that you cannot count out.
Haichao looking extremely happy with the results of this series up against BLG. You see the despair that they have in the face cameras. Definitely very disappointed with this devastating loss, especially for game 3 where it went into an absolute spiral out of control. But LGD coming out on top, who would have guessed?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure many people were expecting this result today. Oh, wow. LGD. What a great performance. What a tremendous performance. Not just individually, because we had some incredible individual performances, but also like the way that they have worked as a team, especially in game number 3. It feels like they're absolutely on the same page. Everyone firing off at the same time. Like, this is a level up from LGD that we've not really seen previously.
This is a complete 180 to the LGD that I saw on Wednesday, where they were just experimenting with the Renekton, with the Nidalee, but they came into today's series with a game plan, and that game plan was Xiaoshu being an absolute monster in the top lane. I mean, even subbing in Haichao, which he performed extremely well, I think, in alongside the jungler, where they had a lot more synergy. And these team fights, I mean, when it came to the communication, it seemed like everything was in line for LGD.
Yeah, Haichao having a great day for himself. The Yone in the final game, looking good, working really well with Meteor. Both solo laners, phenomenal day. I mean, the thing is, you can literally say it for anyone on LGD that they've had a phenomenal day. That's how game number 3 felt, especially the bottom lane with the Jhin Heimerdinger. Like, not something that we're seeing that often, but LGD showing that it is still super potent. Jin Zhao getting the kills in lane, like we were saying during the game, actually tying Xiaoshu for most kills at like 20 minutes into the game. Just a monumental performance for LGD, and I'm over the moon for the players, because when you're this late in the split with a scoreline like 3-7, that's got to be heartbreaking. But 4-7, even though it's not like a playoffs contending scoreline yet, it feels more real. You know, it feels like that dream of playoffs could still be alive.
Wouldn't it be the most insane narrative if LGD finds their way into playoffs, and if this loss affects BLG so much that they could potentially fall out? I mean, sitting originally in that 9th or 8th position, one loss means everything. So, you know, you can't drop it here. You can't drop the game, as playoffs is 3 weeks away.
Yeah, I mean, it puts them just a single win apart in the standings right now, as LGD, I mean, LPC doing a lot of damage across the course of this game, but LGD 4-7, BLG 5-5. LGD slowly but surely climbing that ladder, getting this win on the board. The one thing I will say, LGD's schedule is tough. It is real tough. They have, in week 8, EDG and Top Esports. Week 9, they're against WE. But then week 10, it's JDG and LNG. Literally,
no.
the top 4 teams in the LPL are 4 out of 5 of their remaining games.
You're
That
telling
is
me
as brutal as it could be.
that LGD played Weibo on Wednesday, today BLG, next week Top Esports and EDG, and even more for week 9. I mean, a very, very tough one indeed. But looking at the damage graphs, LPC definitely flew under our radar. We didn't notice how much damage a Jhin does. I usually don't praise Jins in the ADC position, but definitely with the Inferno Soul, a lot of work being done.
Yeah, LPC, great game. Really proactive on the curtain calls there as well. But enough from us. We're going to go chat to one of the players. It's Haichao standing by alongside Christina to talk to us about his Yone.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Haichao, the mid laner for LGD. Congratulations on your 2-1 victory, especially it's a reverse sweep, and we have seen LGD's tenacity. First question for you, how did you guys adjust your form or reveal after losing game number 1? Because we have seen a totally different LGD in game number 2 and game number 3. 欢迎海超来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜老干爹这边今天让1追2，完成了 BO3 当中的翻盘。我们在23局可以感受到老干爹确实有一个非常截然不同的表现和状态嘛，所以在第1局失利之后，队伍做了哪些方面的调整和改变呢？
第1局的话，我们下半区太被动了，就第2局、第3局的话就跟对面打，选跟对面打的英雄。对。
Actually, in game number 1, our bottom lane, or maybe like the bottom half of the jungle, didn't play proactively, and we're just to change some BMP strategies in game number 2 and game number 3. Coming to game number 2, you got Ari, and I know that there was a little bit back and forth before the 15 minutes, but LGD really managed those skirmishes and team fights in mid-game really great. So how did you handle with the skirmishes and team fights, especially on Ari? And do you want to target on anyone in your opponent or anything, just to utilize your strengths to help your teammates? 那么在第2局的时候，海超这边是拿出了一个阿狸的表现嘛？可以看到从整个经济数据图上显示，15分钟之前双方还是会有来回，但15分钟之后，很明显老干爹这边的小规模团战也好，团战也好，都会发挥的比较出色，滚起的雪球嘛。所以当拿到这个英雄之后，你在中期的这些团战、小规模团战上面是怎么处理的？你或者说你觉得你的角色定位是什么样？有没有说是就是要看住对面某一个人？
狐狸的。我的话，角色定位是开团嘛，然后收割团战嘛。
Actually, I got Ari, and the only thing I need to do is to find some great opportunity to engage, or maybe just to get some kills in the later stage of our team fights to clean the field. And the next question, I really want to touch on the game number 3. What's your take on Xiaoxu's performance on Cassante, which is really dominant? And I know that LGD performed pretty good, especially that Baron steal by Varus. So do you feel maybe nervous that maybe that Baron steal will cause the game turn the tide for BLG? 那么在第3局的时候，就其实感觉老干爹是每一个地方都处理的不错吧，就是包括前面的，不管是对线或者说是其他的方面也好。提到对线，不得不提今天上单小徐奎桑提的表现，你觉得他的表现怎么样？以及说是在第3局的这个整个都运营不错的情况下，除了那一波维鲁斯抢掉了大楼，大家会不会觉得这个抢大楼有没有可能会被翻盘，或者是怎么处理这个呢？
小徐的表现今天的话，可以用完美来形容。然后那波大龙的话，当时被他抢了后，我们都说没事，就慢慢打就能拿下这把游戏。
Actually, in terms of Xiaoxu's performance, I think he did a perfect job on Cassante. And in terms of that Baron steal, we don't think it may cause the turn tide for BLG. We'll just slow it down and do our best, just came down and play the game to do our own things. And final question for you, we have seen LGD are trying different rotations, especially in your lineup, and you have few games to play in regular season. So what's your next goal for regular season? Do you want to show that something interesting for LGD or anything you want to show, especially from your perspective? 那么最后一个问题，可以看到老干爹现在一直在积极的找寻自己的打法风格，而且也在尝试一些阵容的轮换嘛。今天是海超上场之前也有看到小青蛙有上过，常规赛其实还有几场比赛要打。从你的角度或者从老干爹的角度，你们想展现出一个什么样的表现呢？或者觉得在下一步要提升哪些方面呢？
我们的话要提升就是指挥能力吧，就指挥，大家都指挥好一点，就这样。
那队伍现在有没有说是一个主 call？ 因为我们知道在这种轮换的时候，可能会是有一个人要去主 call， 那队内有这样的一个情况吗？
什么？你说？
主要去做一些指挥的主要的人选是由谁来做指挥的，还是每个人都会参加？
大部分都是野辅，然后每个人都会参加一点点。
Actually, most of the time, our jungler and support will call some decisive shot call. And in the next stage, we need to improve this part. And everyone needs to make better shot calling or the better execution in the game. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢海超来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, great to hear from Hai Chao. And LGD clearly over the moon with that victory, and rightly so. Rightly so. What a monumental win for them. And, you know, we're talking a bit about their upcoming schedule. If you missed it, like, they have to literally face LNG, JDG, EDG, and Top Esports over the next couple of weeks. It's going to be a tough schedule. But regardless, like, looking towards Summer Split, this LGD roster, if they can pull out games like that consistently, if they can kind of distill this style of gameplay, they're going to be looking fantastic. This is a team I can get excited about.
If Xiaoxu can maintain this form in the later weeks as we approach playoffs, very good things for the side of LGD. I believe he also got MVP for this last game as he was just straight up murdering everyone on this Cassante 8-1 and 8. KP did drop off a little bit as he was just pressuring the side lane consistently into the late games, but it doesn't matter because he has the Inferno Soul, he has the damage, and he also has the health.
Yeah, absolutely immaculate game from Xiaoxu that dives consistently, like finding solo kills, not just on Bin, but also on Yagao as well in the bottom side. Like, just an amazing game. I said, you know, he's on Cassante. He won't be able to find the solo kills this time around. I could not have been more wrong.
Yep, I'm not too sure if it's Bin not being able to play the game or if it's LGD not letting him play the game, but definitely something happening here where this was the highlight where Xiaoxu was able to 1v2 in a scenario where he was so low on that HP, pretty much 100 at max, and he was able to get 2 return kills onto the side of BLG, and this switched the game state by 180 degrees.
Yeah, absolutely insane game from Xiaoxu. And then Yagao punishes him on the 2v1. So Xiaoxu gets his own way with Yagao in a 1v1. Gets a bit of revenge from the previous play. Absolutely immaculate game from the top lane. And an incredible series as well. His Jax in the previous game was awesome.
He is just awesome. That's definitely the word to describe Xiaoxu for tonight. But I also want to give credit to Hai Chao as he was subbed in for this series specifically. Previous ones, I believe we had Xiao Qinghua where they have received a couple of losses. So I would love to see Hai Chao getting more stage games.
Absolutely. I feel like this was a fantastic performance coming out from Hai Chao. But that is going to wrap us up for today. Let's take a look at the results as we round things up for our 2 series. A fairly fast first series of today. To be honest, these results are like reversed from what I expected. I thought that first series was going to go to 3, but IG looking pretty immaculate against RA. It has to be said. Really, really dominant game. A couple of games there from IG. And in the second series, I thought BLG would pretty comfortably be LGD, but no, proven wrong. A dominant game 1 for BLG, then LGD flipping the script on them and managing to come back in the series. An absolutely monumental win for them.
BLG now sitting in that 9th position, nearly out of playoffs contention, but IG grabbing that win does bump them up to the 7th and really see such a big difference in terms of how they play the early game and how clean they're looking, which does make IG deserving of this 2-0 series going into their way. And BLG coming out of this series up against Laogandia, a lot of things to review and a lot of things to pick up on as you don't want to have this performance continue into the later stage.
No, absolutely not. And that puts us here in the standings with LGD climbing all the way up to 13th place on the same series score as WE now. And actually catching up to RA almost, where we saw RA earlier on today. They were a team that we were talking about fighting for a spot in playoffs. LGD putting themselves sort of in that conversation if it wasn't for their remaining schedule that we discussed already. But let's take a look at tomorrow's games, because it's a weekend once again, so we're going to have 3 series per day. It's Weibo Gaming up against Anyone's Legend, Anyone's Legend actually a surprise upset in their most recent series, managing to get a 2-1 win over RNG. So definitely a team to watch out for. RNG as well, then going to play up against Top Esports, and then EDG versus LNG to finish off the day. That one is going to be insane. That will absolutely be the match of the week.
That is going to be some eye candy for the audience, as we have 2 banger series to end off the Saturday night. But my eyes are definitely on that LNG versus EDG matchup, because we didn't expect LNG to sit pretty in first. Them on paper, they didn't have as many super names, and we didn't expect them to work as well together, especially without a strong early game. But that is the exact reason why they are able to take over compared to any other team, because they are so good in team fights.
Absolutely awesome stuff coming out from them, and a fantastic day of games. We had some slow games, but then we had some absolutely mental games as well. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Kitty. As always, I've been Munchables. That is going to be it from us. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. We'll see you in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.